VOD viewers. It's cold here. I have a sweater on, which is funny because it's usually too hot in here. But that's how I know we are officially in cold season. We are starting off right away with a replay. Today is going to be laning stage focused. If any VOD viewers are checking in, just check the timestamps. You can find heroes, ranks, all that stuff. Even if there's not one specific to you, you might still find the general advice helpful. It's not like it's really that different between it's not like you suddenly get brand new advice for a different role or something. It's useful to know playing against it or playing as it. Anyways, okay, we're gonna start with the Shadow Fiend here. This is the one I found ahead of time. This is a young Dota player we need to help out as we can, because that's our future, our declining old player base. I am not a mid player. This is Shadow Fiend mid versus Huskar. So we'll see. I can't make any promises on what I can do here. This is a kind of volatile matchup where Shadow Fiend early levels with raises I think is good, keeps Huskar at bay. After a couple levels, Huskar, especially if he dodges a raise, and possibly as long as he's healthy enough, because he has the bonus magic resistance with Berserker's Blood, and then this is free and a lot of damage, you can threaten the Shadow Fiend a bunch. And if you actually hit 6 first, you can even threaten the kill, because you can like jump in, silence, so you can't even get raised, can't get requiem'd. But if the early levels go well, Shadow Fiend can pick up the souls to get the armor, souls for damage, get the aura to reduce armor, so then you're doing the physical damage instead of like magic damage into the magic resistance. And that's where I think you can actually threaten the Huskar, because Huskar's damage doesn't ramp up as quickly as Shadow Fiend, so then you can just like outlast hit, shove the lane at some point, and then like jungle. So it's kind of like one of those three things. It's like Shadow Fiend has a good start, snowballs. Huskar has a like gets through the start, then he snowballs, or Shadow Fiend just like shoves and jungles. So it can easily go one way. In this case, it's losing. We'll see if it has to do with the raises. I would say you have to use early raises to get this bottle pretty quickly. Hey all, what's up? NPR? Travs, I'm doing well, doing a little cold, but I'm well. Lax, you grabbed the friend and got them to download Dota. What have you done to them? No, I was saying this is this replay's from a comment Discord of a younger Dota player. So actually, getting the new people in, keeping Dota alive. Let's go. All right, so let's see. We see some body blocking. Okay. I don't think you actually want to trade with the Huskar too much, because like right now your right click damage is, you actually got the first three, two last hits and a deny, so it's starting to get better, but it's still like 52 damage. So he not only has more right click damage than you, but he also has Burning Spear if he chooses to use it, which I think it's fine if he does, because it's just like a bunch of extra damage, and he'll hit level 2 quickly to get this, and then like not really be at risk too much of dying, though he can't go like crazy. But I don't think you actually like need to trade him too much, as long as you like hyper fixate on the last hit. Some trading is fine, like you're not that low, so it's okay. But going forward, it's just like, if there are no last hits and denies to go for, you can just like back away from the Huskar as long as you're focused on CS. That one should definitely be a long distance raise. So as you see it get low, starting to move in, and then if he focuses you, this is level 1, so he can't do that much damage, and this is where you'll tango and stuff like that. I think it's okay to like walk up to here, last hit this, and then raise this, and then back away. If he chooses to hit you, it'll be some damage, you know, but like it won't be too bad. He also has to get the last hit on this range creep, and this melee creep is actually fighting the range creep over here. The positioning's kind of funny. So actually, if you raise this creep and it dies, it will walk this way, and it'll make him miss something here. Like, he's gonna have to walk back this way and leave you alone, and it'll help, like, reset things. But it's important to get these because they are obviously a good chunk of gold. And the early raises are very important. You've actually done a pretty good job just like right-clicking the first wave, so we're at like 2 and 1. But using a raise to get a third last hit or the fourth last hit is super worth it for Shadow Fiend, because you want this bottle like ASAP. Honestly, this guy's getting so low. Maybe you could kill him with raises. Tanking a lot of creep damage, backing away from another range creep there. Okay, so the short ranges are harder to use for the range creeps, especially versus Huskar. Other matchups, not so bad, but the raise should pretty much always guarantee the range creep. No one can out-deny 90 base damage on the raise. Actually, that's not true. Like, Tiny could do it, but, like, you know, whatever. Shadow Fiend should always get the range creeps because of these. And then if you can if you can set up multiple melee creeps at the same time, you could use a raise to get 2, but you don't have to. Okay, raise on the melee creep. That's totally fine. Don't mind at all. But definitely prioritize the range creep. This one's not as important. Oh yeah, I actually think, okay. Hold on. So actually, I think you can get this guy if this one was up a little bit. I think you could maybe have threatened that a little bit more. Here, I think you go in. Like, when this guy's stepping down and you have the long range, I think you walk in and use the regular... Well, I guess if he committed in, you might... I think you have enough health, though. Like, if you walk in and short range Shadow Raise, you have enough health plus this Fairy Fire. And then if you really... you don't even need to, like, tank... Oh, you have one going anyways from earlier. Yeah. I think you could actually walk in and kill him. If he stepped up, you kill him right there. Because as he tries to run away, you'll use the third raise. Or maybe even have this one back up. Like, this one's definitely worth raising. I think that's the third range creep he's denied. And we should definitely just drop raises for those. That means, okay, to finish painting the picture, with raises being used and getting those range creeps, the bottle, you just bought it. The bottle is here. That's like the difference of getting at least one of these, maybe 2 of these. The bottle has already left and has been delivered to you, which means we now have 18 seconds to use all 3 bottle charges and then refill on a water rune. And then Huskar actually doesn't care that much about runes. So then depending what creeps are doing, you can actually like walk into the lane, you know, trade a little bit, raise a little bit, shove in lanes to the Huskar, and then go get the second water rune potentially. This is Archon, so as long as you are actively thinking about runes, there's actually a decent chance you get 2. You're not supposed to, and Huskar doesn't care, but like even matchups with like Queen of Pains, Ember, stuff like that, people are bad about going for runes. It'll be hit or miss. Some people will be good about it. Some people will be bad, and you can possibly get 2, which is why the early raises are super important. And using a raise quickly in the start of the lane gets your mana regen going right away, because if it's full, it's like not doing anything, you know? So if you use it 10 seconds sooner, that's like 15 mana back that we don't have if we're waiting longer. This one, not worth it. You don't have to like run in for that. All right. Hold on, let's go back a little bit. Oh, too far back. Okay, last hits always over denies. So nice deny, but at the cost of a last hit, not worth it. So when you're faced with that decision, come back for the last hit. Going for this is fine. And then pressuring him a little bit is good. Here is like where you want to call it quits. The tower has different aggro ranges. We're going to keep it simple because I struggle with this a little bit as well. But essentially 500 range on the tower behaves a little differently from the outer edges of the tower. Even though this like one circle shows the tower range, there's another like hidden range, 500, where it functions a little differently. If you harass from outside here, like kind of what you're doing, totally fine. The deeper you go, scarier, and you have to really have a really good understanding of like how it works to like do it safely. But also, we don't have to do it. Right now, so this creep, let's pretend you even get this denied, it doesn't even matter. These creeps are supposed to meet these creeps like right here. these creeps are actually going to get caught up on this creep for who knows how long. It depends. I would say probably 1 to 2 seconds, which is going to shift equilibrium from here to here, which is bad for us. So from here, especially considering we don't have the bottle yet, I'm like starting to get kind of low. You can just back, meet the creep wave probably around here, and then you body block for like a second or two, and that will balance out this creep causing this delay right here. Plus, we would be at no risk of taking any damage, right? We're body blocking right now, and then you kind of see, not only did we take damage, even if we get the deny, we take damage on the last creep. Like, you get this deny, the tower's now like, what do I hit? Oh, the Shadow Fiend here, right? So we would have taken damage no matter what, and now we're landing in a bad spot at low health. So now I'm really scared to approach this. So I've kind of put myself in a bad spot. But by leaving, I don't take tower damage. I get the equilibrium in a better spot here at least, but maybe you do a great job and you even get it like further back, even better. It's just going to work out, you know, nicer. And this is where now it's going to get scary to like walk up. If the raises can hit creeps around this time because you're trying to shove the wave, that would actually be good. Okay, the bottle is here now, so we're going to start bottling. This is Archon. I'm not going to worry too much about like the bottle efficiency, but if you know these tricks, it will get you a little bonus regen. I think you just finish using the bottle and then pick this up. I don't think you want to walk into him there. Actually, further back. All right, so we get the bottle. So here, I backpack these. Wait for this to fade. This is very annoying. Okay, just start bottling and we just hang around here. We're probably going to miss a creep. This is your XP range, so you can walk up to like here to get the XP. And then that's enough. Like here is good. Just bottle up. You don't need to go like all the way, because that's going to bait him to like come chase you. And actually, if this guy chases you right now, it's kind of dangerous for you, because he's level 3. He could take inner fire here. Like if he thinks he could get a kill, so he could rush in close, and you think you're going to get like, oh, I'm going to raise him 3 times as he approaches me, and then he actually silences you, and then you go, oh shit, I can't finish the combo, you know, and then he kills you with the burning spears. So I would just like get the bottle and then get back. And at this point, I kind of mentioned how like the lane could go 3 different ways. At this point, because Huskar is doing well, because we haven't been doing enough, the bottle's a little late, and then some of the raising's been off, some priorities on the creeps. We are now starting to fall a little bit behind. It's not like too bad yet. So here, oh, hello, Hef. Here, we want to start switching to, okay, I'm going to shove the lane. If it's in a good spot, you can just like farm it there. But if he is like harassing you too much, just shove the lane. He doesn't have good AoE. And then you will come over here, stack this. Later, you'll like double raise, right click to finish it. You know, this one also works. I don't really care. But this is kind of like the go-to for mid laners farming. And Huskar won't be able to, he'll probably he'll free farm in the lane. This is Archon. He'll actually miss a good chunk of last. No, I know you're an Archon as well. No offense. You'd probably also miss last hits in an empty lane. That's just part of Archon. It's, you know, a work in progress. But because this guy is also an Archon, when you leave the lane to jungle, you won't miss any last hits in the jungle, and he will miss some lane creep. So it's actually not as painful as, say, like Pro Dota when you give someone a free lane. So here you can kind of see where it's a little awkward. Right, like, okay, I did a little body blocking, still kind of in a bad spot. So let's pretend instead we go to stack. So you come over here and you're about to stack like in 3 seconds. So because we didn't do any body blocking, the creep wave would actually be fighting already over here. And we go, okay, so I would actually miss a couple creeps for this. I'm probably missing like two creeps, 3 creeps before I can stack and then come back. Because right now we are hitting it and then stacking, picking up the water rune, coming back in. But for stacking this camp, the gold you get and the XP kind of makes up missing at least 2 creeps. You know, at 3 creeps, we start to miss out. Oh, you cannot, you're dead. We are dead. We're so dead. Oh, no. We're so alive. But as you can see, very dangerous. Once this guy chases you, just loop back this way and then like pick this rune instead. Or alternatively, the bounty could potentially still be there. We need the boots. Every like last hit matters. So unfortunately, the boots were on that courier. We need the bottle, need the boots to walk away from Huskar when he's right-clicking us. So now that he has boots and we don't, now we're like super scared. That like stuff like this is gonna happen, right? Okay, maybe you didn't click him. This is a habit that's often missing. I'm bad at this too. But for this rank, it happens all the time, where if you don't click the enemies, you don't see them buying observers and sentries. But you can see stuff like this. I'm gonna play it on slow motion so we can definitely see it. So that part wasn't too suspicious because he's like looking for me. This is so suspicious. Because to do this without warding, you would have to directional click this way, because he didn't move, right? He would have to directional click that way and immediately press stop, and then there was a delay, and then he turned back to the lane. It was a very brief delay, but if it was a movement misclick and he misclicked over here, the hero would have just kept walking forward, and it might like mildly change the path from like this way to like shift this way a little bit. If he clicked like here, then the same deal. The hero would be walking and then they would like turn. And then if he's misclicking for movement, he's probably gonna fix himself right away and then keep going. The fact that he like sharply turns, stops, and then sharply turns back to keep moving, that's almost always a giveaway that someone has just put a sentry or observer, even if you haven't clicked them. So eventually coming up, I hope you buy a sentry. Maybe you know, I'm just throwing out there for people who don't know. Could happen in the mid lane like this, could happen anywhere in the game. If you want to hide this for yourself, by the way, 1, don't ward in vision. That's like the number way to do it. 2, if you are warding in vision, instead of like, let's say you're warding here for whatever reason, don't click here, because your ward is gonna go like that. Place the ward in front of you like this, and then like immediately right click forward, and you can shift click it too. So let's say I'm Huskar and I'm planning to ward here and I'm gonna keep walking forward. I would click to place from back here. I would click to place the observer, and then I would shift right click forward, so there will be no delay whatsoever, and my hero doesn't turn because I'm moving forward, so it looks very natural. It looks like my hero the entire time is walking, drop an observer walking, and it's instant because observers and sentries are instant, and no one will ever know. But the better habit is to still just not do it in vision. That's like number 1. You can do this in team fights though, because sometimes support players need this more. Sometimes team fights break out and you'll see a support, you know, you're like fighting this way and then you'll see them like turn to the cliff and drop it. Sometimes that's unavoidable. But if you can, like as you're approaching the fight, you can like be walking this way, click it and shift click, and it's like, it's pretty quick, it reduces it. But if it misses, it's like whatever, because it's for the team fight anyways. Okay, here you have enough for some raises. Drag this creep wave this way. So like walk over here, hit it and drag it this way, and then use raises to clear this. If this guy tries to chase you, these creeps are coming behind and you'll just keep running forward. We'll miss the creeps, whatever. We're gonna miss them anyways the way things are going. So drag them up this way, twofold purpose. 1, Huskar might give up on you. He might go, okay, I'm too scared to go that way. I'll leave it be. Part of this is also because these creeps, like if you're doing it right now and he's trying to run towards you, he will tank the tower. Well, it depends. It depends how soon you do this. Like if you drag the creeps this way, he will tank the tower if he tries to cut across. At this point, it won't matter. I guess these creeps will tank the tower first. But if you meet it a little sooner, because like you see him moving this way and you like run up to catch this wave to drag it this way, then that might apply. This case is kind of happening a little late. That's okay. We like come here, hit it, meet it this way. As you clear it from the tower and you use raises and stuff to clear it, then he will tank tower and then he will have to get out. Or he chases you, we give up, we run away. I need to go farm something. I need to farm a jungle camp. The jungle camp is this way. So instead of getting caught awkwardly like this, which now I'm kind of like, oh, I kind of have to go up for last hits, but now he's going to get me. Like, what do? I guess I'll go get the rune, but now he can cut me off, and now I have to do like a really large loop around, so I'm going to miss all of this XP. So now we have effectively completely lost this creep wave. Not just the last hits, but also the XP. So don't get this rune yet. Come to lane, just raise it. If he zones you, maybe we can't raise it. But then we just like get the XP, and then you see what he does. If he gets the rune, he's moving this way, so then you like, depending on the creep timing, maybe you can walk forward, raise the next one. If there are no creep waves, like in this case, then that's fine. We're gonna go jungle and then move this way and hope the bounty rune is still here. It should be, but sometimes support players do go get it, even though it's like not the best thing for them to do. But we can always go to that one instead. Huskar actually shouldn't even let you walk back up here. He should like keep standing there. Oh, we killed him anyways. Nice. So this is the nice thing. People always make mistakes. So we come in here. I think you should get that range creep before you go. Oh, see, one of them did take it. I think you get that range creep, maybe even the catapult, stack, and then hope for the power rune. Well, I suppose going for the bounty is also okay if you knew it was there. Oh, the second courier kill. Oh, rip. Okay, we're cooked. It's cooked. At this point, just go jungle. You're trying to come up here to make a play. It's pretty awkward, though. I guess if they had disruption, you could maybe like walk into the disruption and ult. But I think you should have a feeling that you're behind the Huskar. Right? The kill actually recovered your game a lot. But you can see in the last hits, we're kind of getting bopped. And you may not know the exact amount, but you probably have a feel playing it. So Shadow Fiend is like a very tempo-based hero. If you could get a kill with Requiem, it's nice. But this lane does not have a lot of damage. Like, these guys are not high damage heroes at the start. This guy has skipped Shadow Poison, which I didn't even know. But to be fair, I was going to say, press the attack means it's hard to stack Shadow Poison. I guess this guy has adapted. Just kidding, I forgot this one can't be dispelled. So it would have been, I guess she could do it. This is actually just now a bad build. But it still like takes time and doesn't combo with Requiem is like the end point. So I think you just like, after he stops chasing you, you just come back to start jungling and like clear this stuff out and then like go home. We're just like in jungle mode. If I was playing this lane, I wouldn't expect you to come over unless you had a rune. But we didn't get the rune and you also don't have boots. So this is like a really tough rotation, and we are at half health. That Witch Doctor, I think, actually should have just killed you. I think he was stronger than you. I think he had enough health to maledict and then stun you, and like the Legion would turn around and go for you. She has an arcane boots. What am I looking at? What's happening? We TP'd here. We don't have our boots, so like this is just gonna happen. Yeah, at this point, you're just jungle mode. At this point, just like walk into the jungle and farm. The fact that we lost the courier twice is quite unfortunate. If you have hotkeys assigned to it and you're running away and you can recognize it, you can do it pretty quickly. For me, it's like press 5, press Q, very quick. It does happen though. Like even with those hotkeys, I still get my couriers killed. So like, you know, it's whatever. But it obviously hurt a lot this game. Versus Huskar, you need boots pretty quickly. You can get bottle first because you're bottle hero, but you need the boots like right after. Do you think he should get a salve as well in case he gets low so he can stay? If you were a melee hero, I would say yes. As a ranged hero with wave clear, I don't think Shadow Fiend needs to do it, especially because he's going to get bottle. I think you just do it, shove the lane, and you can keep enough distance because it's a ranged hero. If I am in the middle lane and there are 2 semi-trucks on my left and right lane, but I have an exit in a mile, what should I do? You should get out of those trucks. Because truck drivers, in my opinion, are better than the average driver. However, their vehicles are also more unwieldy. So if someone else does something, they only have so much control of what they can do. I would not spend a lot of time next. I don't even, like one truck, I don't even spend time next to. I stay behind the truck until I can fully pass the truck. If you're between 2 trucks, you are in a bad spot. Slow down, speed up, whatever. You got to get out of there. That ain't a safe place. All right. I think that's probably enough. This game had some unfortunate circumstances with the double courier kill. Stuff like this. I don't care to posture with this guy. Just like run straight to the camp. If he looks like he's zoning you from the creep wave, and we've lost this lane at this point, enough that he can now solo kill us, right? Armlet, ult, silence us, kill us. There's no playing this lane anymore. If he lets you, like if he postures back here because he's bad and it's free, then sure, walk up, you know, aggro the wave, raise it, stuff like that. If he plays correctly at all, kind of the way he is, he's like trying to zone you out, then don't even care. Walk to the camp, raise it, possibly return, depending what he's doing, right? If he shoves it and leaves, you come to the lane and clear this. Because, okay, he's going to do this. Or he has a choice. If he wants to continue to deny you farm, he will sit and balance the wave. He will wait for the creeps to hit each other. He will deny, he'll last it. He'll deny, he'll last it. He'll maintain the wave. And what that means is he will get one creep wave every 30 seconds. Each creep wave is about 150 gold, ignoring banners and like this stuff. So like a little more than that. Essentially, his total GPM is 400 because 100 passive and then 150 per creep wave. That's actually not that good if you're winning because you actually want to like jungle, take towers, get kills, things like that. To do that, you need to clear the creep waves faster because if you sit there and wait, every 30 seconds they come and they take 30 seconds to kill each other. So you just sit there the entire time and you don't do anything else. At this point, he has to kill your creeps faster so that he can go do something else, which probably should be taking this tower. But maybe he'll rotate, maybe he'll go jungle, who knows, because it's a pub game, we don't know. What that means is if you show, he will take his time, because by taking his time, he might kill you when you step up. If you are not there, there's no point waiting, he'll shove the wave. So when you jungle, we're close, we see what he's doing, and then I see he's shoving the wave, I stand here for XP, and if I think it's safe, I walk in, I raise, I get some last hits, whatever. If he is posturing aggressively and I have no chance at doing it, there's another camp right here. So then I'll just full-time jungle in this area, and I will get money. It will be harder than, you know, if we had done well in the lane, but we're behind, we have to adjust. If he leaves, then you can come to the lane, shove it, shove the next wave, then back to jungling. But it's pretty much just like, if I can approach, I'll do it. And if I can't, I'll just jungle. We're kind of like middle, like, should I do it, should I not? Yeah, this will happen. He will have the inner fire, especially now. Sometimes Huskar skip it early, like in the first 6 levels, but versus Shadow Fiend, he should save a skill point. And if he can do it, he should take it.
Thanks for the vibes and content.
The vibes, that's what this channel is here for. Sherlock, thank you. Thank you for prime subbing. I'm glad you enjoy the stream. Oh, and then once he actually takes the tower and shoves the wave in, the tier 2 is stronger than the tier 1. So now if he tries to dive you with the creep wave, you can fortify. The split shot will kill the creep wave, and then it'll focus him down, also doing damage the entire time. He might counter fortify, but he will still take damage from the split shot. So it's much more dangerous for him to dive the tier 2 than the tier 1, especially with rotations coming in. So now you can just like jungle, clear the creep wave, shove it out, and then like repeat. And it's up to Huskar to like figure out something to do. You have a Venomancer in your game. If you start losing to a certain mid hero like Huskar, there's a couple others, but Huskar's a really good one. If you have any ability to jungle as the mid laner, rather than like have a bad time mid watching him deny things in front of you, just tell your support to come over and you go jungle. So like have Venomancer hold this lane with Plague Wards and you go here. Other heroes who can do it are like Keeper of the Light with a long range blast. Jakiro can sometimes do it. Heroes with really long range wave clear essentially. And they go clear out the wave. And the fact that they're sitting here solo is still better for them. Like if they're splitting a full wave with the offlaner, they're getting half the XP. If every creep is being denied in front of them, they're getting half XP. It's the same. And then anytime the guy misses the deny, they're actually pulling ahead. And then if they get last hits, that's more last hits than they would have gotten in an empty lane. Now, of course, your offlaner is going to face some pressure because it's now 2v1. But that's how dealing with the Huskar goes. Like there's no winning on every front. Like we have to trade somewhere. And you getting no farm while this lane goes even is not great. So it's probably better for you to be jungling and getting farm, and then a support picking up some slack, and then the offlaner just has to like deal with it. Okay. We are focused on the laning stage today, guys. So if you have any match IDs you'd like to share, let me know who you're playing, and if you have questions about the laning stage. We're not going to focus on other stuff today. We're trying to do a topic per replay stream, and today is laning. Do you think this guy maxed his W? Not quite. How much should you be rotating mid as position 4 support? Every time I do it, the 3 gets mad. In theory, you don't... Okay, the 2 and the 4-minute water runes you don't have to do, but sometimes you can do. That one's a little bit more advanced, depending on your rank. I would say if you're like ancient or higher, you can start thinking about the 2 or 4-minute water rune rotations in the right situations. Outside of those, so as you get to 6, 8, and 10, 6 and 8 especially, you should pretty much always want to go. That should be one of your top priorities. And if something else happens, then we go, okay, I guess I can't go. But that should be like one of the biggest things you think about going. You can adjust that to rank. So the lower your ranks are, the less important it is to go mid. But the higher your rank is, the more important it is, to the point where it's like, it is your number one thing to do. Like, Divine Plus, I would say like, that should be, I am going for this over everything else, unless some like multi-hero fight is breaking out in front of me literally right now. Or I know I can't go mid because my mid is getting destroyed and I'm like a third health, and if I go, he's gonna kill me too and then kill the mid, right? So I'm just feeding if I go. So if you know you can't go, then you don't do it. But if there's any reasonable chance I can go there and get it, it should be one of your most important things. Your offlaner getting mad is either because of one of two things. He's bad, so then it's up to you. Do you do the incorrect thing to keep him from tilting out? Because if he tilts out, you maybe can't win because this guy's, you know, toxic and he's giving up. If you think it's that point, you know, maybe cater to him. But you're going to build bad habits unless you are at least very conscious of it, like why you're not going. Or you go and do the right thing and you tell him, I'm going to the 6-minute rune. Like at 5:40, you ping it, you say it, I'm going, play safe. That's fully on him and you are doing the right thing. But ahead of that, at 5 minutes, let's go back in time. Let's find a side lane example of this. So let's say we want to go mid. Sometimes depending on what support you are, you're more likely to go mid, but let's just say for this given game, if I'm Venomancer and I'm thinking about going mid, I can go mid. I need him to do something while I am gone for 30 seconds. That's how long it takes to like walk here with boots, walk back, depending on your hero. Maybe a little less, maybe a little more. As long as creep equilibrium is pushing up, or he has a couple of creeps, or this camp is up, or this camp, like the offlaner has something to do. So offlaners are bad when they don't know like how to handle the 4 leaving. There's like so many things an offlaner can do. And if they're like, I fed while you're gone because I only know how to walk forward in the lane, like that's a bad offlaner. If I was Venomancer, I can go. Pudge, if he's not bad, should be able to keep these 3 creeps alive. I mean, not these specific 3 creeps, but these 3 creeps will set up equilibrium so that at 6 minutes, Pudge should be in this area. Because Kez has 2 creeps and Kez is killing these creeps right now. For no reason, he's killing these creeps. So Pudge should now just walk in circles here until this wave comes in. This is Archon. I think there's a very high chance Pudge just walks under tower here. Venomancer should be able to go. And it can possibly be part of his job to come up to this point. Sorry, I thought someone was knocking on my door, but I think the cats were just running around. Let's look over here. Who is it? Witch Doctor? Yeah, the lane has shoved up to here. If Legion Commander would stop killing these creeps right now, the lane will stay in this area. Looks like she can't help herself. She's killing range creeps. All right, this lane's coming back in. Let's just get to the 6 minutes. Okay, right now, the supports would be leaving. This is a case where you would say, okay, maybe I don't leave, because, like, we could kill this guy, and I'm in the middle of a fight. That would be more understandable of why you don't go as the position for Witch Doctor. Down here, like, what's Venomancer doing? Oh, he died earlier. But let's say Venomancer was alive, right? Look where the lane is. Pudge is totally fine here. You are a bad offlaner if this is the lane and the 4 leaves and you're like, I'm being grieved, I can't do it. You're just bad. You have to just stand here and get XP. You aggro creeps under the tower, you last hit. Like, you have enough to do for 30 seconds while the support walks away and then comes back. Worst case, you go jungle. Like, other worst case, you, like, walk around trees and just absorb XP. Like, when the lane's further up, you just walk around the trees for 30 seconds. Just take a walk, breathe a little bit, relax. You don't have to sit here and die. Okay, let's go pick a new example. Ham Booty, I'm not fully sure. I think we're on C stream, but not 100% sure. As position 1, is it good to bait enemy 3 and 4 to fight you around 5-10 so that they waste time and not rotate mid at 6? It would really depend on, like, what heroes you're playing. Because you have your own game plan and you don't want to grief yourself just to, like, you know, as much as I want to help mid, it also won't end the game if, like, you don't go for the rune. As much as I just said, like, try to go, it will not be the end of the world if you don't go for the mid rune. So, like, don't grief yourself. If you are not good at fighting, you know, then let it be what it is. If you are strong and you think you can do it, yeah, go for it. Another possible timing is to not go for the, like, don't bait them. When the 4 goes for the rune, you take the fight. Like, if you know they left, that's a 2v1 situation if the offlaner steps up at all and you try to force that fight. That could be like something else you do. Maybe your support also rotated, then you're just focused on farming. Shove the lane, do your own farming. The position 1 also needs to do stuff on their own when the supports are moving around. So it really depends on the situation. It's hard to say where it is. Lax. Okay, I realize Archon is around. It's actually the average Dota player is the statistics spread. I don't mean to, like, throw Archon under the bus. We can look at this. Okay, I see we're catching some. I realize Slark support is a bit of a controversial one. It can be done. You will run into problems. Not only is it tricky for you to play right, it also heavily requires teammates to play correctly. In the same way, IO is a fully legitimate support that I wouldn't really recommend for most pubs unless you're willing to put in the pain. It says you're hard support, but I think you said... Oh, you just said support. I hope this is soft support, because hard support will not work. Hopefully you guys, like, lane swapped or something. If... There's going to be a very short replay. If it's hard support, there's not much to discuss. You will not be able to play Slark 5, because Slark 4 works by creep dragging. Without that, there's not really an early game plan for Slark 5. Will it work in a pub game? You could probably make it work. But beyond that, it would, like, there's no legitimate reason it should work right now. Let's hope we lane swapped. All right, so my advice is don't play Slark 5. So the reason Slark 4 works is because the first wave will meet. Let's do free cam. The first wave will meet here. You'll do what you can. You do a little creep aggro, you trade a little bit. You can do other tricks. You can run over here. Your team can move in here. You can do this. You're Slark. You have extra night vision. So you can stand over here, see where people are. The first wave walks here. Around 13 seconds, it'll be here. 13 seconds, it'll be here. You run in, you body block right off the bat. The very first wave will go under tower. It'll shove out. You body block camps. The lane will stay here, even though you are a weak position 4. Because that's what Slark is essentially. Slark is a weak support like Nyx, like Spirit Breaker, like Earthshaker. You're not strong to start in direct fights. You have like some nifty tools, but at the beginning of the game, you're very weak. So you do the stuff I'm talking about. And the stuff I'm talking about only works from the off lane because you can't really do it as the position 5, right? You want to like body block the camp early. How are you getting back here and getting out alive, right? There's like 2 escape paths and they're very easily cut off. And this is a super short distance to body block, so it's not great. Couldn't do it over here. And it wouldn't even matter because like you're not getting the first wave under this tower when it meets here naturally. So there's no amount of body blocking you could possibly do as the 5 in the off lane, like first wave, to get better equilibrium because you start at the best equilibrium. Off lane support has a lot of tricks to do to get the worst equilibrium into a better spot. As 5, you now need to trade and like make space for your carry, which she's actually Alina. This is actually fairly doable. While it's 2v1, you're actually in an okay spot. You see Jakiro coming in. Be a little careful here. You see this. This is classic. Carries can't maintain their own equilibrium. So as a support, you can chase a little bit, but when it starts to get scary because they're going to close in on you, just come here and do what the carry is not and hit these creeps and kill them off. Because this is about to shove in multiple creeps. The first wave is going to move out. You're going to be in a bad spot. You want to intentionally create that if you're position 4, and here is a carry who is giving it to them because she can't bounce her own wave. That is something you can do on any support you play, not just like this Slark 5 that we are currently looking at. I'm not sure how much further I want to go into this. Because truly my advice would be like, Slark 4 is legitimate. You will catch flack, but if you want to do it, you can do it. Slark 5 is very tough. Half pull's pretty good though. Nice. Too bad Jakiro is the double hit master. Stack this. All right, look at what's happening. If you pull this, so if you half pull, it's sort of okay. But the question is, do I need to half pull? Look at the creeps. This wave is going to meet this wave, and then, oh my god, there's a whole extra wave in the lane. You don't need to deny anything here. In fact, you need them to tank for you, because actually Lina is a ranged hero who is about to tank 8 different creeps, and that is too much. There's no hard camp because you blocked it. Good work. So that means they can't do anything to this wave. It's just going to walk up. We don't need to do anything, so you can actually just stack at 155 and set this up for the future. If you do a half pull, there's going to be less creeps to help her tank. You're going to maybe deny this, but maybe they also come over and farm it. Maybe they die. Then I can't use this camp for anything else. I will have no play going forward because I did 2 half pulls. It was useful to some degree, but like it's gone now, you know? So this isn't really necessary, and I can set this up for the future. That's your better play here. See how much damage Lina ends. Okay, you because we did the range, we only did the range. She does have these creeps here to tank, so this is okay. If we didn't do this, then Lina would be dying right now. Off of that, just like sit back here. I'm pretty happy with only a range creep. So when you see them coming in like this, you're not level 2, you don't have pounce, so you should just like be here. Same deal, wait for these creeps to get low and then hit them. You don't want to walk out here, because I know you want to block this camp, but it's too dangerous. As you saw, you died. So you have to either let that camp spawn, or this is the sentry cast range. Stand here, drop the sentry in at 159. They will know they cannot auto attack fast enough to kill it. And it will block the 2-minute spawn, which is what you're going for, and it will cost you 50 gold. If you don't think that's worth it, let it spawn. Zach, I can't let it spawn. Then pay the 50 gold. Because that is much cheaper than, even if you had lived here, you would have taken a lot of damage for tanking under the level 2 versus level 1, and the offlaner is free to join in. So this is a really bad time to move out. So you have to use a sentry to do it if you want to do it. And that way you'll be here, and you might take some damage for it, but it won't be death. Do you enjoy full-time content creation much more compared to your previous job? Kind of curious. Yes, for the most part, but there are a couple elements that are not. Finance-wise, I would have been much better off sticking to the old job. It just would have been, you know, it was way more stable. I quit an engineering job. So it would have been way more stable. I would have paid off my student loans already. I would have way more money saved up. Enjoyment of the job wise, this was obviously a lot more, you know, cool and fun and all that. So definite benefits there that you can't strictly compare to finances. But the peace of mind of it is something I do kind of regret. Technically, if we popped off as a YouTuber, right, then I have more money potential than like a regular old engineering job for like how much you know, get a pay raise every whatever amount of time. But that's much easier said than done. There's a lot of mental pressure of like constantly coming up with new stuff as a content creator that is kind of nice not to do. Content creation is kind of like a full-time job that never stops because you always have to be thinking of ideas and stuff. Even now, like my regular working time is still like 6 days. So there's less like I do the job and then I stop and I relax. And I have enough money to like travel and do other fun stuff, as opposed to like I can't do that because I can't stop creating content. So pros and cons to it, but I'm glad I did it. Even if it ends up not working out and I have to go back to like a normal job, I'm very happy I tried. I think we will stop looking at this one. We identified a couple things for you to do, but the number one thing you should be feeling is that the lane is absolutely garbage as Slark, and there's really not much we can do to fix it. Everything I will tell you is something like any support can do. You're actually doing some of it. You're doing the half pulls. You're thinking about body blocking with wards, right? You're doing the basics. The one thing I'm adding is like, okay, look at your own creeps and just hit them. And you can probably get by. Like, this is Archon. There's a lot of mistakes. So if you want Slark 5 to work, you can do it and get through it, but you'll have a much easier time if you play Slark 4 instead, which is funny because you have an Enchantress who would have been better as a 5 than a 4. So very much could have swapped this game, and you'd both be a lot happier. I think that's probably like the biggest thing, the biggest advice I could give here. Is there enough content in Dota for it to be sustainable? It is an interesting question. It depends on what kind of videos you do. And I mean this in no flaming way whatsoever to anyone. A lot of Dota players... So I realized in recent years, my video... There's a lot I want to improve on in my own videos, for the record. And the amount of videos I put out has declined a lot as part of burnout in more recent years. But for a while, I am essentially the #1 support-focused content creator who does the most.
Big Daddy gifted a tier 1 sub to Locky Plays Dota.
Big Daddy. We have to depend on stuff like that. Thank you, Zuki Big Daddy. I realize this replay is starting to become more self-talk. Okay, hold on. Let's get submissions for the next replay. I will let this play out, and I will answer this question. I forgot to do the timestamp for this as well. I'm going to have to add this one in later. Yo, Valkrix, thank you so much. Happy Monday and stuff. Heck yeah. What was I just gonna say? There is enough
because Dota's a fairly big game, as much as the audience is like doom and gloom. But the trick is how much of an audience you need to have to make a living, and it depends where you live. Like, America is like fairly expensive in terms of making enough money content creation wise. Without casting, being a full-time content creator for the size of my channel is like barely minimum wage in America, maybe a little more for where I was at. If you live in another country with a cheaper cost of living, you might have a better time, where you don't need as big of an audience to make like a full-time living. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, also depending on the type of videos you make and what people are interested in. So when I was tooting my own horn, I make some of the most English support content. I don't know about other languages. English support content. But a large majority of the Dota audience is not actually interested in try-hard knowledge, long-form content that I mostly do, right? Even if it's like... Even if my channel is one of the biggest for support content, there's less support players and less support players who want to put in the chunk of time for my lengthy video type creation. If you make meme clips of content carry play, getting kills and doing like easy farm pattern, stuff like that, way more people are interested in that. Core streamers typically always have larger audiences. People like watching highlights of like old pros, current pros, stuff like that. That type of content does not take much time. In fact, most of them just pay someone else to do. And you can get still a good chunk of money off of like, you're just playing the game. I am not fast, I will admit. Like, I could probably make more videos if I was better at what I do. So I'm not saying like, I have tons of room for improvement. But I guess what I'm getting at is like, if you want to enter the Dota scene, you can do it and make content, and there's a lot of room because like I am one of the main support channels.
No,
there's not a lot of others.
For the great content.
So
there are no much material like you do for us.
Zuki, thank you so much. Again, I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm just like trying to paint the realities to the question. Like a game as big as Dota, and there are more support channels now. For the record, I'm not saying like I'm the only one. There are more support channels that are coming up. And I'm a guy who like recently makes like one video 2 weeks, 3 weeks, months, whatever, right? So there's certainly more content that could be made support wise. Will it be enough to like make a living out of though? I don't know. Depending how long it takes you to make the videos, how much like the audience reaches, all that stuff. We're here because we have immaculate taste. Hell yeah. All right, let's pick another replay. We did start early today. We're casting later this week, so I'm starting to shift my sleep schedule. We're gonna end early too, because I gotta like eat dinner later and then essentially go to sleep. I gotta like practice waking up at 4 a.m. I'm only here for Hephaestus and Jupiter. Understandable. Hephaestus is not here for the cat cam. I'm sure he'll come by later. I'm a support main on League. I came from League 8 to 10 years ago. Want your videos to learn how to do it in Dota? Nice. Welcome to Dota. I hope you're enjoying it. I feel like there's been a trend lately of League players coming over. No flame to League though. If you like that game, totally fine. They're different, right? It depends on like what your taste is in the game. Just kind of like reading through.
Что за хрень здесь происходит?
Let's do this one from Sherlock. Some hyper picky stuff. Hell yeah, let's do that. That's what this channel's for. Nitpicking tiny minor details. Heck yeah. I gotta remember to do the timestamps. I didn't do it last time. I'm gonna have to go dig that up. Guardian Snapfire 4. Okay, let me see any questions before I start this and then I get distracted. Why did I swap from League? So I started with League. I was playing that. It was my first MOBA. And I started with a group of friends that already played. And then for a while I played both League and Dota because I just like games. So I played League. A different friend group got into Dota, so I went in with them. Playing a third MOBA, if you guys remember Dawngate, that one was actually my favorite. I love that one, but that one got canceled by EA because it didn't have a big enough audience before it released out of early access. Crazy. No marketing. Realistically, I don't know if it ever would have been able to fully compete anyways, but...
Loading in. 8,593,775,438. Guardian 4 Vengeful Spirit pause 4.
Wait, I'll reread that once we actually get to that one anyway. So I'm going to mute the rest of the readout. Thank you so much. We'll do your replay right after this Snapfire one. I was playing all the MOBAs for a while, but then at some point, I forget what the update was. It was before Bard, because Bard is the last champion I remember being released in League, but I'd already reduced the amount of time I was playing by that point. I had complaints with League. I don't like the limited champion pool. I didn't like having to buy them. I hated that, actually. I felt like I hated having to level the account to 30, and I had an account at 30 by that point, but I hate the concept, and I hated having to buy champions, because even if I want to be creative, I can't until I play a certain amount or I pay money, and I don't like that. Those are my two biggest complaints. I'm like a fairly competitive person, so I felt like I was being time or money gated from being competitive. And then League constantly changes patch to patch. They'll be like, completely rework a champion, or like, okay, the meta is like massively different and you don't have the hero, so screw you. You know, like play like 30 more hours and buy the champion. And it turns out you don't like the champion, but you can't refund it. So now play another however many thousand hours to like get more. I hated that concept. Then there was some change that I think did something to the UI and the HUD, and I couldn't stand it. It like hid stats behind an extra screen, and I really hated that change. And that, like, along with my other complaints, killed it. Because I was already playing Dota at that point, and I loved that Dota was like, had every hero right away, way more creativity and like what you're allowed to do. And I just like connected it to it a lot more in terms of the amount of like creativity and complexity there was. Again, nothing against League. If you like it, I don't mean to like trash your game. It's got way better art, the marketing, all that, because it needs to, because you got no gameplay. Just kidding. The gameplay is different. It's like skill shot based, you know, stuff like that. It's different from Dota. So it's like whatever draws, like whatever you're drawn to is like, it's gonna be the game for you. Okay, Snapfire 1. With everything I just said, I've actually been meaning to play League. I just have no time for it. There's so many things. I want to play League so I can make videos on how to compare like League to Dota for people coming from League to Dota. Could have done it 10 years ago, but now I know League is like a very different game from what I played all that time ago, and I got no idea. So I've been meaning to like sit down and play a bit. One, because I like playing games and like learning new stuff, even if it's like, even if I prefer Dota to League, I would enjoy learning the League meta and the champions and stuff like that. I just have no time. There's so much to play a MOBA, guys. So much time to play a MOBA. It's ridiculous. Quick story. When I was before I got pulled into the toxic waste hole that is the MOBA genre and League of Legends, at the start, I would just play like, I was mostly a console player, and then I got a laptop like in high school, and I started playing more like laptop or like PC games on my laptop. And I mostly preferred like single player stuff and some co-op things, you know, things like that. And then the friend group that eventually I played League with,
was like, do you want to play League? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like looking at it, I'm like, there's so many champions. There's so many items. You got to like learn so much. I don't know. It's just like too much to get into. I'd play with them a little bit, but I was like, I don't think I'll really get into it because like there's just too much to learn here. It's just like I don't want to spend the time, you know? And here I am, Dota content. What a fool I was to think I wouldn't spend. Oh, who's got 15,000 hours to spend on a single game, you know? I don't think that's for me. Idiot, Zach. I should have played Dota sooner. We could have done more. It's a big time commitment though. Okay. I feel like this replay stream has been me rambling a lot about different stuff. We are now going to go to actual advice for Snapfire. Okay, we're locking in for this one. Snapfire is asking for some nitpicking. Early trading, positioning, equilibrium. Okay. Who are we laning with? Spectre? Spectre is a weak laner. Maybe you get kills if the enemy is bad, but realistically, we're just getting Spectre as much farm as possible. So we are playing your goal and mindset going into this lane. I am the stronger support because Snapfire is fairly robust. I got to make space for Spectre, and I got to do a lot of it on my own. I can't expect Spectre to help me in the same way like Ursa would help me. Spectre is just, I want you to farm. There will be some trades together, but like for the most part, I just wanted to focus on that. So I don't want to skimp out on early regen, because if I run out of regen, I can't do anything, and then they're going to beat Spectre up. So you got to buy extra consumables pretty quickly. I'd probably buy like another Tango and a Salve. Depending on your hero, you might get more mangoes. Depends on like what's going on. Your right click is pretty good. So like making sure you have enough health to deal with like, it looks like an axe plus bounty lane, right? You just can't get too low from spam. So I need enough regen, and I need to see this bounty, like what he's up to. So your starting items are fine. I would queue up another Sentry, another Tango, another Salve, not another, just one Salve. And then you have to be really careful that your courier doesn't get sniped. So like stop it here, something like that. Because I am just going to constantly right click these heroes. You can start Little Shredder. I'm actually not 100% sure if that's still the build, but I think it's okay. I'm just gonna be blasting. And every time Battle Hunger gets used on me, I have to like heal enough or get a deny if I can. But I need to keep doing that to make space for Spectre. So that's like my entire mindset going into the laning stage. You can do this like level 1 fight if you want. Though looking at your heroes, this guy can't do anything level 1. Sand King and Sniper are okay, but I'd be a little worried. Maybe you're actually not Snapfire 5. I talked a whole lot about Snapfire 5, but I just realized, I think I said you're Snapfire 4 this game. Maybe that's why you're walking up here. That would make a lot of sense. This block is fine. There's actually a spot like right here if you want. You have to be very... The mouse is kind of finicky, but you slowly edge your mouse into that corner, and there's a spot where you can block the camp from this side. If you want to do that. You're doing like a whole bunch of walking, but like no one's with you, so there's like only downsides. There's no upsides. Like, oh, I found a guy, let's get him, right? We don't want... The best case is a one-on-one where we'll just hit each other. The worst case is losing trades and then dying. So you shouldn't really like wander around on your own like that if they're too far. We are position 4 Snapfire. Take everything I said for the future when you play with a weak carry. But we will now start anew from soft support Snapfire. Our goal here, let's see, PL does not have a great time versus Sand King once Sand King has a few more levels. So we're helping Sand King get through the first few levels. And then Sand King actually has some kill combos with us. So compared to Spectre, which is a very weak laner, Sand King can actually be strong, and we can actually look for kills. You don't have to invest as heavily into the regen game like we were saying, like, oh, this guy's weak. And you could have weak offlaner. So like Necro would be weak offlaner. You need to help, so you'd buy similar stuff to I described. You still need enough that you can take aggressive plays, but you can wait a little longer because you can get more help from the Sand King. So if you don't, I would like...
one of the tangos or the salves of the starting items you could cut out and see, do I actually need them or not? But I would probably still get one because it's unlikely you will not need one. Like, one set of tangos is rarely enough for the full laning stage. Okay. Nitpicking time. Attack range. Turn that circle on if you watched the recent video. This one is already below 50. These two are too far, right? If we can harass, let's harass. But you saw Lina was coming over. You're like, okay, I don't want to get like 2v1, so I started backing up. That was totally the right call. Now, you can get in position to harass, but as you're walking, hit this creep. Just blast, blast, blast. I want to deny these creeps. So, like, you hit it once, but, like, I want it dead. That's, like, the final goal. I want that creep dead. And now we are walking out of range. So now I can't hit this stuff. Now, you might be thinking, like, okay, well, PL's walking up. I want to be able to harass him without drawing this creep aggro. That's fine. At the same time, the aggro is getting weird in this lane, right? Like, she's pulling 2 melee creeps this way. You can afford to do the same, especially because you guys are about to 2v1 the PL, and either he hits back and he misses these last hits anyways, or he gets the last hit, so, like, all the damage you're doing is free. And the damage you two can do is far more than, like, drawing the creep aggro of this. And it won't even, like, be that painful in the end, because, like, she also did this aggro. However, as position 4, or the off lane, drawing creep aggro is not as bad if it's throwing you off of equilibrium. Again, because you started in the worst case scenario possible, and if you screwed up, it goes into tower, dies, and resets right here. Like, it's not that bad. Your creep wave is not advantageous yet in terms of, like, pulling back this way. So if you mess it up, it's not the end of the world. If this was guaranteed pushing and then you screwed it up, that would be worse. This is still in that middle ground of, like, it could not. So if we mess with it a little bit, it's not a big deal. If you want it to push, we got to hit these things. So, like, I wouldn't leave and I would just keep hitting them and try to deny the PL. If I want to hit PL, fine, then don't care about, like, you know, drawing some equilibrium here. In the end, you're actually just, like, taking a long journey around the world. So everything I said, we're just like, we're not doing any of that. I'm just, like, taking a sightseeing trip, checking out the fall color. Some leaves are falling down already, you know, but, like, we still got some orange over here, right? But, like, there is action. There is shit going on right here. This is actually very important. And we are out of range. So that guy just got a free range creep. We are in range for the melee creep, and then I gave it to him. I set him up. Maybe you don't know your full damage and, like, what you can do. So be a little careful. That's learning moment. As you get a feel for, like, this is 2 last hits, this is 1 last hit, you know, fake him out, pretend to do it, stop. Maybe he does it, then you do the second. If he doesn't, then you just wait, right? If you hit him, he could hit it twice. If it's 2 or more, you can consider the trade-off. Okay, I'll let him hit the creep twice and get the last hit, but I can hit him 4 times in that period. Twice while he's doing that, and then twice while he runs away. That's a lot of damage. That's worth it. That's essentially the money he gets will go into a tango to make up the health that you just did to him, but it'll be less than that. And then if you kill him, even better, right? So, like, you kind of make that trade-off. I won't worry about you. You got it anyways. Amazing. I was going to say, if you miss that timing, like, barely, it's no big deal. All right, Lina's attack circle. Very long range. If you turn around this tree, this is, okay, this is her vision. She can't see you, she can't attack you. Hello, Lina, here I am, hit me. Hit me. We had to get that range creep, understandable. So then you went back, she can't see you. And then you're like, here I am, Lina, hit me. But what are you doing over here? You know, you're thinking about this deny, but this one's not worth it. This one's not like 2v1 versus the PL. We're in a safe spot. This is now we are 2v1, and, like, Sand King's over here. You're fine. You don't, like, need to take a bunch of damage for this. PL could walk over and, like, take this trade on you if they wanted. It would have been bad. You take a path that keeps you in Lina's vision the entire time, so she gets these extra auto attacks. If you cut this way and then go through these trees,
So like she was here, you'll cut past this tree, she'll try to walk up to find you, and then by the time she gets here, you're cutting into this tree, she won't see you again, and then by that point you just like fully back out, whatever. Cut this way, run this way, you might tank one auto attack, but then you'll be behind the tree again. You kind of like went this way, so I think you ended up taking 2. I think you were thinking about a pull, but you missed the timing. All right, I know Lena is over here. She can hit you right now if she is like in this area. And I don't know because she's in the tree line, so I can't see her. But I know she's over there because like I just saw her. So in terms of harassing the PL, I can do it from where you are, but I can also do it from here. I can zone him away. So the left is less likely to get me harassed. If I'm too scared, okay, he's too far under tower, then just stand near Sand King, and when these creeps get low, start hitting these creeps. Here, you're likely to take a couple pot shots from Lena. 1, 2. You're using a spell to return fire. I'm not gonna... We can kind of count that one, but she can also use a spell. And a lot of spells are roughly even. That's not 100% true, but it's the number of auto attacks I want to focus on here. She's hit you 3 times, and I think you're about to launch your first one. And now, like, PL's coming over. So part of the reason we just died is because we were walking into a hero who has almost... I can't do the math. You have 400 attack range, and she has like 650, 670. So that's why you're tanking so much damage here. Well, ignoring the PL also coming over. Circle tech, guys. It's all about circles. 1 auto attack from Lena. This is when you're in range. So you had to tank at least 1 auto attack for free. Technically, you also took a second one, but it was kind of a separate sequence, so whatever. You tank 1 auto attack for free because you walk into her attack range, like over here. So you want to be like moving around the trees if you're trying to get to her, but you also don't need to get to her because like this is the guy I care about. So I can just be over here and hit this stuff. And if she does the free hits on me from afar because she's a super long ranged hero, like Ancient Apparition will do this as well. That's why we're buying extra tangos. Because all the time she's attacking us, and I'm just going to like chew through the tangos and then keep hitting the PL. Because that's a bigger problem for them. If I take damage, like whatever, I'm a support, whatever. I don't need to farm. If this guy gets low, like they have problems. He is the carry. So like I'm going to buy extra tangos so I can just tank her attacks and then like hit this guy. Rather than use this scatter shot on the Lena, I'd rather just use it on the PL. But also, you took the full bore facet, so you want to hit her from afar, and you like walked up, point blank did it, so you actually got less damage anyways. Right? You keep trying to trade with Alina, but she keeps getting these free auto attacks on you. So this one's good. If she's here, we're gonna break into the attack range and not tank that free auto attack. So like this kind of trade in a vacuum would be much better. You're actually much lower health. So let's say you find your point blank. Let's see, we find your point blank. We now fight to the death. I die first because I have 430 health and she is at 580. She even has 4 wand charges. I guess we have 3 and then the fairy fire. Still though, she is a bit healthier than me. She's closer to her tower than me. And, well, in this case, PL may not want to come over. Point is, though, if I have to run first, then I will continue to take damage for her. And it's going to get worse and worse. So when you're this health and you're trying to heal up, you don't really, like, want to go find her. You want to just, like, sit in the lane and poke for free and, like, hit creeps or do pulls and stuff. Right? But like you don't need to go find Alina because Lena wasn't bothering you. She wasn't bothering Sand King. So like I don't care what she's doing. She might be pulling, but we blocked this actually. So like I don't care what she's doing. If she wants to cycle around this tree line, let her. Then I'm going to be over here hitting creeps, hitting PL, and I'm doing stuff, and she is going to have to come over at that point. And if she doesn't, then I'm winning. But if I go look for her, now we're both not doing anything. Even if this was a good trade, while you mess with Lena, Phantom Lancer is going to have the freedom to farm because Sand King is not strong enough yet to fully punish him on his own. You need to give him a few more levels. Like, this is kind of what happens, right? It's like, uh-oh, now I gotta run, and she's just like hitting you for free. We might live, but we're having to use a bunch of regen, and now I'm pretty low. Okay, Lotus. I think you mostly could have just poked in the lane until level 3. Like, just keep using Little Shredder on PL. Wait for level 3 to use Fire Snap Cookie with Sand King. Potentially, you could do it like level 2, like QW, if you thought you had a kill opportunity. But, like, you guys have a good combo together. But we're constantly on our own versus the Lina. So, the combo never comes into play. Okay, you don't really need to use that spell. If you miss a last hit, it's 18 gold. That mana will be part of, like, trying to get kills. So it's not really worth it. I think this... I don't know if that was intentional or not, but... if you had let that creep wave go through, Sand King could probably meet the creep wave here and then be in a really good spot. Because these 4 creeps are supposed to fight these 4 creeps. PL dragged us under tower. This was actually a small pull that ruined equilibrium. So we lost a little bit of gold, but we're actually going to gain gold in the long run if we get equilibrium here. This pull could work if you feel you can fight over this pull and get the majority of the last hits on the camp. Which in this case, you will likely have to use Scatterblast to outdamage Dragon Slave, to have a chance at outdamaging Dragon Slave. Otherwise, Lina's actually the most likely one to secure this last hit with Dragon Slave, which is then kind of a downer. It's like, oh, I'm giving them an extra hard camp rather than like maintaining good equilibrium. Yeah, some of your Scatterblasts are... okay, full bore Scatterblast. Secure range creeps or use it as part of hitting heroes on a kill attempt, if not both, right? When PL's next to the range creep, hit both. But avoid the other creeps as much as possible. Otherwise, you're just going to, like, shove the lane in a lot. And it's going to become hard to, like, cookie, burrow strike, run someone down because we have to do it under their tower. I haven't seen us, like, pull the lane back yet. And I know it's a little hard on Sand King because of his passive, but it is doable in the early levels. It is, especially the early levels. Once it gets later, it is much harder to pull it back. And then you want to shove it, but you don't do that too soon. Okay, we bought boots, but I can't do anything with the boots. Like, if I rotate over, I have no mana to, like, do anything. So in those cases, you may want to buy the other stuff first, like buy the clarity or like wait, hold the boots, get a clarity, bring both out. You should leave the lane now, though. You should come over here. If you timed it a little better, you could bring the hard camp into this. That would be acceptable. If you can't, that's okay. Earlier, we were talking about like one should supports rotate. Here, you can hit this, drag it to the camp. In this case, these are 2 non-rune heroes, Sniper versus Necro. So it's like not a huge deal if you don't come over here. If something else is going on, that's fine. Or if you have wards and you think, I'm just going to double stack, that's also okay this game. But we should be thinking about it more than just like sitting in this lane. Notice we're not like doing that much. We're sitting here for a pull that Sand King can do. Right, Sand King stood in the lane watching you wait here, but like you just leave and Sand King do this. So we're here, but I'm not really able to do anything. I know you have the stick charges, but I can't do both. And is this guy gonna die? Like, Sniper's not even here with you. He's like over here getting this, and he has no shrapnel charges. This looks like a really hard kill. Oh shit, it happened. Eat shit, Zach. Necro players, take a Ghost Shroud versus enemy heroes that primarily right-click. So when they use their right-clicking abilities, you can Ghost Shroud. You can save a skill point for it if you think you need to. But that usually helps out. You can TP for this. I mean, you can't. You don't have the mana. But if you make a mid play and then you're like, I think we're going to lose the Wisdom Rune, it is 100% worth it to teleport and go for it. That should, if you are in the middle of this, your offlaner should come over. If there's a huge creep wave in and the offlaner doesn't want to do it, the 5 support should be thinking about TPing and doing this. It's really important to get this. You guys are now, can we see it here? Yeah. Without the Wisdom Shrine, this is what will happen. You two are level 3. We can round up to level 4. You guys are pretty close. Level 4 to level 5 supports, because they got both Wisdom Shrines. So that means coming up, they're going to hit level 6 while you guys are level 5. So then they're going to have Track and Laguna. How are we going to fight that? Because we aren't going to have, at least your ult. I guess technically Ogre will have his because of Learning Curve. But if it's like any other support than Ogre, right? Like, we will be missing 2 ultimates. Most pub games, they won't capitalize on that. And then it's going to be okay. But it's a really good habit to build. Like, you should always be going for 1 Wisdom Shrine. I'm actually kind of bad about this. I'll be real. I've been slipping on it lately. I've not been prioritizing like being here enough. I think you have a courier on the way. Okay. So we're going to look at this courier and then we're going to judge you. If there's a Bassi on this courier and nothing else, my question is, so what can we do? Because 8 minutes is coming up. I'm going to want to do stuff. And the Bassi will give you enough mana to do stuff in about 2 minutes. And at that point, I'm going to have missed my 8-minute window. And I'm not even sure we're going to have enough mana for the 10-minute window. So what we really need is a Clarity, maybe a Mango, Observer Sentries. I'm looking at your map. It's pretty dark, and there's a bounty, right? Observer Sentries, maybe even the Dust. Could be the Mango or Clarity we talked about. That would probably be enough. I mean, you don't have to buy like literally all of that, but like some combination. And then if you had enough mana for enough money for the Sage's Mask to start getting the long-term regen, then that's okay. But we need to cover the short term first, and then we can think about the long term. There's a Bassi on this courier. So let's see what we can do at 8 minutes. Not gonna be able to do much at 8 minutes. Unless we die. Oh, the one trick they don't want you to know. How do I refill all my mana at once? Have you considered dying? It is kind of legitimate. Sometimes there are times to die to like refill on resources. But that is a case. Actually, I just did a coaching yesterday. Same thing with Arcane Boot recipe. Like, I know finishing the Arcane Boots is really nice, but when you're at Boots, Bassi, you always got to think like, is there other stuff I got to do? Like, I might finish the Arcane Boots, but also I need Detection and I don't have Detection. Oh, I need Town Portal Scroll. I have enough mana and I can't show up to the fight. You know, like there's other things you got to cover first, and you sometimes have to delay these kind of items. Alternatively, at 8 minutes, instead of walking up and dying, just double stack. This is very secure. You're a ranged hero. You can do it very easily. Every time you double stack, just round 200 gold, right? 200 gold every double stack. Super consistent. Very nice for Sand King and Sniper. Attempting a kill is iffy. Depends how the lane is going. Depends how strong you are, right? but we could get a kill, could get nothing, could be killed. So it's very up in the air compared to like this. It looks like you're double stacking. Very guaranteed 200 gold. So if you're uncertain, let's just get the free money for my AoE clearing cores, get them stronger, and then because we hit item timing sooner, maybe we can get a kill off of that. Or I know I can get a kill, so let me do that instead of double stacking. Like, that's fine too. This game, your timing is like Spectre 6, which just got used without us. That's fine. That's something to make plays around. Sniper has been doing well, so he can rotate. I don't think he actually wants to go Ags first, but that's not the point of this review. You can work around them. Your goal here would be to get XP and get level 6. We're not going to cover it because we're focusing in on the laning stage this game, but that would be your like next thing to do here. Why are these 8 and 10 minute windows important? Great question. Power rune. Yeah, Sherlock said it, but to go into a little bit more detail, this happens to be 2 heroes where it does not matter that much because these 2 heroes are really bad at rotating and they don't build bottle. But usually the bottle refill alone, where the heck is the bottle? So the bottle gives you 110 health and then 60 mana. You got 3 charges. Little bit of rounding, but that's like a salve worth of health, and then like 2-ish mangoes, or we can throw it at like a clarity and like a set of tangos, you know, like mix and match a little bit. It's pretty fast, so like to some extent you can compare it to like Fairy Fire Mango Salve instead of like Clarity Tango, whatever. The point is it's a good amount of regen for your mid laner, which they will then convert into kills or farm. Plus then the actual power rune. So like amplify damage, invis, haste, regen, all really good. And if you get it for your team, you're going to start snowballing. This is why, depending on your rank, it's more important to rotate at higher ranks because they're going to make use of it. They know their heroes. They know the difference. At lower ranks, they're not going to go for it. You're going to be like, hey, the rune's here. And they're like, cool. I'm going to keep missing last it's here. I'll get that one later. You know, or they're going to get it. They're going to dive way too hard. They shouldn't have dived. They're going to feed. The rotations matter less at lower ranks. But higher ranks, it's very important to go. All right. That's the laning stage. I think you had my number one thing to take back or like to give you is to cut back your moments in the lane of like, I feel I need to go find something to do. Like that's what led to, I think 2 or 3 of your deaths, or at least some bad trades. As you're like, like no creeps are low yet. I guess I'll go find Lina in the jungle. Just sit there. It's okay. Just wait. And PL will walk back up. It's like the tide, okay? The tide goes in and the tide goes out. And it can be explained in Dota, unlike real life. So when he will come back in as the creeps get low, and the creeps will get low because they're hitting each other. So it's very timing based. So when nothing is going on, something will eventually happen. Like they're not going to stay in there in stasis forever, right? So just wait, let it come up to you, and then you can like do something. You don't have to go find Lina in the jungle unless there's something like, oh, I think she's going to deward and I can beat her with Little Shredder. Sure. Oh, it's time to like go body block. That's fine, you know? But if you don't need to do that stuff and you've got nothing to do, I'll just wait. I'll just wait for the creeps to get low. I'll wait for PL to walk back up, and then like bam, 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 I'll get him. Little Shredder him. Okay, we have to do Valcraxes. I'm going to copy and paste that one. For this rank Guardian, you don't, even if it was a more bottle heavy mid lane, if you didn't want to rotate, I would understand. As you go up though, I would recommend that.
Yeah, it's a good question. Here's my very quick summary, but of course, depending on the game, you adjust. 3-minute Lotus, very important to go for. Well, there's other things you can do. Be aware of it and then make your decision. 6-minute Lotus is not that important compared to the Power Rune and the stack into the Power Rune, which you can do from position 4. Way more important than the Lotus. So if you can prioritize that and you think it's a good game for it, I would always pick that over a Lotus Rune. It's only when there's like no reason to rotate for whatever case that comes up, or like you're actively getting kills, something, you know, in your lane, then you go for the Lotus after that. 7-minute, do the Wisdom Shrine, steal it or get your own. If you're getting your own, be there early so you can stack as well. And then 8 and 10-minute Power Runes. Those are all really good timings to go for. You don't have to go for every single one, but you should at least be aware of it, and you should be making an active choice of I'm going to go or not. I think I already... Oh, no, never mind. Here we go. It should be an active choice to not go. That's fine. Don't forget about it, even though the end result is the same, because then eventually you'll run into a situation where the active choice is yes, but you're not in the habit to think about it, and then you'll miss it. We're gonna do Valkrex's first, and then we'll get more replays from chat. Okay, this one, I gotta reread this. I didn't listen to the chat bot read it out. How do you play the lane when the enemy support outranges you significantly and makes it difficult to do anything? We pulled together later, but the lane itself was rough. We kind of touched on this in the game we just watched with the Snapfire versus Lina. But Venge has the very similar issue, also a very short-ranged hero at, oh, it's the same 400. I didn't realize they're like exactly the same. And your versus maybe, what is this actually? Maybe Rubik, though his items kind of look, he kind of looks like he's a mid Rubik. What's going on over here? Let's just speed up and go find out. The one we just watched is very similar. I didn't know. It's okay. Perfectly fine. We can hammer the points home again. Or we'll just see it like in a different circumstance. Okay, we do a little damage there. I don't mind throwing the magic missile. I play a lot of Dota. I kind of know you're not going to kill her with that blood grenade, so I know it's not worth it to throw the blood grenade. If you're not sure, then it's fine. Throw it out. But essentially in the future, if you know you can get a kill or you think it's close, do it. And anytime you know it's not going to get a kill and you're just doing it for extra damage, it's not really worth it. Just keep it till later. Or at least till you're in your lane. For the starting bounties, it's not usually worth it to throw it for a little bit of extra damage. In the lane, and you're like, I think we can get like 200 more damage here even though we don't get the kill, that could be worth it as long as most of the damage is not just the blood grenade. Like, oh, I think we'll get another set of spells off. Oh, I think we can get like 3 more attacks with this blood grenade, whatever. That's worth it because that starts creating a big difference where they're too low to approach the lane, and you'll make up the money of that blood grenade in the denies or securing last hits, whatever. If you do this, this is perfect. If you block the lane late and you come like you did, there's a very high chance they are leaving from here and they will see you, or they are about to start approaching the lane like here, and they will see you coming from this way, and it will become obvious what you did. This is one such scenario where, from Lina's perspective, it should now be super obvious what has just happened, and she should unblock this. Does she have a sentry? Yes. So now we're kind of held hostage here of like, as soon as I walk away, my sentry is dead. So now I gotta like sit here and fight the Lina. Is that good? Is it bad? Who knows? I'm not here helping in my own lane. What is going on? You guys lane swapped? You want to avoid the Tide versus Ursa. I see you. Oh, very fun. That's not what we're focused on. So hold this and do it later. Play most of the first wave, and at the end, walk over and either block it late, like drop the sentry from afar, or just body block, and then you can save the sentry. if you see Lina in the lane right now and you're over here, you could just like sentry now, stuff like that. So while she's doing this, I know she wants to do it, right? So look at this Ursa that I know is 2v1, and he is next to the creep he wants to last hit, and we're both over here, right? Like, what are we doing? Let's get in there, you know, punch this guy. This is one benefit of like, oh, the enemy support is late to lane for whatever reason. They started down here. I know they're dead, first blood. I know they're dewarding me, whatever. I know they're running around the jungle, warding and blocking late, as we see often in our replays of ourselves doing it. Our opponents do it as well, which is why I always push you guys, be in the lane, because when you're in the lane, this is 2v1. Hit this Ursa, right? And then he's going to go, where the hell is my support? Why is this Lina useless, right? He's going to get angry right away that he's lost so much health, but we're just letting him be here. Or if we are goofing off in the jungle as well with the other support, then it's a one-on-one and he gets to do this. But I don't want him to do that. I want to be in the lane. I want to be hitting this guy. If you're worried about Lina coming from here and hurting you, then we just hit him as we move to the left side. And Lina will have to walk this way. And then if she tries to do anything, she's going to mess up the creeps. If we stand here, she will get to fight us without dealing with the creeps. So that's... I didn't fully specify that in the last game, but as the short-ranged hero, that is one way you can deal with it. You stand on the opposite side of the lane of the long-ranged hero. This tree, earlier I mentioned you can like tango back here, or sorry, not tango, sentry back here to block the camp. That's one reason this tree is important. The other reason is that if you eat this tree with a tango or your offlaner quelling blades it, whatever, this tree is super good for the offlane because now Venge, what you just did was you body blocked and then you took only 2 autos actually, not the end, but that's still 100 raw damage you had to take. If this tree had been cut, you could have just like ran through here for free and save 1 tango charge. So if anytime you have a tango to use and you're choosing a tree to cut and you're over here, choose this tree. And if offlaners, you're in this area with the quelling blade, just go ahead and cut that tree preemptively. It's not that useful for the safe lane. I mean, they can path through here too, but like, why would they have? They're body blocking their own small camp. Like, what are they doing, you know? So it's not as useful for them. It's way better for the offlane to have this tree cut. And then if you want, cut these trees as well for a couple of reasons. One, there is a sentry spot that is starting to get more popular. If you don't have a quelling blade, you just put it in this rough area and it covers most of this box, but the edge of the circle stops like right here. But these trees prevent sentries from going in this corner, so it's fine. So if you have a quelling blade and you cut these trees, this spot is now kind of iffy to use because like you might miss this bottom left corner. For this rank, that doesn't matter as much because most people are probably not using this spot in Guardian. They're probably putting their sentries here or here. That's where Lina put hers, right? So it doesn't matter. But if you play like high rank party games, you can cut this tree. Especially because mind games aside on the sentries, when this camp gets pulled and the creeps are here, the way they fight, the small camp creeps are like right here. So as the offlaner, we actually saw this in the Snapfire game. We'll see if it comes up. When you're standing over here, you want to kill the small camp as quickly as you can to mess up whatever they have done. Like if they have done a proper small pull, you definitely want to do this. If they've done a bad small pull, you can punish it even harder by killing a small camp. But to see the small camp from over here, because of this tree line, you have to stand up here, which is much more dangerous in terms of taking damage and the enemy creeps aggroing to you. If you kill this camp or these trees, you can now stand here and like see into the small camp and do stuff. Same with these trees. This tree is really good to break as the position 4 because you can see through here really safely here. If these trees are up and they're doing a pull, you only see the creeps when they're here and you're back here at that point. Like it's way too late to do anything about. But if you see it here, this tree cut and you can see into the camp, as soon as they start moving, you know to like walk up and mess with them. You can even see like the enemy hero moving in or like launching an auto attack, whatever, even if you can't see like where they are because they like came through here. And then if you cut both trees, same idea. You can like see through this area. So even though they have done a pull and we're having a tough time as the offlane, I can see what's happening. So I can time trying to like snipe last hits, things like that. Just if you have Quelling Blades or if you're like choosing which trees to eat. These are really good trees to prioritize. Safe lane, these trees. These ones right here can be good, can be bad. Can be good in the sense that when you're unblocking the camp, sometimes people block behind these and you have to like run around like this. So if these camps are blocked, then you can just like look and see it and you're good to go. Same if you cut this tree. It's good because you can see the spot I talked about without having to like run all the way around. It's bad because now the enemy can like run through here. So a little bit of a trade-off. The downside of cutting these trees is that a lot of people do what Lina does, which is put the sentry up here. And now this tree line being gone, the position 4 can see it more easily. The benefit to that, though, is that while you're cutting all these trees, go ahead and cut this tree, and then your 5 support can go ahead and just put the sentry up here, which will cover the whole box if one of these trees is cut. And then you don't care that this tree line is now cut as well, because the sentry's over here. The 4 support's got to go like walk around the world to go find it. You don't really have to cut any trees in this camp for the safe lane. Though if you want to cut a tree to like also run through, you could. Like for example, cutting this tree back here gives you a run through path as you body block and then run away this way. Or cutting these trees down so you can like stand here and like see what's happening in the camp. So where you are now is pretty good for I can't get hit by Lina, right? She's over here, I'm here. You're full mana. Stun this guy. LMAO, get wrecked, nerd. Stun him and then deny this creep in front of him and then walk away, right? We're sitting at full mana, so we might as well use it. But also, if you were thinking about various other heroes who have slows, attack slows especially, stuns, things like that, you could use it whenever. You'll always get that value. If you can time it with creeps, you get extra value. You got a free auto attack in there, so that's good in terms of harass. If you were lower on mana, you don't have to stun him. But since you're full mana, I say why not, you know? Make him miss a range creep. The range creep at this point was like 10% of his net worth. Not quite. A little less than that. Later on, it won't be as important to like use mana for that. But in the very first few waves, it's actually pretty worth it to like make people miss range creeps and banner creeps and things like that. Like what you're doing right now is fairly good in terms of not engaging with the Lina. She's poking you, but you were hitting creeps, right? So now look what's happening. I take the damage up front right now while Lina's messing with me. Boys, what's going on? I think they're fighting a little bit. We tank the damage up front, but look at what's happening to the creeps because I was damaging them. So now we're gonna go lane back here soon, and then I'm good, right? Like I can take my time to heal up. Lina, if she stays here, she could keep poking, but then we're in a good spot. We have the tower regen. We're like happy. She goes, okay, I gotta go fix it. I gotta go use one of these camps. Now she's out of the lane. Now I can hit Ursa, right? If we are here and she doesn't need to pull and she's in a better spot, then I'm gonna have a bad time as the short range here. I'm just gonna keep getting pelted. So I gotta do something to mess up equilibrium, bring it out over here, and then now I'm gonna have some options to catch back up in terms of harass potential. Is also why you usually need to buy enough tangos, because we are 2 minutes into the lane and that's our last tango. That's okay, but I need that third tango by the time this is done. Even if you buy it now and ship it out, there'll still be about like 10 seconds for it to arrive that we can't be healing in. So as you get to the last tango and like based on the heroes and stuff like that, that's why you kind of want to buy it ahead of time. Because as soon as this tango is done, I'm still going to need to heal. So I want another tango like right away. And there's going to be a gap now. See, like we're doing it late. So let's see what that timing ends up being. But it'll probably amount to about 100 health a difference. We're going to talk about that in a moment once I finish. Never mind, you're going to die. Body block? Oh, damn. Might have mattered in terms of like the tangos and stuff. Okay, this is the same with the Snapfire. You guys are like,
I got to go find the Lina. I got to do things. You don't have to do things, guys. Don't let the core players make you anxious. They're always flaming us. It's okay to just sit and watch. Venge can look at this lane. 2 ranged, 3 melee. 2 melee, 1 range. This equilibrium right here is not amazing, but in 15 seconds, we'll be here, and we're going to be feeling a lot better. I don't have to do anything. They have to do things. You make that choice based on the equilibrium and other things like hero health and stuff like that. But like equilibrium is number 1. And when I can tell equilibrium is coming towards me, why should I have to do anything? I am in the successful position. They have to do something about it. So you need to get in the habit of like looking at where the creeps are going and envision the future, because that will determine what we do in the present. And that's the hard part about Dota, is like seeing 2 timelines at once. But then you won't feel this pressure to like walk up like this. We can maybe identify this as a positioning mistake anyways, but I think the reason of the positioning mistake is because you're feeling like I gotta be doing something. I gotta hit Lina. I gotta go find something and be useful as a support. But you were useful. You hit those creeps earlier. Those 2 creeps like you were hitting while Lina hit you, that was my present action that will set the future, and now I'm done. Now I'm chilling. Now I might even be like waiting and coming over here to double stack, knowing that this will come out to this situation. Even though I died, it's still pushing out, right? So like, I don't have to do anything in the lane. Can I do something else? I can mess with this stuff, or depending on the timing, I can rotate for runes, twin gate, double stacks over here. We have Venge, Wave of Terror, so you can actually do it, right? That's my opportunity. Instead of feeling like, oh, I got to do something, so let me go find that Lina, it should actually be, I don't have to be in the lane because it's moving this way. Can I do like any of this stuff that usually, oh, we're here at equilibrium, I got to be here, right? But now I don't have to do anything, so let me go find something else back here to do, not like up here. For the easy camp D-ward spot, you don't need to cut the tree. Yeah, you mean this DoorDash? Nice. What do you think he got, guys? If you mean this spot, you don't have to cut the tree, but it won't see this corner. Once we finish this replay, let's come show it. Because a lot of people don't know this spot, so I'll show it to you guys. All this. Yeah, anyone put me in there? Oh, it's cringe. Never mind. I don't want to be there, guys. I don't want to be there. How do I submit a match to be coached? It is a random replay system, unless you want to donate. Totally optional, but that's actually what we're doing right now. Those will be prioritized. Otherwise, we pop this up, and it's just like random people submit in the chat, match IDs, questions, and then we just pick randomly. And we usually do quite a few. We do this most Mondays and Wednesdays as long as I'm streaming, not casting, stuff like that. The thing they were cringing about was actually hype as heck. I didn't watch any of it. I have no idea what was going on. They were doing a epic Warframe live cover. I don't even know what that means. I am so out of it. I'm the fakest content creator. I have no idea what was going on there at the awards. Okay, a little minor thing here. All right, figuring out where to go, right? I know Lina is in this area. So just imagine the big ass circle. Because Urs is here, so you can be seen by them, right? That means Lina sees you, but we don't see Lina. Even if I had equivalent attack range, Lina will hit me first from Fog of War, and I'll be behind in the trade. So I have to imagine the circle of where Lina could be. She could be like anywhere in this area, and that covers through about here. So right now, as I want to go do things in the lane, I want to move this way. if I cut to the left, I won't take any damage, and I will see Lina at some point. Like if I stand here, I start to see into this area. And when Lina steps out to try to get me, like we'll see each other at the same time, and I'll be out of range. Or I guess she's seen us the whole time because of the lane, but like I'll see her before she can attack me, so I won't take the damage, and that's like the important thing. When you walk in like this, that's why Lina gets to attack you for free. She maybe could have even gotten more off. I don't know where she was actually standing, but here we go. There's the 1-out attack for free, and you end up turning to the left, so it looks like we're disengaging. But let's say we wanted to fight, you would turn to the right, and then by the time you close the distance, especially because you're shorter attack range, you would start your animation, and she would start her attack. As part of the circle tech video, I actually cut out a really deep dive into this because it was like adding so much length to the video. I tried to cut it out, and I still saw a comment saying like I'm repeating the same point. So like, longer ranged heroes. I'll recreate it for you guys, for the live viewers. We'll come back to this replay. We're at 340. Let's do it. Okay, we can cover everything at once. Hang on, where are we? Armory, world. More education. This is where the deep dives happen. All right, first, let's do this one. This will be faster to demonstrate. Where the heck is Venge? I keep forgetting she got moved back. Ooh, wrong one. I want to be the Venge. Should have used Soul Strike? Whatever. And then we need a Lina. Let's recreate this. And then I need a Sentry, and then a Quelling Blade, and I need a Sentry. Okay, so we're gonna pretend we're the safe lane first. So the spot over here, if you don't have a tree like cut, so if you place it like here, you'll see that this covers most of the box except that bottom corner. You can shift it down a little bit. If there's another spot you're talking about that I don't know of, okay, then that's what I need to know. But as far as I know, there is not a spot because they kept shifting stuff around to prevent this. And you end up having to place your sentry somewhere like here, which will obviously cover anything in here. And then for the corners, all right, I didn't place it high enough. So you can see this is the hard thing with this spot if you don't use the Quelling Blade to like cut one of these trees. Where like so at the edge of the corners, I needed to put this one a little higher. But down here, where the circle is not covering, I can't place it because of this tree. Which is why if this tree is cut, I gotta move Venge over to see it. If this tree is cut, Lina can now put this here. Whether she should or not, because it'll overlap with this, is a separate issue. But these are the two corners you got to be careful of if using this spot, which usually you should play this high enough to at least cover this corner and then just trust the trees cover this one. But if you can cut... Where the hell's a Quelling Blade? If you can cut like this tree, now I can put the sentry in here and it easily covers all this stuff. Oh, and then while we're here... like there, just slowly move your mouse in, it'll block the camp, and you know most fives are gonna like drop the sentry here. If you're de-warding the camp actually and you don't want to have to go check this spot, you can put your sentry here. The temporary sentry vision will give you vision of this area, and then you can like do the cycle up here. But then this is arguably easier to find the second time around for the position 4 than your sentry like up here. Okay. Attack range, which let's actually... It'll actually be easier to be the Lina, I think, in this case. The Hex Venge.
Okay. I did this down here with like Clockwork and Pugdun stuff when I was like doing the video. So because this is my attack range, and this is Venge's, right? So like when Venge is here, she still has distance to go. So like when we attack each other, I usually get 1 auto attack for free. I gave her Soul Strike, so she's attacking a lot faster. But essentially, because I'm the longer ranged hero, and then you factor in like human delay and stuff like that, you usually take like 1 auto attack for free. And then once you're close, these trades are even, you know, to some degree, damage and attack speed and stuff like that. If this hero has to run first, you now take an exit fee, which is that Lina attacks you again as you run. And then hopefully you're out of her attack range after 1 auto attack and not more. Depending when you time it as well could make a difference because of the attack animation, depending how you kite, right? So like if I go now, definitely only 1 auto attack. If I'm like waiting to go at a certain point, and depending how she's kiting, I may end up taking more damage. If you are the shorter ranged hero, you only want to take the entry fee damage, the first auto attack, when you are going to be able to outtrade the Lina, and she will have to run first. So she will take the exit fee where you attack 1 more time before she gets out of range. And that equalizes it. You take the entry, she takes the exit. This is easiest when you're like the melee heroes. Tusk, Clockwork. Usually that's actually a little too extreme. But the point is, for like those melee heroes, you have damage block and you typically have higher stats. So like when you tank the auto attack going in, they will have to run first once they're melee, like once you're in range, and that's where you hit them 1 more time and then they run away and you're good to go. For ranged heroes, it's like harder to do, although Soul Strike Venge was apparently one such case where she will outdamage the Lina. Jakiro, good XP with 3rd spell, maybe? Sorry, what do you mean? What do you mean with the XP? Explanation? Good morning, by the way, as well. Some people do like the missile. I don't really like it because it takes a while to ramp up, and in the late game it's like, how many lasses do people really have? 200 to 400, let's say. I think you get like an extra 100 damage to 200. It just doesn't feel like that worth it to me. Soul Strike, even if you don't build melee items, you attack faster because you have the base attack time, and I kind of think that's worth it on its own. I think you also one-shot ranged, one-shot melee, one-shot couriers because your ranged attack is actually a melee attack. There we go, words. I usually like it more, but I don't think going missile is wrong. People do that as well. Frankly, neither just feel that amazing for the lane because you're just that weak of a laner. Yeah, the candy corn is like the best one. I love the candy corn cursor. It's the best. Okay, wait. I was gonna resume this, but give me 1 second. I need water. We are running out of... There's no water in here. Hydration important. Last night, I had a very good taste of water. You know what's really... Okay, you know, people are like, oh, when you go exercise or it's a hot day out, whatever, and then you have cold water, that's the best. That is pretty good. You know what's even better than that? When you wake up in the middle of the night and you're really thirsty, and then you have ice cold water. Because now there's also the extra, the taboo, the excitement of like, should I really be drinking this water? I'm gonna have to pee in the middle. I'm gonna wake up again later having to go to the bathroom because I drank all this water. Extra excitement. That's the best water. Right. Oh, perfect. Right there. Do you see where Venge lost sight? Couldn't see the creeps because these trees weren't cut. Also, I don't know if you should walk away, actually. Kind of left, but those creeps, like Faceless wasn't there yet, so you should just be like getting those creeps. Oh, I think about 2 sets of tangos. Overcorrected. Like right now, when you have this 6 tango, we need to be healing. Take one of these trees. This is why it's really important. It seems like a pretty minor habit to like, oh, you know, I forgot to tango for a little bit. The whole entry fee, exit fee thing I poorly explained earlier on the fly. The reason it's so important to like tango early is that you want to stay healthier so that they tank the fees. Like, oh, I'm going to die first. I got to run. So then you get the extra auto attack in. And then because you keep putting the pressure on while they're low, they keep having to run, and you either get more last hits and denies, or you keep harassing them more than they harass you. And if you have the advantage, but you forget to tango for a while, and they do remember, then that's where we're gonna like end up falling behind. Okay. So here's that moment earlier we talked about where she hits you. And then you go, run away this way, right? And then you like fully, you're like, well, I'm Jun. I'll never do that again. And you like leave. But really, we made our mistake, okay? Go back this way. There's still creeps, right? We're still laning here. If you want to pull, I guess. But actually, we still have time, right? You can like still walk up and then walk back. And then Wave of Terror, pull this if you have to. Or like, if you walk over now, I guess you could do it. But I mean, Lena should see you and stop you. And then I'm low. So, like, she'll keep winning, you know? Like, she should be standing in this area to prevent you from doing this. She could stand here more defensively. If she wants to be really aggressive, do it here. Defensive, do it here. She can do it aggressively because Faceless Void's a little further away. So instead of tangoing this tree, tango this one. You actually want this tree alive if you're the off lane. Actually, let me correct that. If you're the shorter ranged hero, you want these trees that break line of sight that let you get close. These trees can also be used that way. It just so happens that we're going to use this tree to see this camp. So that's why it's like worth the trade-off. But this tree, she could be like right here and you can like loop around. It was the Clockwork and Venomancer example I used over here in the video. Like Clockwork broke that tree, but he should keep it alive so he can get close to Lena without her seeing it. Or the Venomancer in that example. For you, it would be you versus Lena. I don't think you even need to Wave of Terror there. So here... All right, as soon as this happens, I know we're good. This was a small pull. So this wave is actually supposed to be fighting a full health wave that's over here. So at this point, I just need to make sure they don't do a hard pull. You don't need to go this way because you're tanking the range creep. And the time to hard pull is not quite yet. I mean, I guess they could attempt it going this way right now. But like, de-aggro this first and then come over will be a little safer. If you think it's too dangerous to go over, that's okay too. You can de-aggro and then just fight for the hard camp. But you don't actually need to go look, and then you don't need to do this Wave of Terror because you're actually damaging the creeps, and we actually want to like keep it healthy and be in this area. There's enough creeps where it's like not that big of a deal, especially because Wave of Terror is a pretty low damage ability. That's pretty good, although the range creep ended up in front. This is what you want to look for here. Speaking of like random Wave of Terrors, this is when you want to use it. This is the time she should be thinking about pulling to get the hard camp into this area. So now you Wave of Terror here. You can even do it sooner to like mess up the timings. Oops. I think you saw Ursa move this way, but I won't sweat it too hard. The bigger thing I want to highlight here is that you don't need to do it. So in terms of equilibrium, it's not ideal, but this creep wave is under the tower, and this creep wave is at this pull camp, which is almost dead, right? This is the last creep. If you hit this creep, it's actually burning to death anyways. Like, at this point, it's good. Even if you two were too scared to go to this melee creep, these creeps will kill this melee creep. The equivalent is here dying to the tower. That means these are now all the extra creeps. This wave is waiting for... this wave is about, like, here-ish right now. They might do a small pull. It'll just shove out over time. There's no hard camp because it won't have respawn yet. Maybe. I guess they could, like, maybe do a connected pull, stuff like that. But Faceless Void shouldn't be useless. He should be here doing something, like preventing that and all that stuff. So you are now free, 547, to go do something else. In this case, it'll be Power Rune. Other times, you know, maybe double stacking, whatever. But you don't have to go do anything. Even as, like, Lena showing here, he doesn't have Time Walk, so there's no, like, actual play to make here. Maybe you didn't know that, but, like, even then, I still don't need to go aggressive because the equilibrium is coming our way. And Lena Ursa are stronger heroes than Faceless Void Venge, especially with the start they're having, right? Not only by default are they stronger, but they're actively ahead in this lane. So, like, I have no need to fight if I don't have to. So let's go do something else. Did the replay show in-game chat? They should. Unless someone's muted. It'll show all chat, actually, to be clear. It shows all chat, but not team chat. Is prioritizing mana regen and lane on Venge worth it? For those enemy outrange me lanes where the only way to chip their HP is with the stun. No, I wouldn't. Venge's trades are good in synergy with her teammate because the negative armor works with the teammate. So you either... Okay, look. Because Venge is actually... She's like a pseudo-core, pseudo-support. She's in like this mixed identity world right now. She has 65 damage. That's actually pretty solid when it comes to going for denies. I know, okay, Ursa's pretty farm now with the phase boot, so maybe it'll still be tough. But, like, the point is, like, Venge's base damage is pretty solid, and her animation is good. So, like, even if you can't out-harass enemies, like, just focus on denies and buy tangos. Like, we may not be getting a bunch of money, and we may have to spend money on regen, but the guy's not getting money because I'm denying things, and I'm making him work for it. If you try to harass with spells, it's just not very cost-effective. Like, this is not... I mean, the mana to damage is actually, like, solid once you're level 2. Level 1, it's not good. Level 2, it's starting to become decent. But you don't have, like, a great mana pool for it. So, it's not really something you should try to itemize towards. You should look for like 2-on-1 fights, and otherwise like focus on creeps. This is why she's usually a better 5, because then the other option is like small pulls, which you can do. The 4 support can attempt hard pulls, but these are easier to contest. So it's easier to play Venge with like the advantages of the safe lane. Yeah. I don't think you saw it. Tranquils are... I think it depends on the game. Tranquils are okay because Boots of Bearing can be a good item for revenge depending on the lineup. I'd say actually this game is not like too bad. I also think depending on what items you plan to build, they'll help cover Venge's mana cost, like a neutral item plus like 4 staff. I like the Arcane Boots a little bit more as well, but I don't think Tranquils are too bad. I think it depends a bit on the game. Especially they have like Bloodseeker, they have Zeus, Natures, these random abilities that are gonna hit you for like 300 damage, and then what? You know, like I just can't play the game, I guess, because I like lost all my health to a random ultimate. By the time I walk home and walk back out, another Nature's ult hits me, so I walk back home, you know? I think in those cases, the Triangles are pretty good over the Arcanes. You may also not have teammates that need Arcane Boots. And your mana spells, like your mana costs are not that expensive. Unless you're spamming them to farm. And that's where you just have to be more careful if you're doing Tranquils. It's a party over here. Ah. What is fogging? I don't really use that term very much, but for Dota, I would assume people are using it to like fog of war people. Like we were saying, like turn the tree line. So like Lena's standing here and I'm standing here. She can hit me like all around here. Lena's standing here. I can be like right here and she can't see me. So when I'm standing here and Lena's here, instead of running this way, I could fog of war her by running down and then she can't see me even though I'm in range. I don't think I usually use the term fogging though. I think I've heard people use it. What time range in game do you usually expect for to get a Bassi? Depends on the hero. If your offlaner can use the Bassi as well, you can get it as your first item. Like you get your starting items. You probably buy like a Sentry, Tango, Salve, like some combination of that for your like bounty gold. And then if the lane is going well, you can probably get a Bassi as your like first purchase. So however long between the passive gold, what CS you can get in like the first few minutes. Maybe you need to get other items first. Boots, wand, you know, blood grenades, raindrops, things like that. That'd be fine. Then at that point, I don't know if you even really think about the Bassi timing. Like you just get it whenever you get it. I guess I never really think about Bassi timing on 4 because of that. Like if you're rushing it because it's good, sure, then you can get it in the first couple of minutes. After that, you just like get it when you get it. If you're asking about like when is it good to get, as opposed to the time range, you need to do a lot with mana, and your teammate needs to do a lot with mana, because otherwise, for the cost. Okay, so Bassi is 425, right? And it's 1.25 mana regen. So you need, like, if it's only for you, you need about 100 seconds to have enough mana for, like, one spell, right? With 1.25 mana. So we're paying 425 gold for a spell every, like, 1.5 minutes, let's say. That's not going to be great if it's... This is why Bassi as a very first item and the... like, say you get First Blood, it's not always great if there's a lot of early fighting going on. Because you're going to need to throw out a bunch of spells, and you want to keep doing that, and you're like, well, just wait 90 seconds, and then I can do it again. That's not great.
But if both of you need mana, it becomes better because now you're getting 2 spells every 90 seconds. Now, I know technically every hero would get mana back, but like some heroes, it just matters more. Like Juggernaut having another spin every 90 seconds is a lot better than Ursa, like, I got another overpower. Not that it's like the worst, but it's just not that significant. Someone like Clinks being able to use Tar Bomb more often as a carry, that's like better. There's a couple heroes who could start Bassi or like get it very early with First Blood Gold and stuff like that. They're very efficient with mana. Heroes like Warlock, for example, very, very mana efficient. And you're playing passive. Like, you aren't looking for quick fights where short-term consumables would be a lot better. Clarities, mangoes, magic sticks, things like that. Those would be much better short-term value for anyone looking to fight faster. Heroes like Lich. I'd probably throw Lina under that category, where you want more upfront power to get kills to snowball. The Bassi is very slow. It's very passive. Like, we're chilling. We're using spells as needed, not very often. That's Warlock. Like, I poke, I throw the heal on the carry, I chill. He's cool with it being slow. Pugna, first item Bassi, but he's going to right-click a bunch, even more than he's going to use Nether Blast. You do use a lot of Nether Blast, so it's kind of nice to have the extra mana regen from Bassi. But I would prioritize like right-click damage and upfront power, because like Pugna can do that, as opposed to like a very slow laning stage only using Q. Main concern is running out of mana, and mangoes are expensive. So that is a very good question, and it's usually why people get the Bassi so soon. Almost always it is due to incorrect usage of spells. Here, let's sorry, I realized towards the end of here we've kind of lost a little bit of focus. Though I think we kind of identified between the last game and this game like some issues for Venge. I'll pop this up so people can start joining in on the raffle. If you've never been here before, just type in your match ID, let me know who you're playing. And today we're focused on the laning stage. If you check the VODs on this YouTube channel, I'm starting to categorize it like coaching, positioning was the last one we did. This time is going to be laning stage. Next time it'll be like early game, mid game, stuff like that. And that way you can just like pick and choose categories that are useful to you, whatever you're trying to look at. So, laning stage today. I want to finish talking about Bassi though, or like mana in general. Most of the time it's due to incorrect spell usage. More so than like, I didn't buy the Bassi fast enough. I'm eating too many clarities and mangoes. There are some heroes that are very mana intensive. Undying buys a lot of mangoes. Lich can buy a lot of mangoes, right? It's kind of part of their kit though, to then be smart and use those to get something, to like get kills or to put yourself in a position to win the lane off of the health advantage, whatever. For many other heroes, it's almost always, why'd you use the spell? Oh, I don't know. I just threw it out, It's people not right-clicking enough, like thinking they have to use spells for every single harass and not just right-clicking. 2 right-clicks equal a spell in the early game pretty much. Like, I think you mentioned Windranger. AoE spells changes the math a little bit, but like most level 1 spells do about 100 damage. Most heroes have about 50 damage. So 2 auto attacks is 1 free spell every time. The number 1 cause of excessive mana usage for Dota players is like using spells to harass always and not just right clicking. There's going to be other situations and stuff like that, but just as a general rule for you can kind of decide if you are guilty of this. You know what? We talked so much about it. Yeah, let's look at your match so we can show it. Wind 4. So Windranger is an example of one. I would build right-click items first, and then you can go back for mana. Unranked soft support. My timestamps are a little bit of a mess this time around, I gotta say. Okay, so this one we are looking for. We kind of been already talking about it for the last few minutes, but you've been asking about the Bassy timing and running out of mana. Oh, this is wrong. I was about to say, I was like, wait a minute. A Netherlina 5? There ain't no way. I guess I didn't copy that match ID correctly. No, I gotta change my timestamp. Can you do some more videos on the League morons like myself who play support but have a hard time understanding 4 and 5 in Dota? It is pretty different. Going from the like one support in League to now like the duo support in Dota, and then the position 4 is so strange as well. There are some videos on it. The knowledge is kind of scattered. So there's one video on like why there's no jungler in Dota. That kind of covers why there's a second support instead of the jungler. There's one that is much more recent than the other about the difference between position 4 and position 5. And then there are slightly outdated guides on both position 4 and position 5. That's probably what I have right now. None of them are strictly League specific, though I think in my video about explaining the difference between 4 and 5, I think I did mention League. Maybe that was the jungling video, actually. I feel like I did it in another video besides the jungler. Maybe I'm misremembering, though. If you've seen all of those and you're still confused, then yes, let me think about how we can explain it more. If you have any particular questions about it, let me know here. As you've seen, we ramble in between replays and all that. Okay, so for you, Windranger, we bought the sentry, we're blocking the camp, we're running on out of here, placing an observer. I don't really mind all this stuff. Let's not nitpick that stuff too much, since your main question has been about mana usage and this Bassy stuff. Let's not worry about the other things as much. I will say, notice after you place the sentries and observers, we end up with a free slot. So someone who right-clicks a lot, I often buy a Fairy Fire with this extra money. You have this like 110. You could buy a wand. It's going to be useful. I mean, there's like a guy who's going to like drain your mana, so it is kind of nice. The magic stick covers a lot of that. You'll get one extra stat from the magic wand, but for a Fairy Fire, you could have 2 extra damage and the burst heal, and then maybe you buy the wand after that, you know, and fill this slot. And we're going to get that 2 extra damage. It doesn't sound like a lot, but as part of the issue of the most common mismanagement of mana being harassing with mana and never right-clicking, every time you do an auto attack, getting a little bit more damage, like it adds up over time. With one auto attack, yeah, it's like whatever, who cares? When you do 10 auto attacks, that's 20 free damage with that Fairy Fire. Windranger's really good at it, too. She's one of the best right-clicking supports. That's it. There's no others. Skywrath, he's a good one. Lena, Ancient Apparition, all these like long-ranged heroes. Muerta's pretty good at it. Those type of heroes, you usually want to buy the Iron Branches. I wouldn't usually recommend chasing the support over here. You're getting a good trade, but in a way, Lion is like, I'm spending health to get Spectre a good first wave, right? You Axe body blocked this, and now you guys are like leaving it. This will push, but like you guys should be here to help it. So
So don't worry about like chasing the lion too much there. Or bait him here. Like let Axe keep running this way and you play the lane a little bit. And then as it gets closer, you run over. Technically, they should see you, but people will still make the mistake. And then you get the lion. And if you don't get the lion because he backs off, then you at least get like last hits and stuff like that. Okay, kind of a unorthodox start, but tell you what, due to the body block, this is now pushed up. This camp is blocked. So for you, don't draw these creeps, but then either get ready to just start poking the Spectre and denying, or get ready to body block in case they're doing this stuff. And if this wasn't blocked, go body block. Uh-oh, he killed it. You're actually not going to make it in time, so that's now open. So that's part of why you would be already moving over here. You'd be in this area, and then you can, like, body block through here. We've been talking about how this tree is great for, like, running around here, stuff like that. Now we're actually not in position to get there. That's okay. Let's ignore that for now. So see where we're standing? Circle tech, right? Let's pretend this just isn't happening. So we're having that feeling as support. Oh, I got to do something, right? The Spectre's not here, and these creeps aren't low enough, so like I gotta go find something. But pretending this is still up, the block, I don't have to come over here, right? I don't have to go do that stuff. I can just wait here, hit this stuff. It's a little early to be like stacking and roaming, so we're not gonna do that right now. So you just like wait here, and then boom. Now we can start hitting this melee creep, right? Right away, I can start hitting that melee creep. Look how far Spectre is. So if Axe and I both are attacking this melee creep right away, Spectre probably can't even get close enough to get that last hit by the time it's done. That's why, like, every little bit helps. I know it sounds nitpicky of like, oh, I'll get to it in like a second or two. Yeah, sometimes that's fine, but other times it's not fine, and then she'll be here close enough to end up with this deny. So now 2, right? Axe wants the last hit. That deny. This is going to die to the range creep for free, and she's at least going to get full XP. But if I'm here, I can get the deny, give him half XP. Kind of standing far back for no real reason right now. I think you're buying items, maybe. You might be doing some item inventory stuff. Notice when we buy the wand right away, we end up with a lot of empty slots. But right now, we could have 2 Iron Branches, the Magic Stick, and the Fairy Fire for 1 extra damage. I know we lose out on 1 stat, but technically, we'd also have some extra money because the Fairy Fire is cheaper than the wand, which could then go into the Sentry and could be another Tango, which is going to be a lot more upfront power. These right-clicking heroes tend to like to poke a lot. Okay, so let's get here. You will destroy this lion in a right-click war. So he has 53 damage and 2 armor. You have 57 damage and 3 armor. His attack speed is a little bit better. I actually didn't realize Lion had 132 attack speed. That's actually kind of crazy to me. I don't know where that's coming from. But it's okay because his level 1 spell is probably Earth Spike, which is 105 damage and then 1.3 stun time. That is... that's going to be annoying because it's also going to be like an extra auto attack on you while you're stunned. But you can either take Power Shot, which is 170 damage, which is pretty crazy. 170 damage, that'll match the Earth Spike plus 1 auto attack damage. Or you could take Wind Run. So then when he auto attacks you, before the auto attack connects, you would do it right now. It's launched. He has spent the time, the animation, it has all been spent. And then you Wind Run dodge, and it lasts 3 seconds, so that's 3 auto attacks. So you do 150 damage, and he can't do any damage to you because you evade everything. Maybe you limit yourself to 2. 100 free damage, and then back off. It's not free because you have to spend 50 mana. 50 mana for 100 damage is really good when you compare it to Lion's 90 damage for 100 magic damage. And then sometimes you can get more. So here, you kind of like back away. I can identify this because, like, you know, I play a lot, so I don't blame you for not seeing it right away. Axe also has Battle Hunger to help out. So when you start attacking Lion right here, and then you attack, Power Shot, attack. That's like maximum, no interrupting your own attack animation, speed cycle, stuff like that. Super efficient, blah, blah, blah. You can be chasing Lion because he's running away from you. If you had both stood and fought,
that's where we're kind of like nitpicking the math of like, oh, okay, he's got like Earth Spike, I have this damage, this armor, whatever, right? Because we're both fairly full health. It's a little unclear on the numbers. This guy's running away. So you just got one free auto attack in. So now look at us, 440 to 600. So like even if the math was kind of close before, it's not so close anymore. I would destroy this lion before he kills me. And so now, ignoring the lane and how usually we want to be like more involved in the lane, in a one-on-one with lion, until this guy heals up enough, you'll always beat him. You will always beat him in every trade because you have 100 more health than he does right now, which means you'll kill him first. So now when you guys right-click each other, as long as you start on even footing, you should never be the one to run away. He should always be the one who has to run away first because he will die first if no one runs away. So you have to call that bluff. If you back off and he starts hitting you for free because you're running away, that's what actually evens up the health, and then he's back in it. But if you just like stand your ground like you will die first, he goes, damn, he knows I'm gonna die first, I gotta run, right? That's where you just keep winning. Like right here, you're turning away, you should be running into this line. You're like, you're dead, I will kill you. He should Earth Spike and run away from you. But you're kind of like backing up and giving some space. I think you're probably trying to use this circle tech and trying to keep him at the max range, which is usually good. This is what kind of got a little brushed over in the video as part of me trying to shorten it down and still include the live examples. Keep them at the max distance when we're just trying to poke for free. Once you know you can like win the full-on trade, you can push it. You can push them into the circle of aggression to maximize the damage you can do. Hey Zach, new sub here. What days are you available for free coaching? Thank you for subscribing. The coaching is usually on Mondays and Wednesdays. There actually won't be one on this coming Wednesday in like 2 days because we are casting in the morning and I'm probably going to be kind of tired and sleep deprived. We'll see how it goes because some days it's fast, you know, like quick 2-0. Other times it's like ages and then you're burned out. So maybe there'll be a stream this Wednesday. But otherwise, it's usually Mondays and Wednesdays. The time shifts a little bit. We actually started a little early today, but it's usually around this period, like right now. Hey, we got him. I know you're relatively new. I'm not gonna be too harsh on like, there's some efficiency stuff there. It'll come over time. Exactly. It happened in that Viper game of yours we watched a while ago. And I want to be completely fair. Because you're new, of course it's hard to identify when you can push your advantage, so it's not going to be clear. And then the more you play, it becomes easier. So like, for example, right now, where Lion is at and why this double clarity purchase is really bad, right? How can Lion do anything in the lane anymore that involves harassing? He will never win once he is this low. Right? He'll always die first to solo Windranger, to solo Axe, although Axe is actually taking a chunk of damage, so maybe he can do something to Axe. Axe, probably not worth dying to kill the lion, right? Like kill the lion, but Spectre kills him. Probably not quite worth it. Windranger can maybe go for it, especially with some casual poking. It should be like fairly doable. And this is where if Lion walks up, you kill him. And otherwise, who even cares what he's doing because he's not doing anything? This is where you turn your attention to Spectre and you just beat her up in the lane. We can see what exactly happens because you don't always do that. But like, let's find out. Here, you can probably poke the Spectre. You're kind of backing up, but you probably could have stuck with the Spectre. So here, taking the power shot, trying to kill the lion. I don't fully mind. At the same time, do I need to, right? This is all time he just has to be healing up with tangos, which is why if you throw in a salve, covers your bases a lot. Because he could salve and be playing the lane right now. Instead, he has to wait another 20 seconds to be on similar footing with the Windranger. So you have 20 seconds to put yourself in a better situation that Lion can't stop you. It could be like mess with the Spectre, pulls, things like that. The trades you have done to this point have bought you 20 seconds. If we don't do anything in 20 seconds, Lion will be full health again from the tangos, and then we have to earn our advantage again. So that's why you want to be like poking the Spectre earlier, kind of like with the axe, and this isn't as useful. Your friend is, I think you guys were partied. This is actually starting to creep dragging a little early, and this is kind of why. Because early at level 2, even with the kill, right, this is actually expedited net worth, but you still take a chunk of damage, and this is only level 1 counter helix, so stuff like this can happen. So you don't need to do this quite yet. I would play to like at least level 3, and then you could start doing it. I also think finishing the phase boots helps a lot for the creep cutting. So right here, you would just be poking the Spectre. Poke, 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 poke. 4. So this does 270 damage. This is an absurd one. This is like the highest damage mana to damage conversion. You did 4 auto attacks with 64 damage. So it's a little less than power shot, but it's pretty similar, right? So rather than having to spend 100 mana, I did that for free. And if we even buy, like if we still had a Fairy Fire, sometimes people start circlets, like especially if they know they're going to poke a lot, like double melee lanes, and you're like a Windranger, you know you're just going to like non-stop attack, right? We can bump that number up, maybe even a little higher. Moments like this, you're kind of like looking for a lion, but like I know where Spectre's going to be, and she can't not be there. So like lion, he can move around like this. That's how he's avoiding you and wasting your time. You're trying to get to him. You want to trade. You know that's a good trade. He knows it's a good trade. So he's like, no, thank you. I'm not going to do it. Spectre can't take that option. Like, she knows it's a bad trade with you, but if she wants last hits, she has to come up and do this. So rather than look for lion in this area, just like stand here and either hit these creeps because Spectre's too far, or when Spectre walks in, hit Spectre every time. And then you're gonna be doing guaranteed damage. Rather than this, we're not really doing any damage right now. We're actually even running from the line. When he mana drains you and you're a better right clicker, just like right click him. And then he'll stop himself. He'll be like, oh, this is a terrible idea. I'm dying. We're doing a lot of like running. Okay, ironically, this is called win run. In the laning stage, it's actually win stand. Like, you don't actually move that much. You just trade during win run. I mean, you can move a little bit, and towards the end, you can run out to not take, you know, the extra damage, get out of range before it ends. But usually, because it's 100% evasion, you just stand and you fight and you right click people, and you don't actually want to like run all that much, unless you have to, of course. But range creep right there, power shot that one, and harass the Spectre. So that's like a valuable spell cast. I realized the focus was originally on mana, and I don't actually know if I've talked that much about it. In terms of worthwhile spells to do, this one's really good. You can try to like hide behind the tree if you want to like surprise her. If you do it in vision and she knows, it's fine. You are securing the range creep, so that's always worth a spell, especially in the early game. And if you can hit Spectre, great. That's why, like, if we're doing it from Fog of War, it's a little more likely to connect. That's a very worthwhile spell. At this point, using a spell for like a melee creep, a single melee creep, wouldn't really be worth it. That would not be one to bother with. Trying to think of what else. See, we're like leaving the Spectre. You're like, again, looking for this line, but like, she's right here. You can, this is your attacker, right? We can actually hit her from like here without even being under the tower. So I don't need to go anywhere. I just hit her. This creep might aggro to you, whatever. I'm full health. I got 3 tangos, right? Spectre's missing health. So this is where I want to keep hitting her for free. Spectre, okay, compared to Lion, Spectre is a melee hero, and she's starting to pick up some gold as a core than we are as a support. If the two of us did a right-click trade to the death, it's not going to go my way, ignoring spells, because she has a little bit more... right now, it's actually not enough, but over time, she will pick up more items, and she has damage block because she's a melee hero. And then we factor in spells, you know, maybe Desolate, Dispersion, stuff like that. Of course, we have Power Shot, we have Wind Run, but what I would really like is to get her lower. If she was 400 health and I'm 677, then I feel I can win the right-click war to the death. So these are the moments I'm looking for free auto attacks on the Spectre to get her to that point. This is where I want her at the edge of the attack range. This is the free casual poke trying to get her into a position where now I know I will win the fight to the death. And now I try to get her further into the circle of aggression so I can push it to its limits and try to convert it into a kill. These moments where Lion starts draining you, I know you take a little bit of damage because of Essence Eater, but it's really not that much. If you stand here, auto attack, power shot, auto attack, he'll drop, he'll stop his own channel, and he'll run, and then you'll chase after him. A lot of Lions, actually, it's like you call the bluff. If you're a ranged hero and you can just hit him while he's mana draining, it's usually a winning trade, because like you may not have mana for spells, but like he'll be too low to do anything. And as we've been emphasizing, you can do a lot with just right clicks more than needing spells. It does depend on the hero a little bit, but oops, wrong perspective. Yeah, like these kind of spells, these are, let's say you hit the Spectre, we do some chunk of damage. Yeah, kind of nice. But now, right now, it's hard to kill her. You hit her with the power shot. Okay, now we can kill her if I land 5 auto attacks and Axe has to run at her, and she should be very cautious because she's like, oh, I'm going to die. I'm going to back under tower, right? We want to swap the order. I want to attack, get her low, and then surprise her with the power shot. And she's not being cautious yet because she's like, oh, I'm healthy enough, you know? And then like, oh, I've taken too much damage. Suddenly I'm in death range, and here's the power shot, right? So the order's kind of swapped. Plus, let's say we landed that power shot. She plays cautious. I never get the kill. She misses CS. Great. But maybe it's not enough to kill her. She heals up. She's still able to play. The mana hasn't really like done anything. And now an opportunity might come up and I don't have enough mana. I'll have to start using consumables. If you poke for free, you can now determine the spell is very likely to kill. I will use the spell. That is a high chance of success spell that's worth the mana. Okay, she's healing up a lot and playing safe. Even with the spell, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm not going to use it, right? I can make that choice at that moment. If I use the spell now, I'm not really going to get a kill, so there's no payoff quite yet. Like actual payoff in the gold. You might get like positioning and creep CS, but you can also get that from just like the free right clicks, which goes back to the mana management question you had. Versus Lion, if you're a hero that can kill with mana, buy a couple mangoes. So this spell, for example, am I going to kill Spectre with that shackle shot? Probably not. If I'm not willing to like dive her, I don't need to do the shackle shot. Arguably, you could dive her because you have Windrun if you use your wand, and then you will be like just enough to have power shot with some mana regen. I actually think if you want a shackle shot and Windrun to her and attack and then power shot at the end, you'll kill her if she doesn't have any consumables, which she has none. So you actually could kill her here. You might still get the power shot, though it'll be tricky, and you probably have to do it from over here. So here's where it's like, she should die, right? She's in that realm of dying to us, and we're over here. Axe is actually low enough, like she might be willing to go toe-to-toe with Axe. So here's where you need to be here, hitting the Spectre, rather than like, I think you're trying to surprise her, but there's actually no need to surprise her because we can just make it very obvious. You can go and declare like, I will kill you now. And she will go, yes, you will kill me now. And she either dies or she leaves, and that's fine. If you walk around like this, we might surprise her and get the kill. At the same time, we give her a lot of time. She ended up with a lot of that CS, I think. She played that lane. She like fought the Axe. She like did stuff in that time, and she should have never been able to do stuff. If I stand there, she can't do anything. So I'm less likely to kill her by surprise, but I still prevent her from doing anything by just like being there in the lane. And that's guaranteed good, as opposed to maybe better if I surprise her with a power shot, which in the end, she healed enough. You did hit her with a power shot and it didn't do it, right? So here she is playing the lane because we're like over here, but we should be like in the lane hitting her. Whack, 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 whack. Lion will definitely strain your mana pool. For sure. Because of the mana drain. Even if he cuts it early when you call his bluff and you attack him, it will be annoying. You do have this. That's very good versus the Lion. So this spell, for example, another nitpicky spell. Wind Run. He's not hitting me, so I'm not using the evasion. I'm getting out of mana drain a little faster. If I just walk, right, for level 2 mana drain, let's say, what does he have? Level 1 or level 2? He put 2 points in it. Most people will only put 1 point. So for 40 mana per second. So 1 second to walk out, I lose 40 mana. To run out a little faster, I'll use 50 mana. So mathematically, it doesn't make sense, especially if this is level 1 mana drain, where it's like, I'll pay 20 mana to walk out and then save the extra 30 instead of using Wind Run. But again, okay, he's going to go through my mana. Let me use it on him. So let me just power shot him and right click. You know, right click, power shot, right click. I won't need the mana. Like once he's 300 health, I don't need mana to zone him out. I just need to right click him at that point. So it'll be okay. I know we're like beating that point home, but it's the most common mistake versus Lion. He like stuns and mana drains you and everyone gets scared and runs away. And then he just keeps doing that for free forever because he's like, it's self-sufficient. You have to call the bluff and punish him for doing it because it's actually quite low damage. Earth Spike and Mana Drain are not very high damage. So you just let him drain some mana, but beat the shit out of him, and then he can't do it very much. He doesn't have a health drain. He only has the Mana Drain. So you can't let him Earth Spike drain and you run away because that will just go on forever. My boss over here trying to put up a firewall to keep me from watching Twitch at work. We must distract this boss. I need the viewership. Okay, bonus. This is not so common on Windranger nowadays. If you have no mana, just tank up and fight him. You could go Bracer, for example. You would get very stat heavy. You don't need mana. We're just going to stand and fight. So you could just keep hitting him with the Bracer and like heal with the stats. You can also do this versus Juggernaut. You wouldn't need to as the Windranger, but like Juggernaut, Anti-Mage, these heroes where it's like, I don't have to have mana. If I can just stand and right click them, that actually will win you most lanes versus them. And then when you have mana, you use it efficiently. And then you do the rest with right clicking. That's where like bracers can be good, even on like a support Windranger. You could potentially just like skip Arcane Boots, or not skip them, but like delay it. You don't have to though. That's kind of a, you got to really right click a lot to make that work. Kind of help the lane for Viper. After that, I would just like walk back top to go play with Axe. I think Spectre's probably getting a little more while we're gone than needed. Though for everything we've been saying, it looks like Spectre did feel the pain, and she's quite below the Axe. You can be up here while Axe is doing this stuff. You can be following this creep wave, and if no one's here, hit the tower to kill it faster. Or while Axe is doing this, Spectre will come up and try to farm this, and this is where you poke the Spectre to get her low, to prime her for Axe to just sprint in with the phase boot and then just like drop the Axe to finish the job. Blade Mail's a little bit more modern of a build than the Vanguard, but if you want to share that, but it's not that. The Vanguard is like more beginner safe. I don't know how many of you are, I know you're relatively new. I don't know how many in the party are also relatively new. The Vanguard is the older build, and for newer players, it's also the safer. Blade Mail is technically the cutting. Actually, the true cutting edge technology is Helm of the Dominator, but Blade Mail is pretty good for pubs as a safe middle ground. Okay, I see people donating, so we gotta get to everybody. Thank you so much for donating, everybody. Let's let me make good on that. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, did I already do this? I did not. Okay. Colony died to insectoid mech raid. Oh no. You were the last one standing. The Royal Mega Spider Queen. That's gotta be, I mean, on the rim, that's what life is. Spiders freak me out, man. Dying to a Mega Spider Queen has got to be one of the worst ways I could go. That would not be, that is not in my choice of ways to go. I hope it was a dank experience, though. I may have died, but I'm sure it was worth it for the colony. The honorable end. What's the process to request a review? Yeah, it's usually just random. You can technically do it anytime, but usually when we're getting ready to do the next one, I'll pop up this and I'll say it. Right now, for a guaranteed one, you can donate, and several people have. So I need to get through this before we start taking the free random ones from chat. I keep pulling this up again. It's already here. But that's usually the process, and we do it every Monday, Wednesday, and over time. I think most people who consistently show up have had their game reviewed. It might take a couple times. But we usually get around to people. If you show up just like once, which is totally understandable, but then there is a chance I don't get to like everybody. But we usually cover a handful of games every time that it eventually makes its way around to everybody. I think everybody who wants one, I guess, enough to show up repeatedly. Okay, this time it is an axe. There was actually an axe in the last game. Any help on the laning stage would be great. The game was lost after the lane. Anything I could have done. Okay, let's focus on the lane. Let's focus today. Okay, speaking of new age builds. So Bracer first, which is what you're going for, is an older way. If you feel comfortable with this, that's fine. Right now, 3 Ring of Protections is kind of the hot build. If you want to just do 2, that's okay. The reason for this is that a lot of the harass you're going to take in the lane is from right clicks and from creeps, which armor helps reduce in the same way you would take increased damage with the Bracer, but then have more HP regen. So it's kind of the same. But then you are an armor scaling hero. Axe is one of the few with Battle Hunger. So with 2 to 3 Rings of Protection, the damage at level 1 is 12. So if you have 3, you have a 50% increase of damage on Battle Hunger. So you just keep dropping that on the support who can't deny because it's Guardian, right? Like, we as cores struggle to last hits. The Guardian supports definitely struggled to deny to remove Battle Hunger. So you're just getting, like, every 2 Battle Hungers, the 3rd one's free, you know? So, a lot of people like that build nowadays. I don't know what happened there. We won't worry about it. Cat probably knocked something over. Someone rang the doorbell. We won't sweat it. Okay. If you've seen the... I made a video about Axe creep cutting MMR. Creep cutting as an easy way to climb MMR. Step 1 is to get the lane to come back. So if you kill the creep right away, I'm conflicted because there are times this can be good. This can be a legitimate thing to do, and you're trying to like shove the lane in at the right time that it delays the next one and then it pushes out, or you're just like, I want the gold to like finish a fast item, which in your case you are going for the Bracer, so like I kind of get it. At the same time, if you're a little bit more patient and then hit your own creep, you could get the lane to come out early, which is better. Positioning wise, be on the left side, because Pudge, I'm a hook magnet, so I always lose to Pudges. But if Pudge doesn't land the hook, he does very little as a support. He could do more, but most pub players won't do that stuff. So you just need to not be hooked. Stand on this left side. There's like no way the hook under tower gets you. Maybe he hooks you here, whatever. There's no tower, so I'm not going to die. The hook under tower is what'll get me, which is going to get our Witch Doctor, unfortunately. So you kind of saw the window of it happening there. This very final moment where if you push us in at like the right time, it delays the next wave. Unfortunately, this creep got stuck on the range creep, so you'd have to kill this range creep a little faster. But then, like, you see the melee creep going in, these guys get delayed a little bit, and you only need, like, half a second, because usually it meets, like, well, like, right about here, actually. So, like, half a second is enough for the second wave to go under the tower, and then that shoves out. So there's various techniques. That's why I was hesitant to, like, critique the thing at the start. But you see, it's a little harder to pull off. But it has worked out now, so we are now in a good spot. I'm glad you're just running this creep around. Don't hit that creep. Delay on that one. That might have been a misclick. It's okay. We're getting involved in a fight. I don't care about the fight. I just want to be here, getting the last hits, get this one. The next wave is going to be pushing in soon. It's going to be around here, the next equilibrium. I'm just maintaining that. I'm happy with how things are going. If I want a creep cut as part of that video, which I would recommend for you, I think is the way you should aim your laning stage. Great cask bounce, but Witch Doctor kills with Maledict, and this guy's level 1, so there's no Maledict. If he had level 1 Maledict and no cask, it's like, okay, maybe. But again, I don't need to fight and zone them, because actually the equilibrium, like with a little bit of help from me, can be here. Which is like what we fight over, is like to get in a good spot. So like, I'm gonna be in a good spot. I don't actually have to fight. Where things could go badly and might be in a bad spot after that. You're actually skipping Battle Hunger. So you actually want to start with level 1 Battle Hunger and then go like 2 points in Counter Helix. Then you just throw Battle Hunger on usually the enemy support, because the carry is typically last hitting. But if you can tell like there's no creeps for a little bit, or they're all full health, you can drop it on the carry and then focus on like preventing him from being able to remove it himself. Otherwise, just keep dropping it on the support. It'll do enough damage to where you're then good to go, and then your support can now focus on you and the lane instead. I hear it. I hear the hook. Again, the only thing Pudge can do is hook you under tower. So right here, you got these creeps. Had a choice. Cut left, cut right. Left, very unlikely to ever die. Right, makes Pudge support viable. Oh, damn. It's viable. Pudge is too strong. How is this balanced? But it all comes just to, like, which way we go. Here's where, like, Battle Hunger actually would kill Pudge without you even having to go. If when you got hooked, you ran out, you Battle Hunger, and you walk away, he can't chase you because he's slowed, and then, like, the Maledict and stuff would combo enough damage. This is where, if you didn't use it on Pudge, you now Battle Hunger the Tinger, and then you focus on creeps. This is pretty close, so you can chase for the kill. You actually wouldn't even have to. Let's say this is a much healthier Tinker chasing your Witch Doctor. Throw the Battle Hunger, and then, like, because he's using March of the Machines, he's obliterated his creep equilibrium. This will now shove into you, and we'll just sit here until we farm the next items. As part of updating the build, if you do the Ring of Protections, the next part is Phase. If you're doing an older build, I don't really care for this rank, to be honest. Bracer into a second Bracer, which we could just focus up, and we're a lot stronger than without those 2 Bracers. You want to go into Phase Boots now, like whatever. The point is items will make you stronger, and the items are being pushed into us. If he was healthier, the whole point of that. If he's low like that, you can go for him and get this nice chunk of gold. And now we just maintain equilibrium again. If you don't plan on buying any more tangos, you can start eating iron branches. So there's an iron branch for this tango, iron branch for this tango, and the goal is to never buy another tango and not buy a wand. If you're going to buy a wand, or you think you might need more tangos or a salve, rather than eat your iron branches, you should just keep eating trees and then call in the tangos.
you're eating the trees if you have excess iron branches, or you are trying to like really stretch it out because you're trying to skip it, like ever having to buy more, or because like, holy shit, this lane's so bad, I am taking so much damage and I don't have the money for more regen, so I need to make this regen last forever. That's kind of why you do it. We're now going to start losing stats on the Iron Branch, and if you build the wand, you're going to have to like buy it again. So it's not going to be... It's like a money cost you don't have to do. All right, we had really good equilibrium to be left alone, and then by standing in the wave, we've now destroyed that. The amount of creeps that were here, even if they did a pull, they couldn't fix equilibrium. With this amount of creeps, and you just like running around here, you'll occasionally spin when you have to run it here, but otherwise you'll be good to go. You can lane here completely on your own. If you get pudged hooked from here, it's not that big of a deal, right? There's no risk of the tower helping you, or helping to kill you. We're a little low. That's part of why we ate the Iron Branch, right? I want to spend my money and let those come in. I have a kill. I have some last hits. I'm top net worth, except 700 is in my inventory, so I'm actually down here with Clockwork. I am not actually strong yet, so I want to remain in a safe place until the items come that make me strong, and then I can go do stuff further in. If we spin in here like this, now, with no Witch Doctor, now I got a lane up here, which is a lot scarier. I don't feel good enough about... creep cutting. I mean, maybe you could try. You keep moving to the right again. Try to be on the left. The hard part, getting the lane to pull back. Going for the Lotus, I guess. It's a little late. Technically should have happened earlier, but like, whatever. Ideally, the whole goal is to just get it back here until you have the items you need to start creep cutting. Is like the pub strat I would recommend for playing Axe. And so like here, you would just auto attack. Like don't wait for this because we're wasting time. You would auto attack this to finish the job. It would be done. And then you would run over to catch the next wave and then drag it back yourself to this camp, farm both. You want to drag it like all the way around back here. You could do that if it's earlier. You are strong enough to like start jungling with it soon. If you get your like chainmail, you could do that. If you end up having to wait here for the creep though, we won't be able to do that. Pop rocks, that's an intense case of griefing. There's really not much you can do. Someone mentioned you can turn off help to prevent being disrupted. At some point, if someone wants to grief and end the game, I won't say it's impossible to win, but it's very, very difficult, you know? That's okay. Find something to practice. Like for the rest of the griefed game, practice map awareness and like keep clicking over back to your hero. Okay, check the top bar items. Okay, back to my hero. Last hit. Get disrupted by my teammate. You know, go to a camp that's blocked, you know. Okay, all my stuff is blocked because he's griefing. All right, I'll try really aggressive farming over here. The game is screwed. Like, you're going to lose no matter what. Try to practice something. Bring it to the next game. Some amount of games will be griefed in your favor when it happens on the enemy team, against you when it's on your own team. There's actually... you can't really stop a guy who's gonna like buy a Helm Dom to block creeps with a Troll Summoner, right? It's like, you can try, but that one's pretty slighted against you. Frustrating, of course. I get that. From here, you want to just start creep cutting. Tinker will be able to deal with it. Tinker carry is a very strange thing, pub draft, but you can also farm really quickly. Like, this is where now you do grab the waves, shove them in, bring them to camps. It's all in the video, and just farm yourself. Tinker will march in the machines and then go do his own jungling, which ideally you get to this point before him so you can just be ahead on the bell curve, which has kind of happened thanks to the kills you guys got. And then even as you both max farm, you're like a little bit ahead. So you get the blink before he gets his item, and then you kill him, you know, stuff like that. So you guys still have a good lead. If you push it a little further, you could do a little more. If he is not being efficient with his farm, then you're just going to pull an actual gold lead. Or it's a more standard carry who can't deal with creep waves and jungle the way Axe can. I think that kind of addresses most of your original question. You mentioned about losing later on in the game, but today is about the lane. Let me just take a quick look at the graph. It does look pretty even to that point. I would recommend swapping. Oh, okay. So here's the advice I would give you. There's a couple different build adjustments you can make to like make your life easier. So we've already talked through the new age starting build. If you want to do your version, this is fine by me. For a pub game, it's okay if you're not at the cutting edge. However, beyond that, there's still some things you can adjust. So one, the blade mail first is safer for a couple reasons. One, you can farm with it. You already have the spin, but blade mail will give you the armor to make the creeps do less damage. It also has a passive reflect, and then it has the active reflect. If you're like versus a stack or an ancient camp, right? You can just do that much more damage. So you can farm. When you fight, you will have blade mail. So you can call blade mail after running up to someone because they're slowed by battle hunger and you have phase boots. You may not be able to blink in, but you can just like sprint at someone, and once you get close, you can force the call and the blade mail and hopefully kill them. You have the options. If you go blink, you have to get kills. And you don't get any help to get kills from yourself because you'll only have spin, but people don't even have this fast of attack speed at 13 minutes, especially like a carry Tinker, right? I know that kind of also applies to the blade mail, but a few attacks into blade mail is still significant damage in the early game compared to like the spin procs, which will also happen if you get the call anyways. The blink first on Axe and other offlaners is good when your teammates will do the damage to finish the job. So if you blink in and then Skywrath drops the ultimate, Snapfire launches her ultimate, then the blink is like a little better. Witch Doctor maybe could be that hero. The issue is if you have to blink too far ahead of him, the call will end before he can close the distance. So although he has the damage, he actually can't do it. Compared to someone like Skywrath, who has much longer cast ranges and they're a faster hero naturally, it's a little easier to work with. So I would recommend the blade mail before the blink as your default for most pubs. And then after that, I would not recommend straight heart. I would get the more standard items, BKB, Lotus, Shivas. All of those are good items. I'm sure there's others. I'm kind of blanking right now. If you think you need an aura, you could maybe do it like Pipe. Shard could be good. Straight into heart is usually unnecessary for a couple reasons. One, you're already pretty tanky. Like when you get up to here, it's already really hard to kill you. So like this is all overkill at this point, essentially. The buildup is also pretty bad for like how far it takes you to get to like Reaver and to Ring of Tarask. These are like very expensive items to finish the heart. You can have like a smoother buildup to like, let's say you're doing Shivas. The Veil is much cheaper, will amplify your damage. The Plate Mail, as you go to that, will give you some armor for a cheaper price than like Ring of Tarask and definitely this. The recipe is then pretty expensive, but at least you have the two earlier components being very good for Axe. BKB, I think fairly self-explanatory, very good in certain games. In this particular game,
BKB is not bad. Shiva's is good more for like the vision than the amp. Lotus is not bad to protect yourself from like dismember and remove silence, although for the rest of the heroes it's not that important. There'll be a lot of magic damage against you guys this time, so like if you wanted to go pipe, you could. Otherwise, just like the BKB is fine. Yeah. Okay. That's the main thing I'll focus for your like things to improve in the game. I know we didn't quite talk about like the team fights and stuff, but those will be like self-improvements that'll help you in the game, and that'll maybe help you win. And that way we don't deviate too far from like the laning stage focus that we're trying to do here. Okay, next in our queue. Oh, you were here. I wasn't sure if you like left and you were gonna like see the VOD later. Let me know if there was any questions about that. Hopefully what we did get to go through was helpful. As we load the next one, I can try to help answer any extra questions maybe you've got. Lost mid lane OD. Okay, OD. Outworld Devourer 2. Guardian crew is showing up today, guys. All these replays are Guardian. Where's my timestamp? 13. Okay. Can you still read my other messages I posted? Let me scroll up to see if I still see them. Do you mean there's like more messages besides your like the extra details? I see the original like donation message with the game and like some of the info there. If you had extra... Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I still see them. Okay, let me... fix this. And then... I just lost track of them. Where are they? Okay, here we go. Okay, so OD mid, lost to Tinker. Not usually a mid player. I know Astral to ranged, but a tilted mindset got me. Advice for tilted in-game. Okay. And then you had a couple extra things. Game keeps trying to it keeps hiding the chat, it keeps overwriting. All other lanes were friends. Wait, weren't you just parted with one person? Or were they all in the party? Maybe just the witch doctor. They loved her coaching. Oh, thank you. Maybe some quick help for them. Coach their positioning on support, Snapfire, and Venge. That was that party game, right? I think I remember this. I think you had a question about they were like relatively new and helping them think about showing. I think I remember that. I think for Guardian, I normally have an easy time versus Crusader to Archon. This game, we had a big discussion before the game, and I mentally dragged it into the game. Normally, an easy lane was super hard for me. Gotcha. Okay, so we can see what you do about the game. But as we get into it, it sounds like there's a good amount of about the mental space. So I don't know exactly what conversation you guys had, which maybe led to some tilt. Which can be tough between friends or even like workplace, whatever. This is like one of the most real life skills you can take from Dota into other games or like actual life. No one cares how well you can last hit, outside of like MOBAs, but real life skills can be important. And depending what's being said, like when you're
it can sound like blaming, like, hey, you're doing this wrong, whatever. It can be hard. Again, I have no idea how you guys are talking, so I don't mean to project, but I think it's really important for any kind of like teamwork stuff. Kind of set the reminder ahead of time. There's no hard feelings on this. Like, everything about to be stated is because we share the common purpose of we want to get better individually, as a team, whatever, right? So like the critiques coming forward and the like, no flame, but this part's your fault, right? Like, it's not meant to be a personal attack. It's meant to like move us towards the common goal. I think kind of reminding that like we're moving in that goal together is really good for any of these like team discussions, to help prevent it from being like, this guy's just like flaming the shit out of me. Like, what's this guy's problem? You know, he's like attacking me. And that can make it harder. Like, even as you recognize, like, I think this guy's right, but like it feels really bad the way it's being said. Of course, there are nicer ways to say things when giving like proper criticism. But yeah, I don't know how you guys are talking, if that's like directly relevant. Regardless of the reason, if you are feeling tilted in the game, usually I would recommend taking a break. You know, I like to walk around, think about other stuff a little bit, maybe just play another game. Right now, I would do a Hades 2 run, for example. Something else just to like take a break until it's like fun again. If you're in the middle of the game and getting tilted, I would remind yourself that one single game of Dota is not very important. In fact, arguably, no game of Dota is all that important until you're basing a career off of it. For most of it, it's just for fun. And so even if a game sucks, like, what impact will it truly have in the grand scheme of things? I know, you know, we do this for fun, so it kind of sucks if like a given game is like very tilty for whatever reason. But again, it's just one game. Like, you kind of have to know it going into it. I think that helps. If you go into every single game expecting it to be good, then of course it sucks when it's bad. But you have to recognize, like, X amount of games will be griefed, but I still choose to engage in the hopes that, like, the 70% remaining games are fun, you know? You have to know you're choosing that poison. And then when you get the toxic games, you go like, well, I chose this, you know, like, I knew it could happen. I got to deal with it. And I put up with this for the other percentage of games that are fun. So for the rest of this tilty game, I will just work on improving something. And that way every game can have a success, because like I look to improve every game, not I look to win every game. If you look to win every game, 50% of the time you're going to be unhappy. But if you want to improve every game can be successful. It can be happy. No matter how bad your teammate, you go, nice, I hit 50 CS at this time. Or like, I knew this guy picked up BKB exactly when he had it. I knew this Lincoln Sphere was there, and then I didn't waste my ult. I popped it and then ulted, like, whatever, right? Like, you can find something to be happy about every time, no matter what bullshit's going on from your team. So I don't know exactly what you felt maybe like some tilt in this game on, but hopefully any of that is helpful. Let's see about the actual gameplay. And if you want to, like, if there's anything specific, we can go into it more. Zach's therapy session here, all about therapy, talking out the feelings. We did see a couple heroes run over there. I probably also would have taken the risk, because I saw a couple heroes here, so I think running in for that is pretty understandable. I think the one thing I would say is stay where you are. In the off chance that there are less heroes here, because there only need to be 2 heroes here, right? If you know there's 4 heroes here, super safe to go in. As long as there are 2 heroes, even if they are 2 weak heroes versus a strong hero, there's only so much weak and strong matter at the start of the game. They'll out-damage you. So if you want to play it safe, thinking about the cast range of the heroes, Frostbite's the most dangerous. Skewer's the most dangerous. Point blank, saw him move towards top. Frostbite is now the second most dangerous, and Frostbite's cast range is this. So when she is standing in the best position possible, this is how far she can reach. So where you are is like at the edge, and she's like praying. She's like, go further, go, come here, come to me, right? Which is what you kind of do. You kind of like get baited to come in, even though this is Astral's cast range. It's actually really long, right? So you can actually be standing here-ish, and as long as only one hero shows, you will see them at the edge. Like your Astral range is about here. So as, let's say it's Crystal Maiden steps down, you Astral her from back here, grab it, back out. You stand here, and it turns to be 2 heroes. We're far enough away that we go, okay, never mind. It's not worth it. Back away. So this one is like a very small positioning mistake that then costs us very heavily. These are the ones that's hard to fix. It's hard to like self-identify the small positioning difference from here to here, but it can have massive impacts on like how the game goes. Oh, you were going to take a break, but then you wanted to stay to be the 5th person even though you had a headache. Gotcha. It had nothing to do with tilting each other. That's good. We're usually super direct and can take advice. So, okay, that's great. It's great to have that kind of be able to communicate like that. Yeah, this is where we're in a real weird spot where it's like, do I go home? Do I lane with little health? I think trying to lane is okay, but obviously this kind of sucks, So this is where you would... this is why the early positionings are so important. And yeah, I wouldn't even engage. When you're this low, I would just like chill. Focus on your own CS and just try to have time to heal up. Like right there, we took an extra auto attack than necessary, but if we go back in time... Okay, so because I'm on the back foot, this could be Huskar versus a really bad matchup. It could be, okay, the first blood fights did not go great. I'm lower health than this Tinker, right? If we trade, very similar to earlier topic discussions we were having, if I am the one who has to run first and we have similar attack ranges, this guy's probably getting an extra attack on me. So if that keeps happening, I will just always stay unhealthy. I'm not going to die right away. So if there's something worthwhile to do, like CS, I can walk in and tank the auto attack. But if there's nothing, then I don't want to go in. So like right here, great, get the deny. So like, why am I walking this way right here, right? This is my attack range. And I'm getting closer to Tinker so I can trade. And if I was healthier than Tinker, I'd be very happy about this. But I am lower health than Tinker, so I'm unincentivized to trade. So actually, I just want to be over here. High ground. I can hit this. I'm farthest away from Tinker. I can aggro this creep back to bring it closer to me and then attack if I want to do that, right? This is the place to be when we're this low. Unless you really know the numbers of like, I can bait this guy this way. I know I can take exactly this much damage, whatever. And then you can kind of like push it. All right, this Observer's a massive bait to you. Don't even bother with it. For trying to get this, we actually are losing 2 creeps, right? If you see the enemy Observers, just leave them. This guy is not going to kill it himself. That's not fully true. It's a very, very high rank decision to kill your own Observers to prevent the enemies from getting it. And you will not consistently see it until like Divine or Immortal. Uh-oh. Is the stream still going? One of my things just crashed. It's back. Does it say still streaming? It still says streaming. Okay, hopefully it's fine. Hopefully that was just YouTube that like glitched for a second there. It is very unlikely someone will break their own Observer. And if they do, then like it is what it is. So usually just let it go. Play the lane and then shove the lane and then you can come get it. If it shoves into you and he denies it, whatever. You play most lanes without getting the Observer, right? Like, it's not like your game is ruined not getting this. It's just a nice bonus to have. So just play like the normal game, and if a chance comes up to get the Observer, do it. But don't like massively pivot yourself to get an Observer that
isn't worth more than like the CS you would potentially miss for doing it. I still know where it is, right? Like maybe I gotta buy another sentry. I still know where his observer is. Maybe I kill mine now because his observer, this sentry is like just in range. This is where he would do it, by the way. Shove this in. He would stand here and fight you, and you can't stand and fight, so you'd run away, and then he would kill your observer. Maybe it's out of range. He has not tried for it. Oh, he knew. He knew you were going to try to get him. All right, so like we got the observer, but we lost more money. This creep wave we walked out of was worth more. That's the main thing I would say. It's nice to get observers, but it is not necessary. You can argue the vision advantage and stuff like that, but I mean, it happens all the time where you play into enemy vision. I stand by, again, it's like not the end of the world. Did you need to astral him here? Maybe you're trying to do this for the banner creep, in which case that's fine. He did end up missing it. We just now don't have it for our own banner creep, which we went for the deny instead of the banner creep. So prioritize your own CS. And then in hindsight, we're only going to get to use Arcane Orb once when two creeps are like in contention like that. So then pick the more valuable creep. Arcane Orb to secure the range creep is better. Maybe you thought you could do it, and it was actually pretty close, so like that's fine. A little slip up like that happened. But if it's ever like I definitely need Arcane to get one of these, like just pick the range creep, pick the banner creep. Should have gone that range deny earlier. On this astral, like these aren't that close. In the time it would take for you to attack this, I think he's back out and he can go for it. So like lower this and then astral him and then you can do it. But also you're kind of revealing you can see him because you're on the low ground when you do that. The range creep can't see that far. I mean, he probably knows you have an observer here, but you guys have also fought over observers and stuff. So now he knows like your second observer is already down. He may have already known that, but like this kind of stuff will guarantee it. If you just like go for the deny, he'll walk in and then you can do it much easier. And maybe you can make the case for having seen him depending where he'll stand. It's just enough. It's just enough. Okay, when you put this one, do you really want to go to like kill a sentry right now? I'm gonna miss the banner creep. So this is not a good time to do it. One, if there's something here, again, he's gonna fight you for it. And then two, I'm gonna miss CS for like coming to do this. So deal with the wave, and then when he's dealing with the wave you shoved in, then you come back here and you sentry and you look for this stuff. It's like you're doing the same things, you're just changing the order, and then you'll have a lot better time. And then with this being the 6-minute rune, you should just be like shoving this lane. Like right here. Just like attack non-stop. Especially this range creep. Like instead of astraling him, just like kill this range creep and then Or like, instead of, you will astral him, but instead of doing it here, like we hit this range creep a couple times and then we astral him to secure it. Or hit this and then astral the creep to secure it. Get the most valuable ones, hit, and then go. Sometimes you'll also see people try to creep aggro repeatedly to drag the wave with them to go. You can try that. I think you have enough time to deal with like 3 of the creeps here, and then if you miss one for the rune, no big deal. We can go a little further, but you did mention you're playing with the team and like maybe they could use some help. So we can take a look. This is getting super greedy. This is the 3rd observer in the mid lane. So your team is just not going to play with vision. Which this is the point where like your 5 should be thinking about leaving this lane. And they're not going to, like, Gyrocopter's not going to be safe. So unless they are putting an insane amount of attention on you, you usually don't need 2 mids, 2 wards mid. This isn't like some pro Dota shit where they're like all in on this. Plus, this is a Tinker lane. They shouldn't even be trying to get you. Tinker should be like jungling and just showing back up. Like there should actually be very little pressure in the mid lane. You actually want observers like here and here to see the Tinker. These are like the 2 most common spots he's going to be. He's going to like be here, shove it, and then go here. Be here, shove it, go here. Go here, like wherever. Go here, do these 2. Those are the most common spots. He'll tank damage from getting the creeps hitting him, but he'll assume it won't matter because he'll TP home. So you need the wards there so your supports can go wander over and kill him when he's at 300 health. And to wander over to do that, Gyrocopter needs to be safe, Legion needs to be safe, and now these 2 are like committed here. So just 1 should be enough, and you position there. So like based off this observer, you position topside. I can't see bottom, but like I'm on this side nearer to my observer, so like it doesn't matter as much. Okay, let's see what other people are up to. Should we go back in time to look at them? I think it'll take too much time to do that. So you're getting a Wisdom Shrine. Legion's almost 6. Silencer's headed over. Global. Yeah, I was going to say we should try to kill him. I think the execution here got a little messy. Okay, we did kill him, but he killed us first. Let's go back a little bit. Okay, not in a huge rush to get this guy. We just, like, we'll get him. It just needs to be in the right spot. So, astraling here, but no one's close enough. I mean, if Witch Doctor TPs, like, right now, it may be doable. But I think this is just a little bit more forced than it needs to be. He's almost in range, and then any opportunity after that will work. Maybe you just miscalculate a little, like, you thought you didn't need him. But you also kind of, like, backed away too far, and, should have been closer to like keep using Arcane Orb right away and like kite on top of him if you thought you could do it. So maybe, I don't know, just like a miscalculation. I don't want to like beat up on it too much. But I think Astral is like one of the best abilities for people to TP on, because you Astral and they just TP and he's like stuck in the Astral. So that's always something you can do. Or like even people walking in, Astral is one of the best setups. So, like, don't feel forced to do a suspicious play. Just, like, wait for the right play. And if it doesn't happen, that's okay. Like, you know, you can go do other stuff. For example, Legion's about to have duel, and you guys can maybe set something up off of that. Maybe you, not you, like the supports can, but... All right, Gyro just shoving the wave and farm on his own here. Looks like side lanes are going well. Speaking of playing sides, opt on the top side. This is pretty minor, but because you just got the last hit. But since the observer is over here, which I don't love, but it's over here, then you want to play the top side so you can move this way, and that way you're less likely to be surprised by stuff like this. If you have an observer over here, then you can be like on this side instead of this side.
being in the middle is like I'm on danger from both sides. Big stacks. You guys want to be a little closer together? Because they were showing down here. Now they're kind of scattered. Or like we don't know if they're scattered. So we want to be a little closer to help each other out in case we run into them. I don't think a self-retreating silence is worth it usually. Like, this silence will save me, the silencer, so I'll do it in the early game. If you do it to save a core, that's okay. If I was a silencer support, though, I would just die. Like, I'd rather use it aggressively on a core than save myself. Okay, OD recovery farming. We want to set up the stuff I mentioned. Let me show you guys Tinker's perspective. Shoving in the mid wave. All right, blink into OD for no reason, sure. Now I have no time because I did that. All right, never mind. He never finds time to go anywhere else. Oh, here he is. All right, that wasn't quite what I thought we would see looking at the Tinker's perspective. Oops. I mean, maybe. You have Sanity's Eclipse, so like maybe you solo kill Tinker. But this is really hard, and it's pretty unlikely, because like he will blind you and then get away before you can do more Arcane Orbs. So you need to be able to right-click him multiple times and then surprise him with Sanity's Eclipse, but like we're really showing it. So this is also a play that I think is like overly forced, and you just like kill the creeps and then go work with Legion Duel, you know? That's a much... I mean, yeah, killing Tinker's great, but it's a very hard kill. It's very guaranteed down here. If like you Astral or she duels, you're almost for sure killing whoever. Supports, leave your gyro alone. Get out of there. Come back over here. Don't even go top again. Only TP top to save gyro. Don't even try to make a play there unless they're like under tower. All right, we came over here. We should have a smoke somewhere. If you guys are playing as a group, you should get smokes. And then this won't happen. The reason they can like respond in time and TP people in is because they see you early. If you guys smoke ahead of time, then this is probably you guys getting a drow kill and then just getting out and then taking this tower potentially. If your supports aren't confident in buying the smoke, you guys are playing party, so you can always just call it out, like someone buy a smoke and be ready. It's also only 50 gold. Any of the cores can buy it themselves. It's no big deal. Okay. Okay, I almost got sucked into that, and we were gonna like keep going into like plays and all that, but we have to keep going. We gotta. I was gonna say people keep donating through. I see Blue Flash. You actually just donated again. Thank you so much. We're trying to keep the day focused on the laning stage, though. Let me see how the game went. Oh, you guys won in the end. Very snowball. Big action there. All right. Let's come over here. No problem. Thank you for the kind donations. I'm glad it was helpful. Sorry I had to play that one with a headache. I'm not sure what advice I have for that. That one's just oops. That is definitely unfortunate. And
It will be unfun to play into that. Are you here? Del Chodanoev. I butchered your name, I'm sorry. Del Chodano. Chodonet. I don't know, I can't put this together. But anyways, the point is, real quick, you mentioned a party of 5 and you're position 4, but I don't know which team. Which team are, oh, you are here, perfect. Which team are you? Your name might match in the game, but I don't have, I have anonymous mode on, so I'm not sure. I could maybe turn it off next to find out. Earthshaker. Okay. I'm sorry for butchering your name. I'm glad you still knew who you were being called. I think that sounds remotely like my name. And you're the Earthshaker, but you mentioned if maybe we could comment also on like the whole team, just like the last one. That'd be great. So yeah, we can definitely do that. I'll just say team. You're Archon, but this Crusader. We'll just like here. We'll do that. Crusader Archon team, and we'll take a quick look around. Actually, before we do that, let me. We're chugging through water, so I'll be right back. Snack time. There's no more duck. I know. I need to figure out where to put it. The downside of this new chair is there's no space for it. Okay, we gotta lock in. Excuse me. Coughing on my snack. We gotta lock in because you guys are being generous and tons of people are donating. We gotta get through everyone's, and then hopefully still have some time for some like the random ones, because we gotta end the stream a little early. I am having to sleep early to get used to waking up early for the cast coming up. All right, let's do this one. Earthshaker 4, but also looking at the whole team. I don't know if you had any extra questions. Let me scroll up real quick. I don't think so. I don't see anything. Okay, let's take a look. I'll do free cam since it's kind of hard to look at a team from player perspectives. What have we got? Pudge, Skywrath, Lion, Earthshaker, and an Abaddon. Okay. Since you guys are playing as a team, I would recommend smoking if you have a Pudge. Your level 1 is pretty solid. So Pudge, lead the way. Actually, I mean, even Lion with a stun, Skywrath with concussive shot. Any of you could lead the way and then hook into that. Or any of those three. Definitely don't lead with the Abaddon. And unless you're starting with Fissure. Oh, you did start with Fissure. Then maybe you could do it. Oh, sorry. You're 4 Earthshaker. This is fine. For some reason, I was thinking you were mid Earthshaker. It's mid Pudge. In that case, you also could lead the way with the Fissure block. Okay, it kind of worked in the end, but this is a little bit random if it'll work or not. If you guys buy a smoke and then move cohesively, it'll be a lot more likely to work out. And it pays for itself. Even if it doesn't pay off, a smoke is a small investment, so it's not a huge deal. All right, we got the kill. Okay, off of this kill, make your way over here. So off lane, oh, I guess it's Skywrath mid. Mixing it up. Okay, off lane, there are different ways you can approach it, but pulling the lane back right away is almost never a bad choice. You might have a slightly better choice of like, oh, I think I can just straight up lane and kill and whatever, sure. But there's almost never a case where like, oh, damn, I wish it had stayed here instead of coming back here. Very few cases of that. I say very few cases. Excuse me. I say very few cases. I literally can't think of one. I'm saying there's a few cases to cover my bases, but I'm actually not sure if there are any. So off of this play where you kill someone, head over here. The creeps are here right now. 13 seconds. They're like right around the first ledge. You can see it like right here. So just hang around here if there's extra time. This one's pretty tight on timing, so we gotta like rush over. But you can like wait here if like no contest happened. We got the rune at 0, so just stick around here 10 seconds and then run out here. 13, catch it, body block. Right off the bat, the first wave will go into tower. It'll shove out. Your off lane is winning, and that's gonna free up someone like Earthshaker. A lot of your strength is early rotations, so being possible because of Fissure. Weird creep equilibriums, and then like being able to body Fissure block the mid lane to like lead to a kill. So you want the lane back so you can do that stuff. You can stack, you can set things up. If the lane's here, we can't really do that. Your items are more like we're playing the lane, which is kind of doable. But we definitely had a missed opportunity to like get this lane in a great spot right away. Whether we are going to continue doing weird stuff or just when we're going to play the lane straight up from here. If you are only doing weird stuff, you can start boots. You have like a mix of items, so it seems like you're going to play lane. But then we got the boots anyways. Because of that like early kill. I guess it's fine. Though I don't think boots will help you play a lane as opposed to other things. Like the stick and all that stuff. What else is going on? Shouldn't be much going on here. Skywrath versus Tide. I wouldn't have predicted this matchup. Yeah, don't even hit the range creep because you'll... This is actually a great spot for you. You know, you don't even have to like... If you kill this range creep early like you were trying to do, you're only going to push out faster. Which, I mean, it's not that bad in the mid lane. But I don't think you have to like be in a rush to do it. I think you're in a very comfortable spot right now. Extra regen from the tower. You get to high ground, low ground, poke the Tide Hunter. Just going to be careful not pulling these under the tower. I don't think you really need to be like, let me kill that range creep and shove it out. You know, there's no like rune spawning. And so you'll just be more likely, if you deal with it systematically and then push,
Like, pretend these 2 creeps are dead and we're pushing with this. It's much easier to go for the range creep now and immediately transition that into fighting the Tidehunter with bonus creeps. So if you are going to try to shove, it's usually easier to go, like, directly melee to ranged rather than, like, jump to the ranged. What's going over here? Abaddon versus Centaur is pretty good. The first couple levels are a little slow, but then after that, Abaddon's pretty strong. Witch Doctor Maledict will be a bit of a pain. So we do have to be careful of that. Hey, Robert, yeah, we're back. We're gonna be casting Dream League. That's why this stream started early. It's gonna end a little early. Possibly after we get through all the guaranteed ones, but I hope we'll have enough time to do some raffles still. Cause I think I'm gonna be waking up at 4 a.m. I usually wake up 2 hours before start time to be like fully awake, have enough time to do everything. If it's real early, I push it a little bit, like 1 hour least, maybe 1.5. Either way, I don't really want to be like, wake up dead of night, be like, hello, welcome. So I'm trying to shift the sleep schedule a little bit early. I should pop this up so we can kind of keep track of the lanes. This is part of going back to that trick, by the way. Not that maybe she still last hits well from up here, but you would just be in a better spot. We haven't really been seeing what's happened, but Medusa's in a safe spot, last hitting, that's what we want to disrupt. Either from like early fissure blocks, which if you're not making aggressive plays, we end up like fissure blocking here, run up, fissure block here. Sometimes you fissure block the enemies, but off the kill you guys had, you were in a really good spot to just do it. And if you're not Earthshaker, then this is like, you can't do the other stuff. Like, this is it. So I really recommend to anyone making these plays. And even if you're position 5, I often stay up here and do it myself. So like, we come up here, we get a kill, we don't get a kill. Some people will TP immediately. If you have a reason to do that, go ahead. Sometimes people like to do the river, and I think that can be okay. But a lot of times I like to hang around and just body block, run into the trees, TP back. You always make it in time for the lane. If you want to block this camp, you stick your head out, drop the sentry, either right away or do it at like 58 seconds, 59. If you want to unblock your camp, that's where you're a little late. But if you TP back here, you can usually like drop the sentry, take a quick check, and then be here just a little late. And I like that. I like it a lot more. It's like very impactful to get this lane to push out very quickly. We got the Lotus. Talked earlier about like if Lion's draining, but you just hit him, yeah, he'll struggle. So Centaur doing that to the Lion. You guys don't need to worry about chasing this. I mean, you guys already got the Lotus. You're pretty happy. I know it's tempting to want this kill, but if you look at Witch Doctor and look at what he has, what is he going to do? If he has a salve being delivered right now, okay, he'll play the lane. If it's anything but a salve, if he walks up at any point, you'll just kill him, right? He has to sit AFK for like 30 seconds at least with tangos going to be able to approach the lane. So he is not a consideration, which means you now have a free lane. Lion is also low, but it's much easier to be low in the safe lane because the tower's right here, so you can do pulls quite safely. It's harder to do that as a position 4, just like the nature of the physical map. So you don't really, you also have the shield to work with. He could like start tangoing over in the same way you guys can, but then you guys have like a little bit bonus regen because you guys came out with the Lotus. So you don't even have to take this risk. And then we don't risk, this happened because your blood grenade was still on the Witch Doctor. Sometimes people just walk up and accidentally aggro. Look at that Centaur self-restraint. Stopped his own stun. I guess you just weren't ready for the concussive shot. Yeah, concussive is AoE, so every time you use it to harass like that, either try to time it with the range creep so you get it all at once, or just be ready to like go for it. His attack speed's very slow, so he had 2 auto attacks to finish it, and it only worked because you backed away. And if you were the mid laner looking to do that, you want to wait for the Skywrath to be backing away. Otherwise, you kind of hold it hostage where like you have to stay here or otherwise I'll deny it. You can even harass the Skywrath mage because if he tries to go for it, you can turn around and like get the second auto attack. There's some extra considerations like, you know, that he's low, so maybe he can't do that in this case. But then all the more reason, the fact that he's getting the deny at half health is kind of funny. I'm gonna bite this bread while we look around. Now you can maybe finish this job with an Earthshaker rotation. You would want to try to time that a little better. Uh-oh. All right. Let's go back to here. We started this a bit early. All right. What if we wait and he realizes Earthshaker is here? He's gonna sit back here and he's not gonna farm. So it's actually not that bad. Like if we don't kill him, the threat of him dying is still getting us something, right? Skywrath is gonna like farm, CS deny, stuff like that. I think you guys feel pressured, like, okay, force this before he realizes it, and sometimes you need to do that. I just don't think this is one such situation. So you can wait, and if he steps up, then you're together, you can throw all the spells at once. If he never steps up, then Earthshaker is effectively zoning the Tidehunter out of the mid lane, and you're going to pick up a couple extra CS advantage. But for example, the whole point I was saying, in the end, this gets really hard because he's able to use his wand. If you comboed like Q from Skywrath and then WQ to land together as Fissure connects, he might just die to the burst damage before he can use the magic wand. Like, it was really close. But he had a little bit of warning time. And then again, you don't always have to kill. Like, as long as he's gone, it's fine. So we're trying to get this kill. We'll probably get like 200 to 300 gold for it. And in the meantime, we're missing 200 gold in the lane. So I could just get the 200 gold guaranteed. He misses all this because he's about to die. And you don't need to take these risks into the tier 2. Skywrath is a really bad tower diver because you have one armor. You pretty much take pure damage from towers, which is a ton. Random Herald here to learn. Welcome! We are all learning heralds on this blessed day. At this point, it's going to be hard to kill Centaur. You're mostly just like farming here. So when you shove in a big wave like this... So here, just use the strength of this many creeps. Like, if he tries to fight into this many creeps, you're good to go. Granted, this one's actually kind of close, where you're low and he's, like, full health. So this one's a little scary. Otherwise, just, like, kill this stuff and then back out and do a pull. And you don't need to, like, hang around here like this. Right now, this is where Lion would fall back to, like, do the pull. Abaddon can do it himself, too. Because, like, who can sit here and safely go for denies? Full health... ranged carry, range support, Tranquil's Windlace, or the like 1/3 health carry Abaddon, you know? He is safer, and it's less punishing if Lion dies to this. So send the Abaddon to go do the pull if there's time. If it has to be Lion, you know, sure. But like send the carry to go do the pull, and they can farm the gold, and then the support can do the denying and harassing very safely, and then just back off. And if they're too scared to walk up and they can only absorb XP, then sure, just let the support absorb XP and let the carry go farm the small camp. You'll also get XP, but you'll also get some gold. And then 6 minutes, let's try to rotate. Skywrath could do some damage depending what rune he gets. Abaddon, and Abaddon's a carry that you can leave alone easily. Earthshaker has a lot of like fissure tricks to like get the lane back to leave Pudge alone. Doesn't look like any of you are going, but I would really recommend it for party games. Looks like part of the reason we didn't go is because stuff's happening here. I don't know how much time is left on this. This might be about to expire. But this is why like double in this lane is not as helpful as like seeing the side lanes, because you guys don't know what Disruptor's up to, which is why you get surprised here. Because of the risk of glimpse and where Abaddon's at, he actually has to like run this way and stay out of sight of Disruptor. But there's a chance they kill him anyways, so. Wouldn't usually recommend this kind of stuff in case there's any like sentries from body blocking, from blocking or unblocking this stuff. I would recommend the observers to be here or in the lane up here. People are putting sentries in this area more, so like here, here. This spot's okay, even though there's sentries, it's hard to see this. This spot's good. All of them are a little bit more likely to survive. It also gives you more warning time. This is a little late, depending what they have. Ooh, I like the Wisdom Shrine attempt, though. Nice. Oh, funny. Okay, how are things going over here? Did secure this a little late. Maybe you guys were involved in something. I kind of missed it. The fact that you two are about the same level kind of tells me we played the lane a little bit too much. Earthshaker can do it in the right matchups. And if you're doing it, you want to have more denies because your base damage is pretty good. And then even more so if you use Totem. So like if you're playing the lane as Earthshaker support, you should be thinking a lot about denies with your damage. The other option is to be super underleveled, doing a lot of equilibrium tricks to let your offlaner farm here. And in your downtime, you do a bunch of stacking. And then when your offlaner is strong, you come get kills with them, they farm your stacks, and then you get the lane to catch up. You rotate mid a lot, you get them online, and now your mid rotates to get kills, and you sit in the mid absorbing XP. One of those two ways to play. I feel like we're in the middle ground. We have a build that's like, I'll rotate. Or like, yeah, like you can rotate with Arcane Boot Rush, but then we're like in the lane a lot, such that you're like the same level as Pudge. So that means you've been splitting a lot of XP. Not that we watched the entire thing because we hopped around, but that'd be my guess. There was some rotations, but just maybe not enough. Okay, nice. And then if Skywrath wants to go home because he has no mana, he could. Looks like he's going to stay out and do this so we don't get the lane. But you are stacking on your way up here. And how did Pudge die? What happened here? Full health to death. So you guys need to see what this Disruptor's up to. He's been moving around a lot. So you need to catch sight of here, the Twin Gate, like one side, and then the teleports. You do have this one. This type of observer is we are going to play aggressive and push them into the tower, or it's at the start of the game and you're like, I'm a courier sniping asshole. That's also okay. At this time, though, this is a we're going to push aggressively type observer. But we can see we don't have the power to push aggressively here. And then that's why this won't catch the Disruptor doing stuff in this area. And then that's why then Pudge gets surprised and then glimpses back to his death here. Yeah, Medusa seems like she's been doing pretty solid, which I think there was like a MMR disparity here, right? Yeah. I'm not too surprised to see the Disruptor's the one who's been making all the plays, and he's the highest rank, and then this guy's the highest rank. So the way to adjust it, though, is then if you adjust your warding, you'll see what the Disruptor's doing, right? And then the high level play that he is doing, being legend, is he's moving. But if you see him coming, then like, okay, so what's the big deal? You know, you could be an immortal player taking the Twin Gates, watching me farm, but you got to see him, right? And then the MMR won't matter for these early rotations. The punishment's happening to you guys because you guys aren't like placing a ward down to find him. Like after the first rotation happened, this was the ward that came out. But this isn't where Disruptor came from. So it hasn't helped you at all in terms of like, where is the Disruptor? What lane is he in? Who is he getting? This is the wrong side. I don't think this is the Pudge core build, by the way. I sometimes see Tranquils, but usually you just do like phase boots into other stuff. That would have helped with your laning. It would have helped reduce the damage you take from the Medusa. I know Tranquils like heals you up, but you have to step out of the lane for 13 seconds, and you're gonna miss creeps in that time. So that's why Tranquils is like very awkward for core Pudge. And usually getting like phase is better. Even without the bonus regen, like Pudge still has pretty high base regen. So you get resistances to like be really bulky. And then you take extended trades with Rot. Again, Medusa is kind of a tough one, but I'm not sure Tranquils is the way to go. Let's see this. Because I was going to say, your Skywrath has been doing the best, so you want to work with him the most. This type of stuff is good, right? You see the Skywrath putting the power in. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need him. All right, I know you got him, but part of the reason we got him is because Medusa doesn't care about her team, I guess. She could have come over and helped. Where's Witch Doctor? Did he just respawn? I guess he did. I don't know. Medusa should come over when there's like a tier 2 and save the guy and then farm the triangle. She could make her way back up here. I would say you don't usually have to take that risk of chasing him that hard. But you just want to keep doing that stuff and then try to get to like the... if you can do it to the Medusa, all the better. We even have a Lion, so Lion's pretty good at draining her mana, even though she's usually quite tanky. It's very effective damage. All right, we keep chugging along. Let me know if there were any questions that we didn't quite get to. We can maybe pop back in there.
Oh, who's that? Thank you.
Hopefully that like scatter blast approach, some tips for like every lane helped something. Oops. It's an unranked one. Boatnik, thank you for subscribing. Renacho, thank you for the bit cheer earlier. I don't see a match ID attached. Let me know if you wanted a replay with that or if you're just like pogging out cheers over here. Thank you. Either way. But definitely let me know if you wanted a match reviewed with that. Before we get to yours, though, we still got to get through a couple more people. So let's keep chugging along with this... Puck replay. So it's Puck 2. And then I believe I won the lane for the most part, but couldn't convert mid-game. Lost a farmed anti-mage at the end. Doing? Okay, so technically you are ahead of your opponent, but 3.4 is still
Like, relatively, you're high. Total value, we're a little low. 4K is like a good benchmark to go for, and if we're doing well, we want to go higher. So actually, let's still take a look at your lane, because that is the focus of today. I know you're asking more about the like having trouble converting, so maybe we can take a quick dip into that. But I will say, as part of, you know, dealing with the anti-mage that you ultimately lost to, punishing him early is where we gotta hit him. And to punish him early, we gotta have a good amount of net worth at the start to feel strong enough to do so. So let's see what happened, and if we can't find a couple ways for you to like pick up some extra gold. Chew my bread real quick. Were you in this party? Okay, you were. Party of 4. Okay. Lots of party games today. Okay, downside of this. So it's fine to rush out to try to do this stuff. I don't know where you were thinking of potentially warding. If you want to put it here, you could have warded from back here, and because you have the orb, pretty much no one can beat you out. So your observer would go down first, and then you could walk out without technically risking the reveal of your observer. Here, you kind of like show you have an observer, and then Phoenix has their observer. Phoenix could place their observer right now, and that means they would be seeing you place your observer. And so then Phoenix can bring the sentry, kill yours, deny their own, and they come out ahead for this. And we don't see Phoenix right now, so we don't know if the observer is down or not. So I'd recommend like swapping this up a little bit. If you know you want it here, put it ahead of time and then keep going. Or if you wanted to put it here and you got spotted before you could, save it, place it later. Pass it off, do some mind games, pass it off to a support, have them place it like in the corner, whatever, things like that. And then because we don't know, so I know Phoenix has an observer, and if you didn't click Phoenix, by the way, do it through the top bar. That way you can see it later, the items they had when you saw them. There likely is a mid observer, right? Even if it wasn't Phoenix, someone has put a mid observer. Like every single game, there's an observer somewhere in the mid lane at some point. It could be up, it could be coming up later. But there's a very high chance it's up. So if your team wants to try to do a level 1 play, which I'm up for, you guys are very strong level 1. First of all, could have smoked. Smoke yourselves to go for a play would have been good. Even without a smoke, you're like hoping someone will show up here and you guys will rush them. But then you guys like ran across here. So there's a very high chance that an observer was placed and then they saw you guys getting in position. So then this is unlikely to work out. Even if you don't want to smoke, then I recommend you guys come from here as you guys are leaving and just go to where you want to be and wait somewhere like back here. Like Puck can be here and everyone else is back here. So then even if there's an observer over here, they see Puck and they're thinking like, oh, it's just Puck, you know? So like maybe we can do this. And then at the last second, everyone rushes out. And maybe that's enough. It'll at least be higher odds than like running around here and then waiting here as a group in case there's an observer here that might see all this. Oh, got a little excited, spun early. Real quick, we will look through this. I just want to like, okay, so some amount we are just missing last hits. I'm not sure what rank this is because it's an unranked party, and I'm not going to bother digging through profiles to see if we can see anyone. I'm sure some amount of last hits are just being missed as part of practice and improvement, so that's fine. Slight tip here, you're in a good position. The advantage is that you can be a little closer on the high ground
And even if Phoenix walks up to trade with you, you have a 50% chance that you just come out ahead because the Phoenix misses. So you can be a little closer to your creeps rather than you having to attack at max range, Phoenix attack at max range, and you got to like really time it well. If you're closer and your projectile just lands faster than Phoenix, it becomes a little easier for you. So you're doing some like max range harass, even though Phoenix is like back here. So you can stand closer without being at risk. Like for example, going for this deny and we both launch our attacks. Phoenix got there first. Yours was close. If you stood even a little closer here or like point blank, your attack would have connected much faster and then you get that deny. Little tricks like that in the mid lane or any lane, but like especially in the mid lane, help a lot to help pick up some CS. Small things like that where like, oops, got the damage wrong. Like I'm not going to worry about that. That's a matter of practice. That one also very close, right? Phoenix's attack barely landed after yours, but if you stand a little closer, then it's more guaranteed. Also, feel free to use the orb. I see we still have that. Our mana regen is not going. If you need to use it to secure a range creep and harass a little bit, you can. Granted, we're probably not killing this Phoenix very easily. Using it to secure a range creep under tower. It's always very tricky to get it with the last hits. Sitting at full mana, a minute and a half. If we used an orb at the very start of the laning stage, you'd have all the mana back pretty much at this point. Now, more than that, what am I saying? You have 2 mana regen. 60 seconds have passed. 120 mana. That's more than 90. I was an engineer. I can do math. Even though I feel most engineers will use programs to do the math. All right, so notice, this has been happening several of the mid replays we watch, where you guys are prioritizing other stuff rather than the lane. I, of course, want you to get this water rune. If you didn't get a water rune, would that even be a problem, though? Look how much resources you still have, right? Like, you and Phoenix are not hitting each other. You guys have been keeping your distance and just leaving each other alone. I would actually rather use an orb to stack this at 155 and then just keep playing the lane. Like, be here, you know, lane, walk over, stack this, and then, like, you'd still be okay for how much regen you have. So, one, we could just be using more spells and trading more to then need the regen to go get the water. So that could be an adjustment we make earlier, or you could do this, like I said. Either way, let's pretend we do want to get the water rune, ignore stacking. The power of Curveball is that you can do both. And even without Curveball, you can use Illusory Orb in a straight line to do this. You can keep playing this lane. 2 water runes are going to spawn. And if you're playing in a party, one, it would be good to work on this on your own to like keep track of where everyone is. But in a party game, you can ask, like, are the supports in lane? Yes. All right. Is there any possible way Phoenix could get either, like, both runes? No. So, as long as Phoenix isn't getting one and a support isn't getting another, or like a wolf is denying it, then you don't need to be here as soon as it spawns. So if I don't need to be there as soon as it spawns, I can do other things, such as the creeps that are alive right now. So what you do, you stay here, you play the lane, you see what Phoenix does. And if Phoenix goes bottom, then you can go top. And you don't have to do it right away. You can let Phoenix go bottom. Like, Phoenix is going now while there are still creeps alive. So you sit here and you deny creeps, you secure creeps. Either way you want to do it. Like, kill their creeps and then deny yours, whatever. Kill your own creeps, drag this wave top, deny yours, illusory orb top, jaunt over, right? So many different ways you can do it. You are currently choosing water runes or creeps, but Puck has the unique strength of being able to do both thanks to illusory orb. It's very, very, very difficult to prevent Puck from getting a rune. In fact, like, once Phoenix starts walking this way and they don't have dive, you can even illusory orb this way and beat Phoenix to this rune. And if you want to be like a massive asshole, you can TP here and then run up and get this one. Like, there are so many different tricks to make sure you get a water rune. It doesn't need to be at the exact 2-minute mark, because support rotations at this time are quite rare. Puck
Party games, it may happen more, and I don't actually know your rank, so it might happen. Though based on the CS, I actually know this is like a... I'd be surprised if this was like higher than Crusader, I think, for every lane to be under 4K. There has to be like a good chunk of last hits being missed, so I would guess like a range from Herald to Guardian, and then like some Crusader players is my guess. And for that rank, I'm pretty sure that 2-minute rune would stay there till 4 minutes if you leave it there. So that means you can clear it up, illusory orb over, grab it, and then get best of both worlds. You get all the creeps, and then you get the water rune. Be a little careful. Your orb is still low enough level, so this thing is like right at the edge. Unfortunately, it will heal up enough. If Phoenix is fast enough, when your orb passes through and puts this creep into deny range, Phoenix can like immediately start attacking, and then you got a problem. So try to angle yourself so that your orb can hit the creep you want to hit and not hit the others. Unless you want to hit the others. You can also time it another way. So for example, illusory orb this way, like a curve like this. So your orb hits the creep that you wanted to get, and then maybe you go and prep the range creep. You go and attack it like twice, and then the orb curves in and finishes the job. You might need to attack more than twice. You might need like 3 attacks. Although I think the orb picks up damage, right? Yeah, it picks up damage as it lasts in the world longer. So I think 2 attacks would be enough as it curves back in to hit the range creep. You can do all sorts of little tricks like that to avoid range creeps being denied on you as you like orb forward. The range and the banner, don't be afraid to use spells to get. Can actually get both water runes here. All right. So Phoenix used dive at 352. Dive's cooldown is quite long. So Phoenix lost the mobility to get to the runes quickly. So you have an advantage here now to maybe get both, or to just get the one you want and mess with the Phoenix. Could be your chance to kill the Phoenix, but we haven't done enough damage, so not going to be able to do that. So you orb, but notice the orb didn't actually kill any creeps because they weren't low enough. So now I still have to go for the last hit on the creeps, which hopefully we get, but Dota's hard, so you may end up missing them versus your own creeps. So actually what you want to do is attack the creeps first and use the nuke to finish the job, rather than nuke and then use attacks to try to finish the job, because it's just way harder to do that. And we're also mistiming it because, I mean, it's low enough cooldown that it should still be up in time. So if you're actually intentionally doing this, then it's okay. If you're trying to finish this wave quickly, like nuke once, attack, nuke a second time towards it, then that'll work. But it'll be a little off timing because, like, you know, it's 10-second cooldown and then like 7 seconds till the rune. So you could hold this till it gets closer, like 358. Just attack nonstop till then. Attack to get this creep and attack to set up these 3 creeps, so that then at the end, you use the orb to nuke them all, guaranteeing all 3 last hits, and then the orb goes to the rune, and then you pop over, grab it, come back to lane. You can then adjust if you see Phoenix like going bottom, you want to beat them, no dive, you know, orb this way, grab it, run around. If you can just like walk over, waning rift over, run this way or back, you can try, though I think Phoenix should get one if they want one. But like, for example, we rush over here to get this rune. Again, not even the end of the world if we miss it. But then 2, we're losing 3 creeps for it. And earlier we kind of talked about the value of the bottle refills. This is like the same amount. So we're kind of going even in terms of regen net worth from the bottle refill. But when we do this, we're only going to get the water, and then maybe you get some creeps on your way back. But for everything we've talked about, it's much easier to get what CS you can, and then you're almost for sure going to get a water rune after, depending where Phoenix walked. This one kind of worked out where you still got some of the creeps after the fact, but there's a chance the creep wave dies before you come back. I'm remembering that your initial question was actually more about converting after the lane. And even though I said it was laning focused, since you donated for this, I still want to like try to give some amount of useful help. Let me see when you get this rune. Certain matchups you need boots. If you don't need boots, you can just get the robe first, and then you'll have more attack speed, more damage, more mana. Makes it a little easier to play the lane if you know you're just going to sit here till 6 minutes. Something I haven't talked about is using Puckish to like walk in, dodge ability, and all that stuff. That is good to do if you want to play Puck. I recommend you watch some pro players do it. I don't want to push you too hard into it because I know it's like it can be easily messed up and then you grief yourself. But it would be. It's like a really big part of playing Puck right now. It's like why Puck is considered pretty good. And I don't think I've been seeing too many like dodged auto attacks, intentionally tanking auto attacks and like towers and stuff. But for my guess of the rank, I think my main suggestion of like what to prioritize would be this like play the lane and then go for the runes. In this case, the 6-minute rune, you do need to be there on the dot compared to the water runes because there's only one rune now. So it's not like, oh, Phoenix went bottom, so I definitely have top. Supports aren't rotating for water runes, but they could rotate for the 6-minute is much more likely. So same deal in this case, knowing I want to do that. You see how you're like waiting here for 10 seconds? Sit here, attack, 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 orb, walk over. Or like attack, 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 orb this way, you know, how much time you have, whatever. But that way you're dealing with the wave, then you're heading over. Bonus, your opponents might now, if they don't do the same, uh-oh, the wave shoved into me, I want to get these creeps. And so even though the rune is here and you check top, you go, ah, damn, and you run over. Because you can see the mid still dealing with the creep wave. Now, the high-level play is to like drag the creep wave with you to the rune, but you're probably not going to see that in a lot of pub games. So then you might still have a shot at getting it. For example, it is bottom, and Phoenix is, oh, I got to get these creeps first before I get the rune. So then there it is. So that's why if you just sit in the lane and like intentionally shove it a little faster, this was like by chance it worked out, but you can actually create the situation. And I think with those various tricks, like even on just the rune waves, like 2, 4, and 6, you could pick up like 2 extra CS per creep wave if we're like still missing some, you know, no big deal. But like that's pretty sizable from 24 to 30. Like that's a meaningful difference between like the other people in your games. And now we're talking about like starting to really carry the whole team. This one's a little forced. I appreciate the attempt with the arcane rune and kind of getting really pushing it there. I was a little bit forced. You can buy your own smokes if you want. You don't have to. I think with a little bit more patience or like a little bit of a different angle, you're more likely to make... Yeah, I should probably demonstrate. All right, we're headed over. You see this bounty, you go for the bounty. You don't need it yet. We still have this arcane rune. Just leave it. So keep heading over. This is just going to delay you and waste some bottle refills. So you're going to come over here. And because, okay, so if you're not going for this bounty rune, then you can actually go this way. So you're more likely to cut them off as they retreat. Coming this way is the same as these guys walking in through the lane. It's a lot harder. And you have the freedom because you're the one rotating. These guys are playing too aggressive. They just have to like pretend, like play the lane. Don't be shoving the lane and using mana beforehand. They need enough mana to use the spells on the heroes when it happens. But Stroke of Fate is happening like too soon. Being too aggressive too soon. So they're like, what the heck is going on? Puck must be coming over. So then they run. Your team just needs to like continue to pretend to be here until you come in and you start it. That's probably the bigger issue more than like your own pathing, actually, to be honest. No flame to the team, but they kind of jumped the gun on that. I'm gonna lose this. Melee creep is good to get, but range is more important. So go for the auto attack on this one. Then you have time to set this up and then orb through everything. Rather than orb to secure 1 creep and then jeopardize 3 creeps. The math ain't mathing. Lost a range because we're orbing through. Okay. I think your actual playmaking, you got the runes and immediately moved. That's like pretty good. I think your laning is the part that can be adjusted. And hopefully what we said is not that hard to like implement, like attacking instead of spells and then knowing to like, okay, deal with the wave and then orb over to the runes. I think if you do that, you're gonna have a lot more success. Cause like, for the amount of creeps we talked about, you could be even missing some stuff. You can still be like 3,500 right now. You'll finish the Witchblade sooner. You know, you could have an extra wand here to like dive with and get the regen for. If you can't make a play, you can stack and then like farm 2 camps at once. You didn't strictly have to do it this game, so it didn't come up, but that could be another way to bump up your net worth. I know your question was about later, but I think maybe we will keep it to the laning stage. I think what we talked about is pretty important. You kind of notice we never have a massive lead over the enemy. Like 500 gold is not that big a deal, but at 10 minutes, this could be 4,000 for you. And then you're actually 1,000 over the next highest on the enemy team. And that's pretty meaningful. Even though it may not sound like a lot, like, isn't that just 500 more gold? But it is. It is. It's like the Witchblade sooner. It's like the Blink sooner. Before all this stuff. It's an extra minute to kill him before he gets Manta, things like that. Okay, I'm gonna copy the next one. Also, I appreciate the name you had. I kind of just jumped into this, but I appreciate the 3 different A pronunciations in the name. Hopefully the coordinator, maybe we'll be back in that game if the coordinator doesn't come back up. Let's Let's see if it'll... I don't think it'll load anything. Yeah. Hopefully this comes back up. We have like at least one more to do, and then we're caught up on the stuff. You sent in 2 games asking if like that's possible. I think we can do it, but it'll just be like real quick. We'll like 5 minutes first one, 5 minutes next one. We'll like bam, bam. Or maybe more than 5, but like, you know, whatever. Like the half and half, we'll try to do it fast enough. Patch incoming. I mean, I guess if they're going to do it, I wouldn't mind. Like right now. I've been awake for a while though. I woke up 10 plus hours ago as part of adjusting my sleep schedule. So if it comes out now and we have to spend like 10 hours reading the patch, I'm gonna be real tired because I have to sleep within like 5 hours from now to keep adjusting my sleep schedule before Dream League. And obviously we'll read the patch and play it if it actually came out right now. But I will be really tired and my sleep schedule will be boned for Dream League. I will not be in a good spot. I kind of hope the patch, to be honest, I'm torn. If the patch came out before Dream League, then sick. We get to cast new patch Dota. If the patch comes out midway through Dream League, as is tradition, I won't cast it, but then I'll be free to watch it and to make videos, and I won't be casting. We can like do our own content. I'm a little torn on it. There's no TGov waiting room, so it can't be. Damn. So true. So true. Let me see. Let me pull up the subreddit on my phone. Is any patch stuff? I don't see it. Oh, coordinator's back. Hold on. Sometimes it bugs out if like the coordinator goes down and there's no match found the first time you search. Yeah, there we go. While we wait, any opinion on best position 5 for a ranged carry like Drow? I play Ogre, but he isn't, air quotes, meta. I think Ogre's fine if you want to keep playing him with Drow. He isn't meta, like you said. If you want to talk meta, Naga Siren's pretty good. Really, any melee carry is pretty... Or sorry, melee 5 would be pretty solid. Someone like Clockwork could be good. Clockwork and Ogre, I think, are totally fine. If you could have a stun, that'd be kind of nice. Because Drow has slows, but if they can just TP away from you guys, you know, then it's like, oh, okay, goodbye. Excuse me. So like anyone melee with a stun is kind of nice. Since you're in the safe lane, double ranged is not usually amazing, but I think in the safe lane it's like pretty doable. So if you're just like a strong support, that would be okay as well. I don't think you want to be a weak support though, because like Drow's not the strongest laner, but she can do stuff, and she's generally an active carry. Like she comes online faster than others. So I feel like you want someone strong to have a good start in the lane and then be able to play with Drow early. If you're also a weak laner, then like you're missing all the timings, I feel. The slow plus stun of Ogre's nice kill lane, but Ogre's greedy. So I think you can play Ogre greedy with the Drow. Here would be my advice for Ogre. And here's how to play Ogre without being super greedy. Play the lane like, you know, usual, careful level 1, stick to the lane, just hit creeps. Hit the level 2 power spike, go for a kill right away. Make sure you buy enough regen to keep doing stuff. You can work towards your arcane boots. Don't go Midas. Do not go straight Midas. That is what will then miss the timing with the Drow. Go Solar Crest as a default. Bloodlust plus Solar Crest, super good on someone like Drow. You have other teammates you can work with. Solar Crest, work with them while Drow's farming. You don't want to do Solar Crest? That's okay. Any early item that makes sense, Force Staff, Glimmer, whatever. You are fulfilling your job as a support. You had a strong start. Here's my support item. We're doing things. After that, then you get your Midas. You will be close to level 2 ultimate. When you get the Midas right away, you go from a strong lane into like, I am AFK doing nothing, and you like miss the whole power window of Ogre coming off a strong lane, having extra spells, Bloodlust being a very significant boost, the slow being a lot of relative high slow, high damage, and you're like, well, I'll do it in 15 minutes when everyone will have Dispels and Force Staffs and strong items and all that. Your Midas can only multicast 2 times. So it's not even that, like, it's nice, but it's not that great, especially because you're not even going to multicast every time. If you get the regular item, you continue your power spike, speeds up your money to, like, get the Midas after as a second item, you're hopefully level 12, so now your Midas can do a triple cast. And if it doesn't do a triple cast, it could do a double cast at a much higher odds. So the second item Midas is, in my opinion, way less greedy and pays for itself actually faster than the first Midas. I mean, you'll get the first Midas sooner, but like the time of buying first Midas and then pay off with like the weak timing, as opposed to like the second item Midas, which can triple cast, I think it's way better that way. If you happen to have an amazing game, you can go first item Midas. Like, wow, I got first blood, and then I got second blood, and then I got third and fourth blood, and we took 2 towers, and then I got, you know, like, it just keeps going and going. Then you can get the Midas first, because you're so insanely farmed, it's fine. But if you're just having like a regular old support game, kind of good, kind of bad, don't go Midas first item. Get one regular support item. You may not even need the Midas. You can continue to support stuff and then win the game off of that. But if you're like, I want the Midas, that's why I play Ogre. Yeah, but do it second item. The first item's not that good. At least unless you're like super, super farmed. Okay. Kanisi, I hope I'm not butchering your name. We're going to try to do both your games, but we'll go a little faster so we can do like a little bit of A, a little bit of B. And hopefully have time to like maybe see some other stuff before we have to end the stream, because we are getting later and later. Shout out on Blood Grenade. Hell yeah. I love Blood Grenades. They're the best. Oh, you're here too. Great. Oh, forgot to change this part. Okay, so you said this is just like a random pub game. For a second, I thought these were your starting items. I was like, okay, step 1, let's not do that. Okay, some pretty standard stuff. Who do we have? I'm gonna guess it's AA mid, and I guess it's because he's running down. But I don't know. Lion mid's pretty common too, depending on the rank. But something about AA. People also like the AA. Okay, running around cutting some trees. This is actually just like mildly dangerous. Now, it turns out a couple different heroes are showing. Honestly, these trees are not important to cut, right? So like, if you just wait here, it's better. This is one of those like, I fidget habits that is actually not necessary. Like, there's no upsides, there's only downsides. So it's actually much better to just like wait here. You hide yourself so they don't know you're here. They think it's just a lion, and then boom, you're there spinning. That could work out. They don't accidentally find you first. Slaughter Crush, Lena Stun. Oh, I died. I'm like low health Jug, right? Like, oops. I was like running around here and they got me from the high ground. So there's like only downsides to like running around in this area pointlessly. I would just like sit behind a tree and wait, and then run out if you're doing it. Let the support scout for you and die in your place, you know? As a carry, you just want like a stable start.
This wasn't a party game, right? Yeah, so like, we're not doing a bunch of coordinated stuff. This is unranked, but like, assuming you're still like trying to try hard win to some degree, right? Let your team mess up if they mess up. But like, we just kind of want very stable starts. And not risking bounty rune stuff is like one such thing. We mentioned earlier, if you want to cut random trees, in an earlier replay, I forget which one exactly, but we were talking about cutting these different trees. One of these trees is really good to cut. This one with leaves right now is a really good tree to cut if you need a tree to cut. Any of these trees can be okay for the safe lane. That's kind of it. Actually, from the safe lane, that's the tree to cut, is this one. The off lane has more trees to cut, but we won't repeat too much because I said we're going to go fast for this. Okay, so where is the enemy support likely to stand? Over here. This is just like the pub classic. Support stands here and here. You hit each other. Sometimes you hit the lane heroes. Very rare will supports be here at the start. I'm a melee hero. I'm not going to hit a Rubik. So I just took one auto attack for free for no real reason. For like hugging this inner edge where Rubik is likely to be, and then he was, I got hit. But if I stand back here and I stand on the left, I can still distance myself from Slardar. I can still be near creeps, but I won't take that free auto attack. Here comes another auto attack. Rubik has 56 damage. We have a good amount of armor, and you may get some damage blocks. But you can see, like, okay, so about 50 damage right now for free. Third and fourth auto attacks. Those are maybe not as avoidable because you would have had to go in for like a last hit deny whatever and maybe could have gotten hit. But actually, no last hits have happened yet. So actually, maybe we aren't walking into like right now. Won't worry about that. That was just like a timing one. Aw, unlucky on that. Yeah, get that. All right, Lion has done a little grief, dragging it under, but all good. Okay, I'm not gonna kill this guy. So the spin follow is fine. I don't want to bother chasing him too hard after that because there's a creep here. So we just focus on that. And then consider doing your own pull because do I trust Lion who just aggroed under tower? Maybe I don't. If you have enough time to make it here, depending on what's happening, you can do this one. You can also do your own hard pull, and then you can see what they do as well. This guy took enough damage, you know, maybe you would feel okay being up here and doing this. Maybe you don't, so we do your own pull, which you are, so this is good. Range creep went over. I don't know if I would hit those creeps there. Because you were kind of fixing... Okay, you're definitely not killing this creep. This one's bad. The other is like, not sure on this. Okay, so as a carry, the reality is you can't trust every support, and we have to do a lot on our own. If you haven't seen the video about the Smurf, they kind of highlighted this kind of info there. We want to do as many tricks on our own to get equilibrium here. If it rubber bands, that's okay. We're going to do the tricks to pull it back. We need to do as much on our own because I don't know if this guy will do his job or not. When this creep is going this way, this is the driving force on how much damage is done. This is 4 versus 3 creeps, and these guys are low, but there's no range creep here. So I think there's a chance this fixes itself if they don't deny and you do. Like as soon as this drops below 50 and you're hitting it and they're not doing it, it will fix itself. If they will deny, then what you did is fine. And that's why I was like, I'm not sure if we should have done this. And then we keep doing it. Like we keep hitting, even though you could continue to aggro this back, and we're gonna call a bluff here. What are the odds Slardar holds these creeps outside instead of just walking under the tower? For a lot of pub games, outside of like Immortal, consistently people will just pull under tower. You'll have the exception, but like the majority will just go under tower. You don't. You hold these creeps out here. You now reestablish equilibrium here without Lion having to do anything. Lion makes mistakes. These guys make mistakes. I don't make mistakes. So then equilibrium will be here. But now we kind of kill that one for free. Okay, Rubik was kind of hitting it, so we got it. Okay, let's say that. This one, I will now run this one in circles back here to keep my creeps distracted here so that this will eventually push up. I'll kill it. So this is now screwing myself over. Lion screwed us over, pulling in our tower. I screwed myself over, killing this. Rubik actually held it out. That's actually pretty good of Rubik. You won't see this all the time. If he hadn't done that, it would have gone under tower and it would have pushed and it would have fixed itself. Because he didn't do that and because we just killed this creep, now we're kind of stuck up here and we're going to be in the same looping situation again here. Maybe Rubik will mess up here. He had good equilibrium, but not good positioning. In that case, that kind of worked out where you guys got the kill. We shoved the lane. Otherwise, you're going to enter a loop where it's going to push forward a couple creeps, not enough to fix. You're going to push back. It's going to like do this until you break it up, until you shove the lane in, which just happened because you killed the Rubik, and then you continue to spin in the wave. Or because, okay, I separated these creeps and now I run them in circles until my next creep wave walks in. Like some trick is going to be required to reestablish equilibrium. Anyways, this kill's pretty good. Slardar is going to be distracted by this. So now we go do our own pull. You did one earlier, so I have faith you'll do it again. Okay, bonus, as you are getting ready to do a pull, keep an eye on the creep wave. Let's, don't pay attention to that observer block on the camp. See what they do with the creep wave and how much damage gets done here. Because depending on what happens, we may or may not need to do the pull anymore. So, ideally, we'd be meeting like here right now. These guys are delayed, but they're moving. So you could stop this pull, and then Juggernaut has really fast attack speed, so as long as the creeps are mostly healthy, you can fix a lane on your own. You could attempt a half pull, so you like run more this way and only draw like the range creep in the back melee, and that would also fix it. If you draw the full wave, and then like you see this, now we have a problem. Because now, if you take this creep wave under tower, you'll farm it. Slardar will be farming the same creep wave and a hard camp. So now it's weird. So now I got to do this hard camp, and then this creep wave is going to go under tower. We've kind of like put ourselves into a weird situation. To fix this, grab this creep wave and bring them into this camp if you think you're stronger. If you're not stronger, grab this creep wave, drag it around here, and run it in circles here until the next creep wave comes through and meets it there. If you bring this under tower, the tower will definitely kill this creep wave. The camp may not kill this creep wave. Depending what Slardar and Lion do, if they kill this neutral camp, he could keep these creeps. And if you have run this under tower, he keeps these extra creeps alive up here. Now the equilibrium is back here. So that's why you want to keep this wave here and then do both. Farm this, fight him if we're stronger, or bring it back here so that I have a full healthy 4 creeps. He has 2 creeps maybe alive. So he tries to hold them out here, and my effect is going to be better. These are all individual things I can do if I'm the Juggernaut to make sure I am continuing to farm through this. This is over aggression. There's more creeps. There's this, and there's this. So I'm not interested in fighting. I'm interested in the easy farm here. And I should also spend my money. 900 gold. Queue up a couple things, like whatever you think you'll buy. Second creep wave we are missing. So to fight over this camp and to chase these guys, to get this, we lost 150 in the first wave. Lost another one there, like round us out to 200. 240. So 240 gold and XP kind of lost. Well, XP you were kind of close enough for some of it. But 240 in terms of creeps to get this hard creep and then chase these guys a little bit. And that's, in hindsight, not that great. Why do you need to cut the tree? It'll help with unblocking camps. If you're talking about the one in the small camp over here, you can put a sentry here to mostly cover this camp, but it misses these corners You can pick, if you put it higher, it'll just miss this corner, which is covered by trees. But if you cut this tree, it for sure covers the whole thing. Okay, why did we do this? This is fixing itself. So, I mean, Lion's Earth Spike aside, you actually don't need to do anything here. Lion's Earth Spike, once again, kind of griefed you. This was 4 of their creeps versus 3 of yours. So actually, this was gonna push up a little bit. And then you would shove it here. I guess you could shove it now, but it's under tower, so it's like kind of scary. So actually, this is just kind of like a little unnecessary. You would kill this Slardar right here if you had bought your boots. If you weren't floating 1100 gold. So you're near the top, but you're actually here. You haven't spent any of your money. You're the lowest net worth hero in the game right now. Compared to Slardar, who has been struggling and you've like killed, but look at his money. It's been spent. I mean, he's floating some, but he, item-wise, is actually stronger than you. So if you had your boots, you'd be a little faster. If you had, like, let's say you got, like, the Band of Elven Skin, your attacks would have done, like, a little bit more damage. He would actually have died here. I'm glad you didn't try to chase too hard and you backed out, but, if you don't have your items yet, yeah, I was like, yeah, I probably need these. If you don't have your items yet, you shouldn't push it too hard. When the lane shoves in like that, just you can fall back and like do your own pull. Although it looks like this camp has never spawned, and I don't know if Lion ever has any interest in doing it. I might buy my own sentry. So we are getting kills, but you can see for the last hits we've missed, this guy, no kills, 1 assist, but no kills, and 25 last hits. We now have 2 kills, 17 last hits, and yet, here he is above me. So, that's why we always want to be careful with what aggression we go for, and to be aware of, like, you know, what creeps are going under tower as we do other stuff. Kind of miss this range creep because well, one, it should be Lion's job. If you want this creep, you should go do it now. If you're too scared because of your health, then that's okay. If you want it, you gotta like come up here, but you don't have to because you're kind of low. If you were healthier, I would say you can go for that. Okay, you're in position to do the pull, and then we're reevaluating. Do I actually need to do this pull? The equilibrium's going to be here, but it's a full health wave, slightly damaged wave. That's fixable for how fast Juggernaut attacks. Otherwise, we kind of create a very similar situation where if this pull had gone through, now it's like one under here, one over here. It's like, oh god, it's messy. This pull just gets interrupted, which is actually pretty good for you. This is actually a very good... If you intentionally did that, that's great. Slardar players, if you just buy like double bracer and attack the Juggernaut, that's the play in that kind of situation. Missed a lot of creeps for that though. So like do the damage you need to do and then focus on creeps. Like the sooner you can judge it, and I know it's hard, so like, you know, if you're not sure, go for it, chase it. But over time you want to like quickly identify, okay, I've done damage and I could do a little more, but I won't kill him, so okay, I'll just go back to like farming. That's a tough one. Yeah, you can just shove this in if you want. It didn't kill him, but he's low, so you might make him miss stuff. Looks like he's back. But you're at the point where you can kind of like jungle on your own. So now you can like shove in waves and then like hit the creeps. Hard camp, small camp, whatever. You'll be close to 5. And you can just do it yourself. Alternatively, like I know you pinged a small camp, and I'm totally on your side. Lion could be doing more, but for what we can self-adjust to, right? You're just kind of like, Lion should be pulling right now. Lion should be pulling right now. And then like, I guess I'll run in circles while I watch Lion not pull, but we should actually just be here doing it ourselves or just farming. It's what you'll see in the Smurf video. You could also have done this one because we have Crystal Maiden giving us some mana. So you can just jungle this stuff while you wait for the waves to come back. You're at the point because you'll hit level 5 off this stuff, and then you can start working on your other stuff. I don't think you even need this wand, by the way. You can get the other Iron Branch for the cheap slot, but 150 gold, I'd rather just send into the Battle Fury. The Ancient Apparition mid-gank. And then straight back to farming. Don't even think about chasing. Don't think about equilibrium. Shove all this stuff. Start jungling. And I don't mean AFK jungling. I mean, like, just do the jungle camps and then go pull. So, for example, we are going to look to chase this Rubik. So you could be, like, already running towards the small camp right now, around 748, to stack it and then do a pull and deny the 8-minute creep wave, pull it at, like, 17, 20 seconds. Get all the gold. 120 gold for doing this. We can maybe kill this Rubik if he messes up. If he doesn't mess up, we will not kill this Rubik. So this is a play. I will find success off other people's mistakes more than like my own good play. You and Ancient Apparition and Lion should all be like scattering. This would shove in. So like, oh, Zach, what if I jungle? Then I'm not going to get this. Well, if these guys are sitting here, yeah, we're not going to get this. But let's say they leave and we're not here. This is under the tower. So this whole creep wave won't die. It'll take damage, but it will push. So while we are jungling, it will eventually push. So rather than sit here and get one full creep wave, I get all of it, about 150 gold, and that's it, because I didn't go jungle, and I'm in a dangerous spot. I jungle 100 gold, 60 gold, so that's already break even, and then it pushes forward 60 gold, so then I get that 60 gold. So just the camps alone are much better, plus this. Now I know jungling will hurt us, which is why we can only do it at a certain point. But Juggernaut with the Arcane Aura will be able to use Healing Ward to like be okay. The jungling will get him enough money to like Cornucopia, like send the courier over. Passive gold plus this stuff plus this will be enough, and then you'll be like self-sufficient. Okay, I think that's a lot of tips already to improve this one, and to cover the friends game, let's dip out here. And then to reduce the damage, you know, this is where you APM spam, like step back, attack, step back, attack. You have a Quelling Blade, cut a tree, stand in the thing so that only one centaur can hit you at a time, and the others keep running around. Little tricks like that to like reduce the damage you take will make it possible to jungle. If you just stand and auto attack, these guys are attacking you at max efficiency. If you make them kite you a little bit, they'll mess up. If you cut the tree, they won't be able to do as much. You probably could have reduced, oh, thank God he missed. Probably reduced the damage you take by like 100. Which is like 50 seconds of passive regen. Right, checking in with chat, guys. No patch came out, right? We're still good. Hard support. Okay. Oh, okay. Maybe we go back to the last one. So this one is actually a little too old. If the replays are over a week, I can't download them. So I'll go finish your own laning stage for the rest. Unfortunately, we can't look at that the other one. And while we finish this, I will have, I think we can do like one more. We'll pick like one more from the random raffles. It's a little earlier than usual, I know. But like I was saying, as part of adjusting the sleep schedule. Oh, then what we're gonna do. Oh, where are we? Why is there so much action up here? Why are we all up here? Get away from me, guys. This is like the pros and cons of like, maybe I get kills, maybe I get killed. Usually if you can just like farm efficiently, it's better. That's why like Jug is like 5 and 2, and then here's the Sven who is like 1, 1 and 1, but more last hits. He's like being left alone.
I say farm the map if ahead and smoke teamfight vision when behind, and they go, huh? So I send them your video. Hell yeah. I sent 8 people. Nice. I can't remember if I made this joke. I think I had a video. I don't think it was in the late game video, where it was gonna be like, hello, if you're watching this video, you've been sent this by someone that thinks you're trash or something like that. You know, it's like, I wanted people to send the video to people, but then I was like, is that the viewership I want? I'm gonna get like angry people in my videos. Maybe it's a bad idea. Oh, here's what the fight I just backed out of. Look at ultimately tipped around there. Yeah, just looking at the rate at which the net worth goes up, I can kind of tell from the graph, like, there's just not enough leave Juggernaut alone and farm time. That can be a team mistake, but it can also be your mistake of, like, I keep joining stuff. Now, let's see the Battle Fury. 16 minutes. This is a farming item, not a fighting item, so then, like, we just gotta, like, farm up and finish it. Here, could have, like, smoothed out a little bit, and then it'd be better. The rest of the itemization is like fine. Or like the build as a whole is fine. Not spending the money fast enough early cost us a little bit, and then a little bit extra fighting than necessary cost us. Oh, you're the Omni? Yeah, your friend sent it in, but yeah, it's unfortunately a little too old, sorry. Okay. I think we're gonna cover this one. Horizon, I saw your question. Maybe we'll have time to like take a look at that too. Though I will say, just based on your question, it's pretty hard to edict a Puck who is playing well, because Puck should have multiple ways to get out of edict. Once Puck uses it, you should like threaten it to make them back off and get some CS, but otherwise it's really tough. Like, as long as they're saving 1 or 2 spells to get away, it's very difficult. So it usually becomes a farming lane where like you both just shove the lane and then you go stack and you farm. And you try to like exert your power elsewhere. I wouldn't worry too much about trying to kill the Puck in the lane. That would be my read on it as the non-mid player. Could be wrong. All right. Kind of unintentionally, we're continuing on in our Guardian train. Maybe I should change the details of this laning Guardian. Next video, laning all the other ranks. I don't know, just so happened there were a bunch of Guardian replays. I didn't stack jungle enough. Yeah, go to the I can show you once we load in. So like what I imagine for you, you would just like play the lane, shove it, and then if you're Radiant, you're coming over here trying to stack these camps. You may not be able to stack both, and it may not even be like stack this one, move back to lane, rune, whatever, and then later you can like farm both. Same thing on the Dyers, like these camps. You can do that, and then once you get like a 6-minute rune, you can see about a side lane play. But otherwise, I would say just like work towards your blink, and then you'll have an easier time. There might be some other adjustments you could go from there, but you probably need like a actual Leshrac mid player. Super Moke, what's up? Thanks for dropping by. Just randomly found this and you came in. I am usually a support player. Support 4 or 5. Pretty bad at the cores nowadays. I used to play them all. It's been quite a few years. I'd say off lane is now my best. The side lanes I know because I'm like in the side lanes. The mid lane is a mystery. What goes on in there? I don't know. Just some angry yelling. All right, this Jakiro, you said you had questions about your like first 15-ish minutes. We're focusing on the lane, but we'll see what we get to. Oh my God, what's some AoE destruction going on there? Hold on, I was reading chat. Should we have been able to tell this was happening? Your level 1's not bad, but neither is theirs. And I think your team, like you see them all here. I think you can just go get like 2 and 2 runes, you know, and dodge. If you guys are gonna try to fight, you all need to be together. This is such a disaster. Every AoE ability hit to its like maximum potential. Oh no, we didn't even get the return. Oh no. Since you've gotten to this fight, you can start Dual Breath. Otherwise, it's pretty popular to start Liquid Frost, Liquid Fire nowadays. Oops. Oh, I see. I thought you TP'd to the wrong spot. But I think TPing for this rune's okay. Especially because they're also late to lane. Can't help but know... God, what does Kez do? How do you do this? Okay, carry players, please. Carry players. You can't be attacking empty lanes. You cannot shove the first wave. Every game, okay, any carry players out there, every game where no one is in your lane and the first wave shoves, you have to consider that a loss. There's no reason that should ever happen. It's not trying to flame, but I'm going to state it harshly so we all recognize how bad it is. It drives me crazy when it happens in my own games. I'm like, where are we? How are you not holding this lane steady? You can do it in an empty lobby. It's very easy to practice. You cannot lose equilibrium in an empty lane. Okay, we're a little low on mana because that early stuff fight. As Jakiro, you mostly want to be in the lane as much as you can so you can hit level 2 at a pretty quick timing, which you have ended up with. So not too bad. It will not be easy to kill Spirit Breaker. Really, he should just... This is a perfectly fine time to run home and then charge back out. Because, like, Windranger's in a great spot. She'll get this whole wave. There's not much you can do about it. So rather than use Liquid Fire on Spirit Breaker, I would focus the Windranger. And in general, your harass should go on the Windranger. Because, like, anytime this guy's low, he could just, like, leave and then charge on back. Unless he's actually the offlaner and he's just too low to last it, then it kind of is good to harass him. I just kind of assumed he was positioned for Spirit Breaker. And I think he is. But I guess we can see. This is Guardian. It remains to be seen. You also have a good chunk of your money. That's been coming up a lot today, guys.
shift queue some stuff. Buy your starting items, and then when you're running out to lanes, shift queue your bounty gold. If more happens, like in this game, adjust from there, but the first 200-ish gold should be accounted for. It should be like, here's my leftover money, here's the bounty gold money, I'm going to assume about like 80, we're going to get some passive gold, so what can I buy, you know? I'm going to need more tangos, because a double range lane, I know I'm going to get poked a lot. Okay, get some tangos. Okay, I'm the only ranged hero. I should be doing a bunch of free poke. Okay, can we get like, maybe you got to circle it and you're going to finish a null talisman real quickly. Then like you can do that. Account for the first chunk of money so then you can like spend it very quickly. And then you'll have about a minute, because it takes a while for the courier to walk out and go home. You'll have a minute to like think about the rest of the money. And if you do end up with first bloods, you can adjust. If it's a little late there, I get it, but you could also just like, okay, just chunk through consumables like Tango, Salve, Wand, Mango, Clarity, like chunk through consumables and then just fight nonstop, because you have like an extra 400 health plus backup mana that they don't have. You can also finish like null talismans, things like that, wands, boots sometimes, especially if you're melee. If he walks over like this, which is actually fine, carry players, I wish they would do it more often. You come look over here, see what's going on. How are they balancing the lane? How's it going? When this range creep dies, this small camp needs to die for equilibrium to be reestablished about here, because the time to walk here is about the same as the time to walk here. So start hitting these creeps if you think you can do it. I'm looking at this range creep and I'm thinking, okay, 1 second, we have to kill this wave. It's going to be really tough unless you guys are both willing to use spells, and I'm not really willing to do that. So more likely, tell this guy to kill this camp, and then you walk over here and you drag the wave like this, up and down. If they don't bother you, you can actually just go in circles here, but they should harass you. And then you run this way, and if they really mess with you, then like finally you bring it under tower. Most games, they'll just ignore you. You'll run this way, they'll go over here, and then these creeps will be going this way, and they'll be like, weird. And then you'll reconnect the waves. But you want to be catching this right here. You see, no one's here to bother you. So now you just like run it around until this is done, and then it comes over. Now this is going to shove again. So like we did the small pull to fix equilibrium, and it did it temporarily, and sometimes that's the best we can hope for. But this one is actually totally fixable in terms of like, I am in a good spot. I am in the right spot. We're now a little off. Kind of fixable because one creep at least died to the small camp. Come over here. As soon as this creep drops below 50, you have to destroy it. And then hopefully another creep will enter that realm and you'll deny that one as well. One creep will push forward. That is fixable. 2 creeps is very tough to fix because it's like 6 to 4 creeps, but sometimes it's doable, especially if the enemy messes stuff up. But you want to help and kill things as quickly as you can if they drop below the threshold. Like right now, like kill these. Both are actually below, so it's actually doable. You kill both these melee creeps, the range creep dies very quickly. Instead of equilibrium being here, it'll be like here. That's not that bad. You attempted the hard pull, which is not a bad idea, but it's stoppable, right? If they were thinking about it, he could prevent this. And then we're in this situation where once it becomes 2 range creeps protected by a melee creep in front of them, it's so hard. This is like, I won't say it's unfixable, but it's the enemies have to screw this up more than like I can do anything about this. Because these 2 range creeps essentially do the same damage you 2 do. And this guy has to get last hits. So like every time you're trying to kill a melee creep, they're killing the next melee creep. So it becomes like, it becomes too much. The pushing force is too powerful. So that's why you have to fix it before this happens. This like, oh, I am secure behind the wall again. If it's not fixed by that point, then now you're gonna have to do a hard pull. Thoughts on pulling the enemy creeps to your creeps when your creeps are pulled to your own small camp? I think that's fine. It's just a little dangerous sometimes. Because usually what people do is the off lane shoves up, expecting the creep wave, and then they realize it's not there, And then so most people who've been playing Dota connect the dots and realize like, oh, a pull's happening. So then they walk this way. So if you try to do that, you usually tank the creep wave and then you're going to catch 2 enemy heroes on top of you. If you wait and you like run it here first and they're like over here and then you try to come over, you're still like sandwiching yourself between them. So it's usually really dangerous. You have to know they're not coming over. Like they shoved the lane and they went to go do other things. Then you can like connect the wave over. Otherwise, it's usually too dangerous. How can I explain this to my support warlock who perma-fatal paunts the wave? You cannot explain it to him. What you will have to do, though, is your own pulls. So if your support is really bad about fixing it, you have to intentionally rubber band the wave. So when he fatal bonds, you commit to it. You shove the wave really hard and hope. It usually works out, but sometimes it gets messy. By shoving in such a large creep wave so quickly, it will fix itself on the tower and then bounce back here. And in the meantime, you do your own pulls and read it to see like, is this a full pull, a half pull, whatever. Well, Zach gets blocked and he's not undoing it. You gotta buy your own sentry, you gotta do it. I know it sucks, but that's just like, that's the pub life. It's the same way when I'm a support and I'm watching a core feed again and again. I'm like, all right, I'll go try to cut creeps. I'll do like whatever, right? We all have our pain points for whatever role you play. And for carry, it's like, okay, I'll do the lane management and the pulling, I guess. But it's just, it is what it is. This might be one such situation. Okay, so right here. Okay, so you're going for the connected pull. So this used to be pretty popular. If the enemy has given up on the lane, you can kind of try this. I suspect this will be very hard, so I won't explain it yet till we see it. Step 1, if we're not thinking about the connected pull, same deal. When these creeps die, I need this small camp to die so that these creeps will walk the same time these creeps walk and they'll meet about here. So here you just kind of like watch back and forth. And I see the tower did some work. These guys are attacking. So instead of just watching Kez, I start helping. Try to give him the last hits, you know? So like if he's working on this one, you work on the other one and then stop and let him finish it. But like I need to do this timing because I don't think Kez is going to do this timing. And this creep now dies and I need this to be done. And it's pretty close. So you can see if you were standing here and you attack this, we're actually good to go. Equilibrium's going to meet here. You can deny this melee creep, and then it'll be 4 creeps versus 3 creeps, so it's gently pushing to us, and that's actually ideal. We're now going to sit here for a while outside of pulls. Connected pulls are much less common nowadays because we're like fully in this 2-1-2 meta, and the map changed as well, like where the camps are and all that. So if you do this, let me see if you were successful. You were, okay. So part of the idea of the pull is to establish equilibrium, which we would have gotten without this hard pull. So the other part of pulling is to establish a golden XP advantage because we deny creeps outside of their XP range, or it is in their XP range, but they at least can't get the last hit. So that's like the other goal of pulling. And we're usually trying to accomplish equilibrium's priority, but if we can get a little bit of both, that's best. So this is the issue then. I was supposed to deny stuff because it's not equilibrium at this point. I'm hoping to deny these creeps, but if the offlaners are here, okay, she's actually interrupting it completely. If the offlaner is here, they're not missing these 2 melee creeps. So they're good on that front. And then it turns out these melee creeps are killing a hard camp, which is worth more than like any individual creep in the lane. So you may end up giving a bunch of gold to the enemy. And instead of like, oh, we fight over 4 creeps versus 4 creeps, and we try to pull ahead that way, we get the full creep wave, they get the full creep wave, and they also get a hard camp. And because your carry is like tanking a creep wave, they have a harder time coming over here. And so it's usually slighted to the off lane's favor. She actually could have let this connect and like farm the hard camp, I think. Ooh, being pretty good. Okay, well, she messed up at the end. Pretty good about running this out of the tower, and then she did 1 extra auto attack than necessary. So you're coming to do a pull, great habit. Every time before you do the pull, check. If you're attacking and then you click over, check. And then reevaluate. Do I actually need to do this pull? 4 creeps versus 4 creeps, gonna meet around here. Not the best, but playable and fixable. So I don't need to do the pull. And actually you did stop, so that's good. Now you're kind of looking to fight. Do you want to fight? Maybe, up to you. If you don't want to fight, you can just stand back here, and when these creeps get low, you hit them. Unlike Kez, who is actively hitting creeps, so the lane is now shoving again. So you fix Kez's mistake. You hit this creep, and now we have 3 healthy creeps versus 3 healthy creeps. And if Kez was doing the right thing, we would be at 4 versus 3, pushing our way. And that's like what I mean when I'm like, we fixed it, right? But because he keeps damaging creeps, we're pushing. Oof. Okay, I was looking at creeps too much. What are we doing here? We did the liquid fire, and then we still kind of like came in. I mean, as Jakiro, you're mostly like either liquid frost and dual breath, or just liquid fire and back out. And I think you were trying, but then like Kez went in, so you like joined in. Dual breath, dual breath, dual breath. If you die, it's okay. Ah, you were fine. Never mind. You're so smart. I thought you were gonna die. What's this guy have? How did he not catch you? Oh, he didn't have boots. I forgot. Forgot he got a bracer. But you knew. You did the math. This is another potential danger where sometimes you do the hard pull and then you tank the whole wave and then like they're farming both. Same idea. Oh yeah, okay, we should have left, by the way. That's one where you actually don't even need to do the pull. Leave it to Kez. This is Kez's job. Kez should either shove this in without you or pull it back, either way, and then you're going home right now and TPing back out. Because this guy will... he'll do what he did. Okay. If you TP up here immediately, that's a no-go. You actually want to walk out of here. If possible. We're at that window where it's like, it's potentially time to leave. If you need to TP here, that's fine. If you want to go top and you don't think it's time to go anywhere else, that's also fine, but you should walk. We don't want to TP right away if nothing's going on. You are looking and you TP'd bottom. So I'm pretty open to this. The danger is if we are needed anywhere else. So the question is, I TP'd here. It would have taken me 30 seconds to walk here. So what is happening in the next 30 seconds that I had to be here? And if it's nothing, then I should have walked. Especially because it looks like there's 2 heroes on Kez and maybe I need to TP to help him, but now I can't. You might be thinking the Wisdom Shrine, and I would agree this is worth TPing for, but actually it's early enough that I think you could have just walked here. So now let's see what else happens. Sometimes the team's communicating, you know, like, hey, come down here and let's make a play. And I can't see that because we don't see team chat, but that's okay with me. And it kind of looks like maybe if you can get close to this drow, you guys could finish the job. So this might be why you rushed over here. Yeah, I'd get this guy too. We're a little late on the Liquid Frost. Do you have... I don't recommend this setting. It is personal preference, so it's up to you guys. But, what the hell's the setting called? Oh, no, that's not what I want. Wait, what is this? Using a right click to cancel. I don't even remember that one. I swear there was a setting that immediately auto attacks after you use a spell, and it might be this stuff. It might be auto attack always. I don't recommend that. Sometimes it doesn't matter, but Jakiro is actually one such case where after you dual breath, you want to immediately liquid frost. Otherwise, you're losing time to get like extra liquid frost procs. So if you have, maybe it is the always auto attack option where he instantly uses a spell or instantly auto attacks after a spell, and then you weren't ready, so it threw you off, and then you missed one cycle of the liquid frost. You probably lost like 3 liquid frost procs for that. Probably more, because the first auto attack that did nothing should have been the second auto attack that procced liquid frost. So you probably missed 5 liquid frost procs for having it come second. Kept having it attack after a TP. Okay, so maybe it was just a misclick. That's no problem. I was just double checking that in case that setting might help. We did come back up here. I'm okay with that since we do need to like give Kez a ward. All right, pop quiz, guys. Obviously, every game shifts and you kind of ward where you can. If we have a choice, roughly where should Jakiro ward this game? Hey, Beta Bits, thank you for the Prime sub. I totally missed that while we were rambling on. What is a connected pull? When you go from the small camp, like you pull the small camp and then you bring the hard camp into the small camp as this is dying. So then your creep wave goes here. It's an older, it's not popular. That used to be like the way to do it when I started playing, but it dropped off. Not where I'm about to ward. Let's find out. No, several of you got it. Got what I was going for. The main thing we're looking for with this observer is to keep Kez safe. He's off to a good start. I want him to be okay. Versus just Windranger, he'll be fine. It's when he gets charged by Spirit Breaker that's a problem. So I need to know where Spirit Breaker is. If I only put the ward in the lane, anytime Spirit Breaker's not there, I'm uncertain what's going on. So something further in to see Spirit Breaker charging, either because in the lane, you trust the creeps to help you and you position accordingly. And I need to know, is Spirit Breaker coming from the lane to Kez? Is he going from the lane to mid back to the lane? Like, that's what I need to know. So I need the observer to be further out. If I put the observer like here or here, if I see Spirit Breaker charging here onto Kez here, that's a little too late. We're not going to have any time to react to that. I need more time to see the charges. So you want deeper wards versus Spirit Breaker, if possible. Sometimes it's not, then like do what you can. I did see some people mention like, okay, what about here? That can also be fine, because Spirit Breaker can also like twin gate charge this stuff. A lot of pubs underutilize the twin gate. You'll see a lot in pros, like they always have some kind of observer like somewhere here. But it's pretty underutilized in pub games. So even though I think it's fair to do it in this game, if you wanted to hedge your bets and like, I bet they don't do it, you'd probably be right. If you want to do both, that's fine with me. You know, like put one observer here, one further in, that could work. I would nitpick and say probably one over here, so you have it in this lane, which would be the same value, but it helps you in this lane, as opposed to 2 lanes top, and then like bottom's blind, except for the fact they have Venomancer, but take him out. I would pitch that. It can be, if we're getting even more specific, it can probably be a little closer to the tower because it's a mid Medusa who is probably not rotating. You know, so it's like, I'm not so worried about Spirit Breaker ganking mid or vice versa because it's not a ganking hero. Now, who knows in a pub? Maybe she will, but Lion, get there. Do it. No, Kez, why have you done this to me? Yeah, stay here, Lion, stay here. Get one more. Go ward, Jakiro, go ward. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I first, for my own comedic purposes, we gotta see if Lion gets the finger. Nice. All right, now let's go back. I'm gonna show you a different perspective. I'm Spirit Breaker, I'm dead. All right, let's watch. Let's ping this Windranger. Ping her abilities. Why didn't she save me? You get what you deserve, Windranger. I'm still dead. I got nothing to do. All right, I'm charging into lane now. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. So after the kills, you did think about warding, and that's good. I need the ward to survive, though. So I got to do as many little tricks to make sure it has its best chance to survive. So number one, be out of enemy vision. And that's going to be the creeps if we just got a double kill. So make sure you are out of their line of sight and move really far to the edge. If I go back a little bit, you have a little easier time. This is like how far the creeps can see at night. It goes to about like here. So that's why if you're going to ward, you want to be like in this area is safe from creep vision. And you wouldn't see where Jakiro goes. At this point, so he actually did have an observer here. Let's ignore that. Let's say the fight happens. I know Jakiro has an observer. He goes out of sight, you know, after the fight ends. So he's out of sight right now. And the longer Jakiro is out of vision, the less I know about where the observer is. Because, yeah, here is common. Here's also not too bad. Here is fine. Back here is fine. You know, over here is okay. The longer Jakiro is out of sight, the less I know about where that observer is. I caught a glimpse of Jakiro here, and now I see Jakiro again. If I click and it's gone, how far could Jakiro possibly have gone in that window? He can't even go back here and back in that time. So I can cross this out. It's not up here, even though I have an observer, right? Ignoring this. I know there's not enough time for Jakiro to have made it up here and back here. I also am pretty confident he can't even make it here and back. Like for the time he disappeared and reappeared. I think it'd be really hard to be here. It'd be super hard to be over here. And he certainly doesn't have time to like take the long looping path and not show in the creep wave to be over here. So I can now kind of like, by process of elimination, it has to be in the lane here, or the most common here. And so I'm going to bring a sentry. I'm going to deal with the creep wave, shove it out, and then I'm going to put a sentry like around. I would err on the right side. Usually I like, if I'm not sure, I put it here. But because I know Jakiro didn't like move his way this way, I'm going to like sentry over here. And I have a pretty good feeling I'm going to get it. If you want to like real nitpick, you could like put it over here, like catch as much of this area. But it's all about like when we're putting the observer top, because I want to leave my carry, I really need that to survive. Otherwise, I have to come back. So you want to do all this stuff. You want a sentry, check for their stuff, put this. This is not bad, by the way. I know you were joking earlier. It's like, it's not going to be where I put it. This one's actually not bad because you see Spirit Breaker charge through the lane while Kez is here farming. You see him like moving this way. This is actually great. It's actually just likely to be de-warded. Even without seeing you, it's pretty common to put sentries around here and check this stuff. So if I could suggest, move it over here. So like we get the kill, move this way, come over here, drop the observer, keep going, right? We're starting to move towards mid, towards here, back to stack, whatever, and you've placed a deeper ward. It doesn't see as well into the lane, but it will still help and it will protect you. If you're invading, you could put it behind the tower. This actually gives you a lot of time. Like somewhere here, sees Spear Breaker through the lane very early and sees him like moving through here, stacking and all that stuff. Downside is it won't see him go through the river. Depends what you need to see. I'm glad you're rotating out, though. I think this is really good. We're going to get here and not have too much mana to work with, but it looks like they got a kill anyways without you. And now we get a moment to chill, so this is fine. If you were really low on mana, instead of twin gating, you might actually just stack and walk over. And in that time, have a clarity delivered, come over here, and so then you'll still be here, you'll have enough mana, and you'll have stacked along the way. You had just enough where like a little bit of waiting, and now we have enough for some of our spells, so good enough. Maybe you can even ask for like the Lotus or something. I think where you were is fine, actually. The danger of walking down here. So there's risk. If I have an observer, it's kind of worth it. Place the deep ward. If they are anywhere here, I have no idea. I could be ruining our gank attempt, or worse, I could be dying if they set up on me. So this is really dangerous. If you're gonna go through here, you should like be really far on the side if it's nighttime. If it's daytime, that doesn't matter. But at nighttime, if you're actually at the bottom edge, you can't see as far depending if you're not a like nighttime hero, right? Because this is, maybe you'll walk up. This is your vision, so you can kind of tell, like, you don't quite see the full edge depending where you're at. And especially if they're not like at the literal edge, they're like sticking their head out of the trees like up here. I know you want to. I know you want to. Nice. If you had a ward, now's a great time to go do it. Scary. All right, we're back, but why are we back? We'll probably, you know, stop around here, but as part of the end of laning, I was actually really happy you left. You made the play. You've come back, but why? I just want this guy to farm. He's okay. Yeah, he looks like he's about to walk up, and that's his own mistake. He should just be jungling and then cycle through here. You don't need to do anything with him. Off of this play, if you have an observer, which was delivered to you on the courier, so you would just stay here and then go ward somewhere in this area. I like a spot like right here. You can place it on this high ground without it blocking the camp. Here's fine. In daytime, it's harder because they could be here and you wouldn't know. So if you can do this at night, it feels a little better. If you just stay here and like take this tower and then move in with your team this way into the mid lane, that's also pretty good. And then you just like force a lot of pressure down here. You guys disappear for a moment. Are we ganking mid? Are we just waiting for the next creep wave? The enemy doesn't know. This is a great place for you to continue playing. We don't actually want to draw attention to Kez too much. He needs to just like farm and finish up some items. And the more twin gate rotations, the more mana you're gonna have to use. Okay. I'm glad there was no patch. I see Drow in a suspicious place down there. You could have maybe, as part of staying down there, you could have helped out there. All right. Glad there was no patch quite yet, so I can continue to try to sleep early. And if you see the stream start up again later today, the patch came out, so make sure you pop in and join. But I think it's gotta be in the middle of Dream League, right? It's tradition. It's gotta happen there. Oh, I forgot. There's that one timestamp I forgot. I gotta go add that in later. It's not too bad. We only have to find one. That was a nice ice path. I was looking away. I was reading chat. If you TP up for these fights, that's okay. But try not to like actively move towards him unless there's a very like high success play, because they're like deep under the tower or something. I think when we came up here, like our lane was pushing into a Windranger like over here, so it's like a horrible time to attempt it. This is outside the scope of today's, you know, focus, but a lot of people feel like once I take this tower, I've got to go siege another tower. But actually, you just like keep pushing this one, and you occupy this area, ward, and like play that side. You want to ward bottom, then you like farm and play down here. You want to ward here somewhere, and then like push this in, play top to be safe, and then sometimes come mid, also doable. And then ask yourself like, okay, my carry's farming here, and their offlaners here. Mids and mids are there. We're here. So where's their carry farming? It's like, I stand in the tier 2 and farm it, and then I can farm this camp and this camp, maybe this camp, you know, like they're too scared to do anything. So they have nowhere to go. That's why you can just like sit here and do this. And it's usually the better play than to like come up here and like, okay, we're going to push this with Kez. If you do it real quick, it works out great. Otherwise, Drow is just like, look, why is she up here? Why does she feel comfortable moving up? Because she knows you're all top and this lane is pushing, so she's okay. So instead of only having access to like half a creep wave and then this stuff,
you're actually giving her full access to this jungle because we left this area. So usually playing down here is better. Not always, and there are times... I'm so glad we saw that. There are times to do other stuff. Guys, unironically, that's Rabble-Rouser in play right there. Rabble-Rouser actually did it. 42% damage increase killed the jungling drow. That is so funny. I'm so glad we got to see that. No problem, Pouncy Silver. I'm glad we were able to help out. Okay. We are going to wrap up today's stream, I think. The next replay analysis stream will unfortunately be not for a bit. Probably on the 17th, because the Dream League casting starts this Wednesday and ends on Monday. Maybe we will do it. I'll see how tired I am, because we are starting early, but technically I could just do a later stream. It just means I will wake up talking about Dota and then go to sleep after talking about Dota, which is kind of a lot of Dota talking, so usually we don't do it. But I'll see how I feel. Otherwise, we'll be back on, I think the 17th, back to the regular replay streams. And what should the focus be? This was laning stage, so I think the next natural progression is early game, which varies on rank, but, you know, it's essentially as the lane ends, so about 10 minutes to 20 minutes. I feel like that's a natural progression. What do you guys think? I hope you like Dota. I do like Dota. Dota all day, every day. Gets a little lot, though. So it's okay to have breaks. It's good to have. Who's streaming right now? Have everyone send in their clips? Yeah. Everyone get your games ready. Get your games ready for next week. Okie doke. And if there's a patch, then I mean we'll be back, but I think it'll be at the end later. Are your VODs on YouTube for this stuff or just Twitch? It is on Twitch, but Twitch has the there's like a time limit on them, so they eventually disappear. In YouTube, there's even thumbnails. So you can see, I usually make it very obvious, like this is a coaching stream, and lately we're trying to put the concept. So like this one is like coaching, laning stage. So it's very straightforward to go find and dig through it. And it'll be on there forever on YouTube. It's under the live tab, as opposed to, ironically, the live tab is mostly non-live content. It's where all the VODs go. A bit of a misnomer on that one. Someone get in touch with Mr. YouTube. Let him know. It'll be timestamped too, unlike the Twitch VODs. Timestamped. I had to go add that in. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. I will see you later. Like I said, not fully sure what day, but at some point the notification will pop up. It might be variety for a bit during the cast, but yeah, we'll be back to Dota later. Okay. Bye, everybody. When will the video for Whose Fault come out? I looked through it. I'm actually going to try to record it tomorrow. It will very unlikely come out on Wednesday because I usually hate the first few recordings. So tomorrow it will probably be like 2 to 3 hours of like doing it and redoing it, and then I'll slump here and my fiance will walk in and be like, "You okay?" And I'll be like, "I hate it." And she'll be like, "Okay." And then I'll take a break for a day or two, and then I'll get back to it and I'll try again. And at one point I'll like it enough. So we'll see. If tomorrow goes really well, you'll see it sooner. More likely you'll see it later. It'll happen at some point. Okay, that is it. I'll see you guys later. Have a good rest.